Hi everyone. Great to have you here at the Fanfic Club. Get comfortable because today we're presenting, What If Narcissa Malfoy Found Harry Bleeding in Diagon Alley at age 9 and her protective instincts shattered every loyalty to Voldemort. Before we start, a gentle reminder, if you love stories like this, please like and subscribe. It helps the algorithm show our videos to more people. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. Chapter 1. Blood on the cobblestones. Rain lashed against the windows of number 4, Privet Drive, providing a steady soundtrack to 9-year-old Harry Potter's misery. He sat huddled in the cramped cupboard under the stairs, pressing a ragged pillowcase against his bleeding lip. Uncle Vernon had been in a particularly foul mood after a business deal collapsed, and as usual, Harry had somehow become the focal point of his rage. "Boy!" The bellow from the living room made Harry flinch. "Get in here and clean up this mess." Harry's fingers trembled as he gingerly touched the swelling around his eye. The mess was a shattered teacup that Dudley had knocked over deliberately while smirking at Harry. But in the Dursley household, everything was always Harry's fault. "Coming, Uncle Vernon," he called, his voice barely above a whisper. He pushed open the cupboard door and shuffled toward the living room, keeping his eyes downcast. The Dursleys were sprawled across the sofa and armchairs, Dudley shoveling ice cream into his mouth while Aunt Petunia stroked his hair adoringly. The broken ceramic lay scattered across the carpet, tea staining the fibers. "About time," Uncle Vernon grunted. "And don't think I don't see that insolent look on your face." Harry hadn't been looking at anything except the floor, but he knew better than to argue. He knelt and began picking up the fragments, wincing as a sharp edge sliced into his finger. "Mummy, I'm still hungry," Dudley whined, ice cream dripping down his chin. "Of course, Popkin. We'll get you some more after this ungrateful wretch finishes cleaning up." Aunt Petunia shot a venomous look at Harry. Harry's stomach growled painfully. He hadn't eaten since yesterday's single piece of toast. The hunger made him dizzy, or perhaps it was the throbbing pain from his uncle's earlier discipline. "And when you're done," Uncle Vernon added, his mustache quivering with malice, "you can spend the night in the garden shed. Maybe that'll teach you some gratitude." Harry's heart sank. The shed was cold, damp, and filled with spiders. Last time he'd been locked in there overnight, he'd emerged with a fever that had kept him bedridden for days, not that the Dursleys had cared. "Please, Uncle Vernon," he whispered, immediately regretting the words as his uncle's face purpled. "What was that?" Vernon rose from his armchair, massive fists clenched. "Are you talking back to me, boy?" "No, after everything we've done for you." Vernon bellowed, advancing on Harry. "Putting clothes on your ungrateful back. Feeding you. Giving you a roof over your head when we should have sent you straight to an orphanage." Harry scrambled backward, still clutching ceramic fragments. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean," Vernon's hand shot out, grabbing Harry's thin arm with bruising force. "I'll teach you to be sorry." What happened next occurred so quickly that Harry would later struggle to make sense of it. As Vernon's other hand rose to strike him, a surge of something hot and electric rushed through Harry's body. A blinding flash filled the room, accompanied by a thunderous crack. When Harry opened his eyes, Uncle Vernon lay sprawled across the coffee table, which had splintered beneath his weight. Aunt Petunia was screaming. Dudley's ice cream bowl had overturned onto his lap, causing him to howl indignantly. "You freak!" Petunia shrieked, her face contorted with terror and hatred. "You unnatural, monstrous little..." Vernon was struggling to his feet, his face no longer purple but white with rage. "I'll kill him," he roared. "This time I'll bloody well kill him." Terror propelled Harry toward the door. He had done something, one of those inexplicable things that always sent the Dursleys into a frenzy of fear and rage. But this time was different. This time, Harry saw murder in his uncle's eyes. He bolted through the hallway and out the front door, into the driving rain. Behind him, he heard the thunder of footsteps and Vernon's bellowing threats. Harry ran blindly down Privet Drive, his oversized hand-me-downs quickly becoming sodden and heavy, his heart hammering against his ribs. He didn't know where he was going. He only knew he couldn't go back, not tonight, maybe not ever. Vernon would make good on his threat. The knowledge settled in Harry's chest with cold certainty. The sound of a car engine revving behind him sent a fresh jolt of panic through his body. Uncle Vernon had gotten into the car to pursue him. Harry veered off the road, scrambling through a neighbor's hedge and cutting across gardens, ignoring the thorns that tore at his skin. "I just need to hide," he gasped to himself, rain mingling with tears on his face. Just until morning. He spotted an opening in the fence surrounding the local playground and squeezed through, the splintered wood catching on his baggy shirt. The playground was deserted in the downpour, the swings swaying eerily in the wind. Harry made for the tunnel slide, intending to curl up inside until the danger passed. As he climbed the slippery steps to the slide's entrance, headlights swept across the playground. Vernon had driven to the park, guessing Harry's destination. "Boy!" The bellow carried even over the storm. "Get out here now." Harry crawled into the tunnel slide, hugging his knees to his chest. He was trapped. Uncle Vernon would search the playground, find him, and then. Harry shuddered, imagining what would happen next. "Please," he whispered, not knowing who he was talking to. "Please, I need to be somewhere else. Anywhere else. Somewhere safe." The strange, electric feeling returned, humming beneath his skin like a living thing. The plastic tunnel around him began to vibrate. Harry felt a sudden, nauseating sensation of being compressed, squeezed through something impossibly tight. The world dissolved into swirling darkness. Then, with a pop that hurt his ears, Harry was somewhere else entirely. Rain still fell, but it was a gentler patter than the Surrey deluge. Harry lay face down on cold, hard cobblestones, the wind knocked from his lungs. For several seconds, he remained still, too disoriented to move. Finally, he pushed himself up on trembling arms and looked around. He was in a narrow street lined with the strangest shops he had ever seen. Despite the late hour and the rain, a few oddly dressed people hurried past, clutching packages and muttering to themselves. Windows glowed with warm light, illuminating displays of items that made no sense to Harry's bewildered eyes, things that looked like cauldrons, broomsticks, and what appeared to be eyeballs floating in jars. "What?" he breathed, struggling to his feet. A sharp pain lanced through his leg, and Harry looked down to find his knee bleeding through a tear in his oversized jeans, whether from his escape through the garden or his mysterious transportation, he couldn't tell. His hands were also cut from the broken teacup, and his earlier injuries from Uncle Vernon throbbed anew. "Hey! Watch where you're going!" A gruff voice startled Harry as a hunched figure in a hooded cloak bumped roughly past him, sending him staggering back against a shop window. "Sorry," Harry stammered automatically, but the stranger was already hurrying away, muttering something about filthy muggle-dressed brats. Harry took a tentative step forward, wincing at the pain in his knee. Where was he? How had he gotten here? The questions swirled in his mind alongside a growing sense of both wonder and fear. This place, wherever it was clearly not normal. Yet somehow it felt right in a way Harry couldn't articulate. He limped forward, drawn by the warm glow of a particularly inviting shop window. Inside, he could see shelves lined with books, some of them, bizarrely, appeared to be moving on their own. The sign above the door read, "Flourish and Blots, booksellers since 1454. 1454. Harry murmured disbelievingly. Another jolt of pain reminded him of his precarious situation. He was alone, injured, soaking wet, and now apparently lost in some kind of bizarre shopping district. He needed help, but years with the Dursleys had taught him that adults could rarely be trusted. Still, he couldn't stand in the rain bleeding all night. Harry made his way further down the cobblestone street, looking for, he wasn't sure what. A police station? A hospital? Did this strange place even have those things? As he turned a corner, the street narrowed and darkened. The cheerful shop fronts gave way to grimier establishments with barred windows and suspicious-looking clientele. Harry's instinct screamed at him to turn back, but before he could, a voice called out from a shadowy doorway. "Lost, are we? Little boy, like you shouldn't be wandering Nocturne Alley after dark." A witch, there was no other word for her, emerged from the shadows. Her face was gaunt, her smile revealing blackened teeth. She reached a gnarled hand toward Harry, who recoiled instinctively. "Such pretty eyes," she crooned. "I know someone who'd pay good galleons for those. They'd look lovely in my collection." Harry backed away, heart pounding. The witch advanced, drawing a long, thin stick from her sleeve. Harry had no idea what it was, but something told him it was dangerous. "Just hold still, child. It won't hurt much." She raised the stick, and its tip began to glow with an eerie red light. Harry turned to run, but his injured leg buckled beneath him. He crashed to the cobblestones, fresh pain exploding through his palms and knee. Blood seeped through his jeans, dark against the already sodden denim. Nowhere to run, the witch cackled, looming over him. Desperate, Harry grabbed a loose stone from the street and hurled it at her. It struck her hand, causing her to drop the stick with a shriek of rage. "You little beast," she snarled, diving for her fallen weapon. Harry seized the moment to scramble to his feet, ignoring the white-hot pain that shot through his leg. He ran blindly, back toward the brighter street he'd left behind. Behind him, he heard the witch's furious curses and the sound of pursuing footsteps. He burst out onto the main street, colliding with a tall figure. Strong hands steadied him, preventing another fall. Harry looked up, an apology dying on his lips as he met cold blue eyes and a striking, aristocratic face framed by platinum blonde hair. "What in Merlin's name?" The woman stared down at him, taking in his bloodied appearance and the terror in his eyes. Her gaze flickered to something behind Harry, presumably the pursuing witch, and her expression hardened. In one fluid motion, she pushed Harry behind her and drew out one of those stick things, a wand, Harry's mind supplied from fairy tales. The blonde woman pointed it at the hag from Nocturne Alley. "I suggest you return to whatever hole you crawled from," she said, her voice as cold and sharp as ice. The hag halted, recognition and fear flashing across her face. "Madame Malfoy," she muttered, executing an awkward bow. "Meant no harm. Just having a bit of fun with the lost muggle spawn." "Your idea of fun doesn't interest me," the blonde woman, Madame Malfoy, replied. "Leave. Now." The hag retreated, shooting venomous glances at Harry before disappearing back into the darker alley. Harry remained frozen behind his unexpected protector, unsure whether he'd been saved or merely claimed by a more dangerous predator. The woman turned to him, her face impassive yet somehow less cold than it had been moments ago. "You're injured," she stated matter-of-factly. Harry nodded mutely, suddenly aware of how much blood had soaked through his jeans. She knelt, bringing herself to eye level with him, a gesture no adult had ever bothered with before. "What's your name, child?" she asked, her voice gentler than he expected. "Harry," he whispered, then hesitated before adding, "Harry Potter." Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly, darting up to his forehead where his unruly black hair had been plastered by the rain. With a slender finger, she brushed the wet strands aside, revealing the lightning-shaped scar that had always been there. Harry saw recognition, shock, and something like fear cross her face. She knew what the scar meant. She knew who he was, even though he himself had no idea why his scar should be significant. "Harry Potter," she repeated, as if testing the name on her tongue. For a moment, she seemed to be weighing some momentous decision. Then her expression cleared, replaced by calm determination. "My name is Narcissa Malfoy. You're safe now." Harry wasn't sure why, but he believed her. Perhaps it was the way she'd confronted the hag, or perhaps it was simple desperation. Either way, when she offered her hand, he took it. "You need healing," she said, glancing around the now empty street. "And we need to get you out of sight. There are those who would." Take advantage, if they knew Harry Potter was wandering Diagon Alley alone and injured. Where are we going? Harry asked as she led him toward a shadowy side street different from the one where he'd encountered the hag. Somewhere safe, Narcissa replied cryptically. She paused, studying him with those penetrating blue eyes. Harry, do you trust me? The question caught him off guard. Trust was not something Harry gave easily, not after years with the Dursleys. And yet. I don't know you, he said honestly. But you saved me from that witch. So I guess I trust you more than anyone else right now. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. That will have to do. She tightened her grip on his hand. This may feel strange. Hold on tightly and try not to be sick. Before Harry could ask what she meant, the world compressed around him. The squeezing sensation he'd felt earlier returned tenfold. When it released him, he was no longer standing in a rain-soaked alley but in a cavernous marble entryway that could have housed the entire Dursley home. Harry staggered, bile rising in his throat. Narcissa Malfoy steadied him with a surprisingly strong grip. Sidelong apparition is unpleasant the first few times, she explained, helping him to a nearby bench. Especially for children. Harry sank onto the bench, too overwhelmed to speak. The entryway around him was the grandest place he'd ever seen, with soaring ceilings, gleaming marble floors, and what appeared to be actual moving portraits on the walls. Strangest of all, the figures in the portraits were staring at him and whispering to each other. Dobby, Narcissa called, her voice echoing in the vast space. A sharp crack made Harry jump. Standing before them was the oddest creature Harry had ever seen, about 3 feet tall with bat-like ears, bulging green eyes, and wearing what looked like a pillowcase. Mistress called for Dobby, the creature squeaked, executing a low bow. Prepare the blue guest room, Narcissa instructed. Bring healing supplies, Didney, wound-cleaning potion, bruise paste, and a vial of dreamless sleep. And some clean clothes, the smallest you can find. Yes, mistress, right away. Dobby's eyes darted curiously to Harry, widening as they took in his appearance. With another crack, the creature vanished. What? Harry began. A house elf, Narcissa explained, guiding him gently to his feet. Come, we need to get you cleaned up before, she broke off as the sound of footsteps echoed from a corridor to their right. A boy about Harry's age appeared, wearing what looked like silk pajamas. He had the same platinum blonde hair as Narcissa, though his was cut short and slicked back from his pointed face. Mother, he called, then stopped abruptly at the sight of Harry. Who's that? Why is he bleeding on our marble? Draco, Narcissa said, her tone warning. This is a guest. He's injured and needs our help. The boy, Draco, wrinkled his nose. He's dressed like a muggle. And he looks like he's been living in a dustbin. Harry bristled despite his exhaustion and pain. Better than looking like I've had my head dumped in a vat of hair gel, he retorted before he could stop himself. Draco's pale face flushed pink. Mother. Did you hear what he— Enough, both of you, Narcissa cut in firmly. Draco, return to your room. We'll discuss this in the morning. But father says we don't associate with— Your father is not here, Narcissa said, her voice turning to steel. And I have made my decision. Go to your room, Draco. Now. Draco's mouth fell open in apparent shock at being spoken to this way, but after a moment of rebellion, he turned on his heel and stormed back the way he had come. I apologize for my son, Narcissa said once Draco had disappeared. He can be difficult. He seems nice compared to my cousin, Harry mumbled, swaying slightly on his feet. Narcissa's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. Come, she said, leading him toward a sweeping staircase. Before my husband returns from his meeting. The mention of a husband sent a chill down Harry's spine. What would Mr. Malfoy think of his wife bringing home a bleeding street urchin? As if reading his thoughts, Narcissa added, You need not worry about Lucius tonight. I will deal with him. They climbed the staircase, Harry leaning heavily on the ornate balustrade. Each step sent fresh pain through his injured knee, but he gritted his teeth and kept moving. The Dursleys had taught him that complaining only made things worse. The corridors they traversed seemed endless, lined with more moving portraits that whispered excitedly as they passed. Harry caught fragments. Is that the Potter boy? Scar on his forehead. Finally, Narcissa ushered him into a room larger than the entire upper floor of the Dursleys' house. It was decorated in shades of blue and silver, with a massive four-poster bed dominating one wall. A fire crackled in a marble fireplace, and the house elf, Dobby, was bustling around laying out bottles and bandages on a side table. "Sit," Narcissa instructed, gesturing to the edge of the bed. Harry perched there awkwardly, feeling out of place in his sodden, bloodied clothes. Dobby approached with a steaming basin of water and clean cloths. "Dobby will clean the young master's wounds," the elf offered, his huge eyes fixed on Harry with undisguised curiosity. "I'll do it," Narcissa said, taking the basin. "You may go, Dobby. And not a word of this to anyone, understood?" "Yes, mistress." Dobby would never betray mistress's secrets. With another crack, he disappeared. Narcissa set the basin down and knelt before Harry. "This may sting," she warned, dipping a cloth in the water. It smelled of herbs and something sharper, medicinal. As she began to clean the blood from his knee, Harry watched her face. In the warm firelight, she looked less severe than she had in the alley. Beautiful, even, in a cold, perfect way. "Why are you helping me?" he asked suddenly. Narcissa's hands paused for a moment before continuing their work. "A strange question," she murmured. "Should I have left a child bleeding in the rain?" "Most people would have," Harry said simply. "Especially if they recognized me like you did. My aunt and uncle say I'm a burden. A freak." Something flashed in Narcissa's eyes, anger, perhaps. "Your relatives sound charming," she said, her tone dry. "Is that where these came from?" She gestured to the bruises on his arms, the cut on his lip. Harry looked away. "Uncle Vernon has a temper." "I see." The simple acknowledgement contained depths of cold fury. "And how did you come to be in Diagon Alley tonight?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I was running from Uncle Vernon. He was really angry. I hid in the playground, but he found me, and I just wanted to be somewhere else. Then there was this strange feeling, like electricity, and suddenly I was there. In that place, Diagon Alley, you called it." Narcissa's eyebrows rose. "You operate? At your age? Without training? Is that what it's called? What is this place, anyway? Those shops, that witch, this house, it's like something from a story." Narcissa set aside the bloodied cloth and reached for a bottle of amber liquid. "This will heal your cuts," she explained. "It may burn a little." As she applied the liquid to his knee, causing the skin to knit itself back together before Harry's astonished eyes, she continued, "This is the wizarding world, Harry. Your world. Surely you knew. You're a wizard, as were your parents." Harry stared at her. "A wizard? But that's impossible. Magic isn't real." A small, sad smile touched Narcissa's lips. "Who told you that?" "Your aunt and uncle." Harry nodded mutely. "They lied," she said simply. "Magic is very real. How else do you explain what happened tonight? How you escaped your uncle? How you arrived in Diagon Alley? How your wounds are healing even now?" She gestured to his knee, which was indeed now smooth and unblemished, though still surrounded by dried blood. "But if magic is real, and I'm a wizard?" Harry struggled to wrap his mind around the concept. "Why didn't anyone tell me? Why did the Dursleys say my parents died in a car crash?" Narcissa's hands stilled completely. "A car crash," she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is that what they told you?" Harry nodded again, suddenly uncertain. Wasn't it true? For a long moment, Narcissa was silent, her face unreadable. Then she set aside the healing supplies and sat beside him on the bed. No, Harry, it wasn't true, she said quietly. Your parents, Lily and James Potter, were murdered. By a dark wizard, the most feared wizard of our time. He came to your home when you were just a baby. He killed your parents, and then he tried to kill you. Harry's heart pounded. Tried to? What happened? No one knows exactly, Narcissa said. But somehow, his curse rebounded. Instead of killing you, it left only that scar on your forehead and destroyed him instead. You're famous in our world, Harry. The boy who lived, they call you. The only person ever to survive the killing curse. Harry touched his scar, feeling as if the ground had dropped away beneath him. Famous? Me? The idea was so absurd he almost laughed. But I'm nobody. Just Harry. Freaky Harry who lives in a cupboard and wears his cousin's old clothes. Narcissa's expression darkened. A cupboard? Under the stairs, Harry clarified. That's where I sleep. Something dangerous flickered in Narcissa's eyes. I see, she said again, her voice glacial. She rose and moved to a wardrobe, extracting what appeared to be a child-sized set of pajamas. These will be too large, but they'll do for tonight, she said, handing them to Harry. There's a bathroom through that door. Clean yourself up, change, and then you need to rest. Harry took the pajamas, they were made of the same silky material as Draco's, and headed toward the indicated door. He paused with his hand on the knob. Mrs. Malfoy? Yes, Harry. Thank you. The words felt inadequate for what she had done, saving him, healing him, telling him the truth about his parents. About himself. Narcissa's expression softened almost imperceptibly. You're welcome, Harry Potter. We'll talk more in the morning. In the bathroom, Harry stared at his reflection in a mirror larger than any he'd ever seen. The boy who stared back was thin to the point of being scrawny, with untamable black hair and bright green eyes behind broken glasses. Bruises marked his jaw where Uncle Vernon had struck him, though they were already turning yellow-green from whatever Narcissa had applied. I'm a wizard, he whispered to his reflection, testing the words. They sounded ridiculous, and yet. He thought of all the unexplainable things that had happened around him over the years. His hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia had sheared it off. Finding himself suddenly on the school roof while running from Dudley's gang. The vanishing glass at the zoo. Magic. It had been magic all along. Harry washed away the remaining blood and dirt, marveling at the healed skin of his knee and hands. The pajamas, as predicted, hung on his thin frame like a tent, but they were the softest thing he'd ever worn. When he emerged from the bathroom, Narcissa was still there, sitting in a chair by the fire. She held a small vial of purple liquid. Dreamless sleep, she explained, offering it to him. Just a small dose, to ensure you rest properly. Harry hesitated. Should he trust a strange potion from a woman he'd met mere hours ago? But then, if she'd wanted to harm him, she'd had ample opportunity already. He accepted the vial and swallowed its contents. It tasted of lavender and something deeper, earthier. Into bed now, Narcissa instructed, pulling back the covers. Harry climbed in, sinking into a mattress so comfortable it felt like floating on a cloud. Narcissa drew the covers up to his chin, an oddly maternal gesture that made his chest ache with longing for something he'd never known. Mrs. Malfoy, he murmured, already feeling the potion's effects pulling him toward sleep. What happens tomorrow? Will I have to go back to the Dursleys? A shadow crossed Narcissa's face. No, she said firmly. You will not be returning to those people. But where will I go? Harry fought to keep his eyes open. Narcissa hesitated, something complicated playing across her features. We'll figure that out tomorrow, she said eventually. For now, just rest. As Harry drifted into a dreamless sleep, his last conscious thought was that for the first time in his life, an adult had promised to protect him, and he believed her. Narcissa Malfoy stood at the window of her private sitting room, gazing out at the rain-soaked gardens of Malfoy Manor. Behind her, the fire crackled in the grate, casting her shadow long across the floor. In her hand, she held a glass of elf-made wine that she had barely touched. Harry Potter. In her home. Sleeping in her guest chamber. The ramifications of what she had done tonight were just beginning to sink in. If the Dark Lord's followers knew, if Lucius knew, the consequences would be severe. The boy who lived was a symbol of the Dark Lord's downfall, a beacon of hope for those who had opposed him. To harbor him was treason of the highest order in the eyes of those who still secretly maintained their loyalty to a master long thought destroyed. And yet, when she had seen him there, a small, bleeding child with Lily Evans' eyes and a face that was unmistakably James Potter's, something had shifted inside her. Not pity, exactly. Narcissa Malfoy was not a woman given to sentimentality. But recognition, perhaps. And something deeper, more primal. The boy had been abused. Starved. Kept in a cupboard, for Salazar's sake. By muggles who should have protected him. It was unconscionable. The sound of the door opening interrupted her thoughts. She didn't turn, already knowing from the distinctive tread who had entered. "You're up late, Narcissa." Lucius Malfoy crossed the room to stand beside his wife, his silver-headed cane tapping lightly against the hardwood floor. He too gazed out at the rain, his pale face reflected in the darkened glass. "How was your meeting?" Narcissa asked, her voice neutral. "Productive." Lucius smiled thinly. "Fudge is coming around on the Muggle Registration Act. A few more donations to the right causes, and I believe we'll have the votes we need." Narcissa sipped her wine. Lucius studied her profile. "Something's troubling you." It wasn't a question. After 15 years of marriage, Lucius could read her moods as easily as she could his. "I encountered something unexpected in Diagon Alley tonight," she said carefully. Lucius raised an eyebrow. "Oh. A child. Injured. Being pursued by one of those hags from Nocturne Alley. And this concerns us because..." Lucius drawled, clearly uninterested in the plight of random children. Narcissa turned to face him fully. "Because the child was Harry Potter." The change in Lucius was immediate. His body tensed, gray eyes narrowing to slits. "Potter? Impossible. The boy is hidden away, protected by Dumbledore's people." "Apparently not well enough," Narcissa replied. "He was alone, bleeding, dressed in Muggle rags. He had no idea who he was, Lucius. No knowledge of magic, of his parents, of anything." "Where is he now?" Lucius demanded. Narcissa lifted her chin slightly. "Here. In the blue guest room." For a moment, Lucius simply stared at her, as if waiting for her to reveal the joke. When she didn't, his face darkened with anger. "You brought Potter here? To our home?" His voice was dangerously soft. "Have you lost your mind, Narcissa? He's a child, Lucius. 9 years old and being raised by muggles who abuse him. And that is our concern. Why, exactly?" Lucius's knuckles whitened around his cane. "Do you have any idea what you've done? If the others learned of this, the others are scattered and in hiding," Narcissa cut in. "The Dark Lord is gone." Lucius stepped closer, his face inches from hers. "Is he? Are you willing to bet our lives, our son's life, on that?" Narcissa didn't flinch. "What would you have had me do? Leave him there to be butchered by that hag? Return him to muggles who keep him in a cupboard? Hand him over to the ministry to be used as a pawn in their political games?" "Yes." Lucius hissed. "Any of those options would have been preferable to bringing him here. Potter is dangerous to us, Narcissa. Everything we've built since the war, our reputation, our standing, our safety, all of it is jeopardized by his presence under our roof. He's a child, Narcissa repeated, her voice hardening. A magical child being abused by muggles. Would you have me ignore that? Have we fallen so far, Lucius? Lucius ran a hand through his long blonde hair, a rare gesture of frustration. This isn't about moral principles. This is about survival. Perhaps it's about both, Narcissa countered. She set down her wineglass and faced her husband squarely. The boy is here, Lucius. He's staying until I determine a safe place for him. And if I disagree? The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Though Narcissa had never openly defied her husband before, Lucius was under no illusions about who truly ruled Malfoy Manor when it came to matters of hearth and home. Then you disagree, she said simply. But Harry Potter remains under my protection. They stared at each other, years of unspoken tensions rising to the surface. Finally, Lucius looked away. You're playing a dangerous game, Narcissa, he said quietly. I hope you know what you're doing. I'm protecting a child, she replied. Something that should have been done years ago. Lucius moved toward the door, pausing with his hand on the knob. I won't harm the boy, he said, his back to her. But I won't protect him either. When the time comes, and it will come, Narcissa, you'll have to choose. Our family, or Potter. The door closed behind him with a decisive click. Narcissa turned back to the window, her reflection pale but resolute. Perhaps, she murmured to the empty room, I'll find a way to choose both. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through tall windows and the disorienting sensation of being in a bed far too comfortable to be his cot in the cupboard. For a moment, he lay still, blinking at an ornately painted ceiling, trying to remember where he was and how he had gotten there. The memories came rushing back in a flood, Uncle Vernon's rage, his desperate flight, the mysterious transportation to the strange alley, the witch who had tried to hurt him, and finally, Narcissa Malfoy. Magic. Wizards. His parents murdered, not killed in a car crash. Himself, somehow famous for surviving. It was too much to process. Part of him wondered if it had all been an elaborate dream, but the silken pajamas he wore and the healed skin of his previously injured knee told him otherwise. A soft pop startled him. The house elf, Dobby, had appeared at the foot of his bed. Good morning, Harry Potter, sir. The creature squeaked, executing a bow so low his long nose nearly touched the floor. Dobby has brought breakfast and clothes for the young master. Harry sat up, eyeing the tray Dobby had placed on the bedside table. It contained more food than the Dursleys would have given him in 3 days: eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, a bowl of fruit, and a glass of something orange that wasn't quite orange juice. Thank you, Dobby, Harry said, unsure of the proper etiquette for addressing house elves. But I'm not a master. Just Harry. Dobby's huge eyes widened further. Just Harry? Oh no, sir is too modest. Harry Potter is a great wizard. The defeater of he who must not be named. Dobby has heard the stories. Harry shifted uncomfortably. I don't remember any of that. And I only found out I was a wizard last night. Dobby looked scandalized. Harry Potter didn't know. Didn't know his own story. The story every wizarding child hears at bedtime. No, Harry admitted, reaching for a piece of toast. Mrs. Malfoy told me a little, but it's all new to me. The elf wrung his hands anxiously. Dobby should not speak of such things. Mistress said to bring breakfast and clothes, not to bother the young mast, not to bother Harry Potter. You're not bothering me, Harry assured him, taking a bite of the toast. It was delicious, warm and buttery with a hint of something sweet. I'd like to know more, actually. Dobby shook his head, ears flapping. Not Dobby's place, sir. But mistress will see you when you've eaten. He gestured to a set of clothes laid out at the foot of the bed, dark trousers, a green button-up shirt, and a set of robes similar to what Harry had seen people wearing in Diagon Alley. These were young Master Dracos. They might be a bit large. That's okay, Harry said quickly. I'm used to it. Dobby nodded, though he looked troubled. Ring the bell when you're ready, sir, and Dobby will take you to Mistress. He pointed to a silken rope hanging beside the bed, then disappeared with another pop. Harry ate slowly, savoring every bite. The orange drink turned out to be pumpkin juice, strange but pleasant. As he ate, he tried to organize his thoughts, to prepare for whatever came next. Narcissa had said he wouldn't go back to the Dursleys, which was a relief beyond measure. But where would he go? And why had she helped him in the first place? After finishing his meal, he dressed in the borrowed clothes. As predicted, they were too large, but they were still the nicest things he'd ever worn. The robe felt strange over his regular clothes, but when he looked in the mirror, he had to admit it gave him a proper wizardly appearance. Harry pulled the bell rope, and Dobby reappeared instantly. "This way, Harry Potter, sir," the elf said, leading him from the room. In daylight, Malfoy Manor was even more impressive than it had seemed the night before. They passed through corridors lined with portraits, many of whom called out greetings or whispered excitedly as Harry passed, and down a grand staircase that seemed to shift subtly as they descended. "The house is changing," Harry remarked, watching in fascination as a doorway appeared in what had been solid wall moments before. "Yes, sir," Dobby confirmed. "The manor has stood for 7 centuries. It has many secrets, many magics." They arrived at a set of double doors carved with an intricate pattern of serpents. Dobby knocked, and a cool voice from within called, "Enter." The room beyond was a study, its walls lined with bookshelves. Narcissa Malfoy sat at a desk of dark wood, writing with what appeared to be a quill. She looked up as they entered, setting aside her work. "Thank you, Dobby. That will be all." The elf bowed and vanished. "Good morning, Harry," Narcissa said, rising from her desk. "I trust you slept well." Harry nodded. "Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the clothes and breakfast." "You're welcome." She gestured to a pair of armchairs positioned near a small fireplace. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss." Harry perched on the edge of the indicated chair, trying not to be overwhelmed by the opulence surrounding him. In daylight, Narcissa Malfoy was even more striking, tall and slender, her blonde hair pulled back in an elegant chignon, her robes a deep blue that matched her eyes. "I imagine you have questions," she said, taking the seat opposite him. "Hundreds," Harry admitted. "But I don't know where to start." "Perhaps I can start for you," Narcissa offered. "As I explained last night, you are a wizard, Harry. Born to a witch and wizard, Lily and James Potter. When you were 15 months old, the Dark Lord, a powerful dark wizard who had been terrorizing our world, came to your home. He killed your parents and attempted to kill you as well. But somehow, his curse rebounded, leaving you with only that scar and apparently destroying him instead." "But why?" Harry asked. "Why did he want to kill my parents? Why me?" Narcissa's expression became guarded. The Potters were opposed to the Dark Lord's cause. They fought against him, alongside Dumbledore and others. "Dumbledore?" "Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where you'll attend when you turn 11. He led the resistance against the Dark Lord during the war." "There was a war." Harry was struggling to keep up. "And my parents were fighters in it?" "Yes," Narcissa said simply. "As were many of our generation." "Including you?" Harry asked, suddenly curious about which side his rescuer had been on. Narcissa's face became very still. "My associations during that time are complicated," she said carefully. "But you should know, Harry, that many of those who followed the Dark Lord still move freely in our society. Some, like my husband, claimed to have been under magical control and were never punished. Others were imprisoned. But many simply denied their involvement and continued with their lives." Harry frowned, processing this. So, some of the people who supported the wizard who killed my parents, they're still out there. They might want to hurt me too. That is a possibility we must consider, Narcissa acknowledged. Which is why I've taken certain precautions since bringing you here last night. What kind of precautions? I've placed additional protective wards around the manor. I've also contacted someone who can help us determine the best course of action for your future safety. Who? Harry asked, both curious and apprehensive. Before Narcissa could answer, the study door opened. A tall, thin man with sallow skin, a hooked nose, and shoulder-length black hair entered. He was dressed entirely in black, his robes billowing behind him as he moved. His dark eyes fixed immediately on Harry, and something unreadable flickered across his face. "Ah, Severus," Narcissa said, rising. "Thank you for coming so promptly." "Your letter suggested urgency," the man, Severus, replied, his voice low and silky. "Though you neglected to mention certain details." His gaze hadn't left Harry, who found himself shrinking back slightly in his chair. There was something in those black eyes, recognition, certainly, but also something deeper. Something almost like pain. "Harry," Narcissa said, "this is Severus Snape. Professor of potions at Hogwarts, and an old friend." "Severus, I believe you recognize Harry Potter." "Indeed," Snape said dryly. "The resemblance to his father is unfortunate." Harry blinked at the unexpected hostility. "You knew my father?" "We were at Hogwarts together," Snape said curtly. "Though we were not friends." An awkward silence fell. Narcissa broke it, addressing Snape. "I found him in Diagon Alley last night. Injured, pursued by a hag from Nocturne, dressed in muggle rags. He had no knowledge of magic, Severus." "None." Snape's eyebrows rose. "None. Impossible." Dumbledore assured the Order he was being watched over. "Well, his watchers did a remarkably poor job," Narcissa said coldly. "The boy was living in a cupboard, Severus. A cupboard under the stairs. Being raised by muggles who beat him and told him his parents died in a car crash." Snape's face darkened. "A car crash," he repeated, echoing Narcissa's own reaction from the previous night. "That's what my aunt and uncle told me," Harry confirmed. "They said magic wasn't real. That I was a freak for doing strange things." Something dangerous flashed in Snape's eyes. "Petunia," he muttered. "I might have known." "You know my aunt?" Harry asked, surprised. "Unfortunately, yes," Snape replied. "She is not fond of our kind." "That's putting it mildly," Harry said before he could stop himself. The corner of Snape's mouth twitched in what might almost have been a smile. "Indeed." Narcissa watched this exchange with interest. "You see the problem, Severus. The boy cannot return to those muggles. But his sudden appearance in our home presents complications. Lucius is not pleased," Snape deduced. "Lucius understands my position," Narcissa said, in a tone that suggested this wasn't entirely true. "But there are others who would be less understanding if they learned Harry Potter was here." Snape began to pace, his robes swirling around him. "Dumbledore must be informed. He placed the boy with those muggles for a reason." "A poor reason, evidently," Narcissa retorted. "I won't send him back to abuse, Severus. Not even for Dumbledore." "I didn't suggest you should," Snape snapped. "Merely that the headmaster must be part of this discussion." Harry looked between them, feeling increasingly like a quaffle in a game whose rules he didn't understand. "Don't I get a say?" he asked quietly. Both adults turned to him, seeming almost surprised to be reminded of his presence. "Of course you do, Harry," Narcissa said, her tone gentler than it had been with Snape. "What would you like?" Harry took a deep breath. "I don't want to go back to the Dursleys," he said firmly. "Ever. But I don't want to cause problems for you either, Mrs. Malfoy." You've already done so much for me. You are not causing problems, Narcissa assured him. The situation is complex, but not of your making. Perhaps, Snape interjected, we should focus on immediate practicalities. Potter needs proper clothes, basic magical education to prepare him for Hogwarts, and a more permanent living situation than hiding in Malfoy Manor can provide. Narcissa nodded. I've already contacted Twilfit and Tattings for a private fitting this afternoon. As for education, I had thought perhaps private tutoring here at the manor, alongside Draco. Snape's expression suggested he found this idea dubious. And how does Draco feel about sharing his tutors with Potter? Draco will adapt, Narcissa said firmly. And Lucius? As I said, my husband understands my position, Narcissa repeated, though her tone had hardened. Snape studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. I will speak with Dumbledore, discreetly, and determine what options might exist for Potter's future placement. In the meantime, he can remain here under your protection. Thank you, Severus. Narcissa's relief was evident. Snape turned his penetrating gaze back to Harry. Potter, regardless of where you ultimately reside, I suggest you use this unexpected opportunity to prepare yourself for entry into the wizarding world. You have much to learn before Hogwarts. Harry nodded earnestly. Yes, sir. I want to learn everything. Something that might have been approval flickered briefly in Snape's dark eyes. We shall see, he said enigmatically. To Narcissa, he added, I'll return this evening with news from Dumbledore. With a nod to them both, he swept from the room, robes billowing dramatically behind him. Is he always like that? Harry asked once the door had closed. A small smile touched Narcissa's lips. Severus has his own unique manner. But he is trustworthy, and that is what matters now. He seemed to really dislike my dad, Harry observed. They had a complicated relationship at school, Narcissa said diplomatically. But Severus was close friends with your mother. He was. Harry perked up. Could he tell me about her? Perhaps. Though Severus guards his memories jealously. Narcissa rose. Come, Harry. We have a busy day ahead. Clothes first, then I think a proper introduction to the wizarding world is in order. As they left the study, Harry's mind whirled with all he had learned. Magic was real. His parents had been fighters in a magical war. He was famous, though he still didn't understand why. And somehow, against all odds, he had found himself under the protection of Narcissa Malfoy, a woman who, by her own admission, had complicated associations with the dark wizard who had murdered his parents. It should have been terrifying. Instead, as they walked through the grand corridors of Malfoy Manor, Harry felt something he had rarely experienced before, hope. Draco Malfoy was not having a good morning. First, he'd been banished to his room by his own mother, over some ragged muggle-dressed stranger, no less. Then, he'd been informed at breakfast that his usual morning flying practice was cancelled because, we have a guest who requires attention. And now, to top it all off, he'd been summoned to the manor's formal sitting room, where he found his mother and that same scruffy boy from last night. Except the boy wasn't quite so scruffy anymore. He was wearing Draco's own clothes, last season's, but still, and sitting in Draco's favorite armchair, looking around with wide green eyes like he'd never seen proper wizarding furnishings before. Ah, Draco, his mother said, looking up as he entered. Come in. I'd like to properly introduce you to our guest. Draco approached reluctantly, maintaining what he considered a dignified posture. The boy stood as he neared, and Draco was pleased to note that he was at least 2 inches taller. Draco, this is Harry Potter. Harry, my son, Draco Malfoy. Draco's jaw dropped. Potter? Harry Potter, he repeated incredulously. But that's impossible. I assure you, it's not, his mother said dryly. Draco stared at the boy's forehead, and sure enough, beneath the messy black hair, he could just make out the edge of a lightning-shaped scar. But he's supposed to be hidden away somewhere. Protected by powerful magic. Father said, "Your father and I have discussed the situation," his mother cut in smoothly. "Harry will be staying with us for a while." Staying? Here? Draco couldn't believe what he was hearing. His father had told him stories about Harry Potter, the baby who had somehow defeated the Dark Lord, the boy whose very name represented the downfall of everything purebloods like the Malfoys had fought for. And now he was standing in their sitting room, wearing Draco's clothes. "Hello," Harry said, offering his hand with a hesitant smile. "Sorry about the hair gel comment last night. I was in a bit of pain." Draco stared at the outstretched hand, momentarily at a loss. Proper pureblood etiquette dictated that he accept the greeting, but this was Harry Potter. His father would. But his mother was watching, her blue eyes cool and expectant. Slowly, Draco took Harry's hand and shook it once, briefly. "I suppose I can forgive you," he said magnanimously. "You couldn't have known you were speaking to a Malfoy." Harry's smile widened slightly. "No, I didn't know much of anything last night." "Still don't, really." This caught Draco's attention. "What do you mean?" "Everyone knows who Harry Potter is." "I didn't," Harry said simply. "Not until your mother told me. I didn't know about magic at all until yesterday." Draco gaped at him. "That's ridiculous. You're the boy who lived. You defeated the Dark Lord." Harry shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "So people keep saying. But I was a baby. I don't remember any of it." Draco was torn between disbelief, indignation, and a strange, growing curiosity. Harry Potter, the Harry Potter, didn't know he was famous? Didn't know about magic? What kind of bizarre upbringing had he had? Harry was raised by Muggles, his mother explained, as if reading his thoughts. His mother's sister and her husband. They neglected to inform him of his heritage. Muggles? Draco repeated, aghast. He'd been taught from infancy that Muggles were inferior beings, dangerous to wizard kind, crude and brutish in their lack of magic. But that's awful. Yes, his mother agreed, surprising Draco with her vehemence. It was. They weren't very nice, Harry added quietly. Your mum found me after I ran away from them. Draco looked at Harry with new interest. He'd run away from Muggles. Perhaps he wasn't entirely hopeless after all. Well, you're better off here, obviously, Draco declared. Even if you don't know anything about being a proper wizard yet. That's where you come in, Draco, his mother said. Me? Draco blinked. Yes. Harry needs to learn about our world. Who better to teach him than a boy his own age? I expect you to help him understand our customs, our history, and what it means to be a wizard. Draco straightened, puffing out his chest slightly at the responsibility. Of course, mother. I am a Malfoy, after all. If anyone can teach Potter how to be a proper wizard, it's me. His mother's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. Indeed. Perhaps you could start by showing Harry the grounds. The tailor won't arrive until this afternoon. Draco hesitated. On one hand, the idea of spending the morning with Harry Potter, the actual Harry Potter, was strangely thrilling. On the other hand, Potter was clearly ignorant, raised by Muggles, and wearing his clothes. But his curiosity won out. All right, he agreed. Come on, Potter. I'll show you what a proper wizarding estate looks like. The grounds of Malfoy Manor were like something from a dream, sprawling gardens, fountains that sprayed water in impossible patterns, albino peacocks strutting across manicured lawns. Harry followed Draco through it all, trying not to gawk too obviously. And over there is the Quidditch pitch, Draco was saying, pointing to a field with tall hoops at either end. Father had it built for me when I turned 7. I'm going to be on the Slytherin team at Hogwarts, of course. Quidditch? Harry asked, adding it to his growing mental list of things to learn about. Draco stopped walking and stared at him. You don't know what Quidditch is? The greatest wizarding sport of all time. Harry shook his head. Sorry. Muggle raised, remember? It's played on broomsticks, Draco explained, warming to his subject. 7 players on each team, 3 chasers who try to score with the quaffle, a keeper who guards the hoops, 2 beaters who hit bludgers at the opposing team, and a seeker who catches the golden snitch to end the game. Harry tried to imagine it, people flying through the air on broomsticks, hitting balls and scoring through hoops. It sounded both terrifying and exhilarating. Can you fly? He asked Draco. The blonde boy smirked. Of course. I'm excellent. Father says I'm a natural. Could you show me? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Draco seemed surprised by the request, but pleased. I suppose I could. Wait here. He disappeared into a small shed near the pitch and emerged moments later carrying 2 broomsticks. He handed one to Harry. This is a Comet 260, he explained. It's just a practice broom, not as good as my clean sweep, but decent enough for a beginner. Harry took the broom reverently. It was beautifully crafted, the handle gleaming with polish, the bristles perfectly aligned. It's brilliant, he breathed. You think that's brilliant, you should see my father's racing broom, Draco scoffed, though he looked pleased by Harry's reaction. Now, watch carefully. This is how you mount. Harry watched as Draco straddled his broom, gripping the handle with both hands. You grip it firmly, but not too tight, Draco instructed. Then you kick off from the ground, gently at first. To Harry's amazement, Draco rose smoothly into the air, hovering about 3 feet off the ground. Your turn, Draco called. And try not to fall off. Mother would be most displeased if I returned you damaged. Harry mimicked Draco's position, feeling slightly foolish. But as he kicked off, a remarkable thing happened, the broom rose, taking him with it. A sensation of weightlessness filled him, accompanied by a surge of pure joy. I'm flying, he exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. Draco rolled his eyes, but he was smiling. Barely. Now try moving forward. Just lean slightly in the direction you want to go. Harry leaned forward, and the broom responded instantly, gliding ahead. It was the most natural feeling in the world, as if he'd been born to do this. He experimented with turning, with rising higher and dipping lower, each movement coming more easily than the last. Not bad for a Muggle-raised wizard, Draco admitted, flying alongside him. Want to try going higher? Without waiting for an answer, Draco soared upward. Harry followed, his stomach lurching pleasantly as the ground fell away beneath them. Soon they were level with the topmost branches of the trees that bordered the manor grounds. This is amazing. Harry called over the rush of wind. Draco executed a neat loop around him. Race you to that big oak and back, he challenged, already shooting forward. Harry bent low over his broom and gave chase. The wind whipped through his hair, the world blurred around him, and for the first time in his life, he felt completely, unreservedly free. He was catching up to Draco, the distance between them narrowing. The other boy glanced back in surprise, then accelerated. They reached the oak almost simultaneously, banking sharply to turn back toward their starting point. Harry was laughing out loud now, the pure joy of flight overtaking him. Draco too was grinning, his earlier reserve forgotten in the thrill of competition. They were neck and neck as they approached the finish, neither willing to yield. Draco Malfoy. What do you think you're doing? The furious voice from below startled them both. Harry looked down to see Narcissa standing on the lawn, her face upturned and her expression thunderous. Oh, Draco muttered, immediately beginning to descend. Harry followed suit, his earlier elation giving way to apprehension. Had they broken some rule? Was flying forbidden? As they touched down, Narcissa strode toward them, her blue eyes flashing. Explain yourself, she demanded of Draco. I specifically told you to show Harry the grounds, not to put him on a broomstick 50 feet in the air. Draco had the grace to look abashed. He wanted to see flying, he mumbled. And he's quite good at it, actually. Narcissa turned to Harry, her expression softening slightly. Are you all right? You weren't frightened? No, ma'am, Harry assured her quickly. It was brilliant. I've never felt anything like it. Something like surprise crossed Narcissa's face. You enjoyed it? Flying for the first time? It didn't feel like the first time, Harry admitted. It felt natural. Like I already knew how. Narcissa and Draco exchanged a look. Your father was an exceptional flyer, Narcissa said after a moment. He played Seeker for Gryffindor. It seems you may have inherited his talent. Really? Harry felt a surge of pleasure at this connection to his father. He played Quidditch. One of the best Seekers Hogwarts had seen in years, Narcissa confirmed. Though as a Slytherin, I was hardly cheering for him. Slytherin? Gryffindor? Harry asked, adding yet more terms to his mental list. The houses at Hogwarts, Draco explained. There are 4, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor. Slytherin's the best, of course. All Malfoys have been Slytherins for centuries. And the Potters have traditionally been in Gryffindor, Narcissa added. Though the Sorting Hat takes personal choice into account as well. Sorting Hat? Harry was beginning to feel overwhelmed by the constant stream of new information. It's a magical artifact that determines which house best suits each student, Narcissa explained. She glanced at the sky, noting the position of the sun. But that's a discussion for another time. The tailor will be arriving soon, and you both need to clean up after your adventures. She gestured at their windswept hair and flushed faces. Draco immediately tried to smooth his blonde locks back into place, looking chagrined. Sorry, Mother, he said. We got carried away. So I saw. Narcissa's expression was stern, but Harry thought he detected a hint of amusement in her eyes. Take the brooms back to the shed, then come inside. And Draco, next time, perhaps start with the basics of flight before racing across the estate. Yes, Mother, Draco agreed, looking suitably chastened. As Narcissa walked back toward the manor, Draco turned to Harry with a conspiratorial grin. Worth it, though, wasn't it? Harry grinned back. Definitely. For a moment, they shared the simple camaraderie of boys who had gotten into trouble together and found it entirely worthwhile. Then Draco seemed to remember who he was, and who Harry was, and his expression became more guarded. Come on, he said, taking Harry's broom. Let's get these put away before Mother sends a house elf after us. As they walked to the broom shed, Harry reflected on the strange turn his life had taken. 24 hours ago, he'd been locked in his cupboard, hungry and afraid. Now he was flying on broomsticks, learning about magic, and staying in a mansion with a family whose loyalties, according to what little he'd gathered, were complicated at best. It was all rather overwhelming. But as he watched Draco carefully storing the brooms, explaining the proper maintenance rituals for the different models, Harry realized something surprising. Despite the strangeness, despite the lingering questions about his parents' deaths and his own survival, for the first time in his life, he felt like he might be exactly where he belonged. The tailor from Twilfit and Tattings arrived precisely at 2 o'clock, operating directly into the manor's receiving room with multiple trunks floating behind him. He was a thin, elegant man with silver-streaked hair and measuring tapes draped around his neck like bizarre jewelry. Madame Malfoy, he greeted Narcissa with a deep bow. Always an honor. And this must be the young gentleman requiring a complete wardrobe? Harry stood awkwardly as the tailor circled him, eyeing him with professional assessment. Yes, Mr. Twilfit, Narcissa confirmed. Mr. Potter needs everything, day robes, formal robes, casual wear, sleep wear, undergarments, shoes, cloaks, and accessories. At the name, Potter, the tailor's eyes widened, darting to Harry's forehead. Harry resisted the urge to flatten his hair over his scar. "I see," Mr. Twilfit said, recovering his composure. "A most distinguished client. I shall ensure everything is of the highest quality." What followed was the most exhaustive clothing experience of Harry's life. He was measured in ways he hadn't realized measurement was possible: the span between his shoulder blades, the circumference of his wrists, even the length of his eyelashes, for proper hat fitting, young sir. Fabric samples were presented, colors were discussed, styles were debated. Narcissa guided the process with practiced ease, dismissing certain suggestions: "No, the cerulean makes him look washed out," and approving others: "The emerald brings out his eyes beautifully." Harry stood through it all in growing amazement. He'd never owned new clothes before, let alone had them made specifically for him. And the fabrics. Silks that shifted colors as they moved, wools that adjusted to the perfect temperature, cotton softer than anything he'd ever felt. "We'll need the basics ready by tomorrow," Narcissa was instructing. "The rest can follow within the week." "Of course, madam," the tailor agreed, his quill scribbling furiously on a floating parchment. "We'll have 2 sets of day robes, casual wear, sleepwear, and undergarments delivered by breakfast. The formal wear will take longer. The Hungarian horntail hide for the dress boots must be properly cured." "Dragon hide?" Harry couldn't help but exclaim. "For boots?" Both adults looked at him with amusement. "Only for the finest dress boots," the tailor explained. "Resistant to most potion spills, impervious to common hexes, and they'll last a lifetime with proper care." "But, dragons are real?" Harry asked, his mind reeling. "Of course they're real," came Draco's voice from the doorway. He'd been watching the fitting with barely concealed impatience. "What did you think, they were made up?" "Well, yes," Harry admitted. "In the Muggle world, dragons are just stories." Mr. Twilfit looked horrified at the very idea. "Just stories. Next you'll be saying unicorns aren't real." "Unicorns are real too?" Harry asked, his eyes widening. "This is painful to witness," Draco declared, entering the room fully. "Mother, how much longer will this take? I wanted to show Potter the library before dinner." "Patience, Draco," Narcissa chided. "Proper attire is essential. But I believe we're nearly finished here." She turned to the tailor. "The final selections are made. You have our measurements and preferences. We'll expect the first delivery tomorrow." Mr. Twilfit bowed again. "It shall be as you say, madam. A pleasure as always." To Harry, he added, "An honor to serve you, Mr. Potter. I shall create a wardrobe worthy of your station." With a wave of his wand, the trunks repacked themselves, the fabric samples folded neatly away, and the measuring tapes returned to their places. Another wave, and everything shrunk to the size of a tea set, which the tailor tucked into his pocket before disapparating with a crack. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That was intense. "Twilfit is the best," Narcissa said simply. "And you needed everything." "Thank you," Harry said, feeling the words were inadequate for the generosity she'd shown. "I've never had. I mean, I don't know how I'll repay you." Narcissa waved a hand dismissively. "There's no need. The Potter vaults at Gringotts can easily cover such expenses when you come of age. For now, consider it a loan." "Potter vaults?" Harry echoed. "You mean, I have money?" "Of course you have money," Draco said, as if this should be obvious. "The Potters are an old family. Not as old as the Malfoys, of course, but still one of the Sacred 28. Sacred 28. Harry added another term to his growing list. "The 28 truly pureblood families in Britain," Draco explained. "Though the Potters fell off when your father married a Muggleborn." Harry frowned. "Muggleborn? You mean my mother?" A fleeting expression of discomfort crossed Narcissa's face. "Yes. Lily Evans was Muggleborn, but which born to non-magical parents. It's a point of contention in some circles. You mean some people think that's bad? Harry asked, a note of defensiveness entering his voice. Blood purity is a complex topic in wizarding society, Narcissa said carefully. One that has caused divisions. But perhaps that's a discussion better saved for when you have a more thorough understanding of our world. Harry wasn't satisfied with this answer, but he recognized the gentle deflection for what it was. There was clearly history here, complicated, potentially ugly history that somehow related to his parents' deaths and his own survival. Come on, Potter, Draco said, breaking the suddenly tense atmosphere. I'll show you the library. You can learn about pure-blood history from actual books, not just gossip. Harry glanced at Narcissa, who nodded her permission. Go ahead. I have correspondence to attend to. Dinner will be at 7. As they left the room, Harry heard the distinctive pop of a house elf operating in behind them. He caught Narcissa's quiet instruction, tell Lucius the first need to speak with him. It's urgent. The Malfoy library was unlike any library Harry had ever seen, not that he'd spent much time in libraries, with Dudley's gang always ready to pounce on him for showing interest in books. This one was 3 stories tall, with rolling ladders to reach the highest shelves, cozy reading nooks with velvet cushions, and what appeared to be a detailed celestial map painted on the domed ceiling. This is incredible, Harry breathed, turning in a slow circle to take it all in. Draco shrugged, clearly used to such grandeur. It's decent. Not as large as the one at our villa in France, but it has a better collection of rare manuscripts. Harry approached the nearest shelf, running his fingers lightly over the spines of ancient-looking tomes. The titles were fascinating: Advanced Potion Making, Defensive Magical Theory, Nature's Nobility, A Wizarding Genealogy. Don't touch that one, Draco warned as Harry reached for a book bound in what looked like black scales. It bites anyone who isn't a Malfoy by blood. Harry hastily withdrew his hand. Books that bite? Is that normal? Some books have protective enchantments, Draco explained, taking a seat in one of the comfortable armchairs. Others have useful features, updating themselves with new information, or showing different content depending on what you need to know. Harry joined him, sitting in the adjacent chair. It's all so magical, he said, immediately feeling foolish for stating the obvious. But Draco didn't mock him. Instead, he looked thoughtful. I can't imagine not knowing about any of this, he said. Not knowing you're a wizard. It must be strange. It is, Harry admitted. Like finding out there's been this whole other world running alongside the one I knew, and I was meant to be part of it all along. You were, Draco said firmly. Potter is an old name, even if your father did marry a mud. He stopped abruptly, glancing toward the door as if checking they were alone. A Muggle-born, he corrected himself. Harry frowned. Were you about to say something else? Draco had the grace to look slightly abashed. It doesn't matter. It seemed like it mattered, Harry pressed. Was it something insulting about my mother? Look, Potter, Draco said, shifting uncomfortably. There are things about the wizarding world you don't understand yet. Different beliefs about blood status and who should be allowed to learn magic. And you believe what? That my mother shouldn't have been allowed to be a witch because her parents were muggles. Harry felt his temper rising. He might have known very little about Lily Potter, but she was his mother, and he wasn't about to let anyone insult her memory. I didn't say that, Draco protested. It's complicated. My father says, your father who apparently was on the same side as the wizard who murdered my parents. Harry interrupted, pieces from earlier conversations suddenly clicking into place. Your mother said some people claimed to be under magical control to avoid punishment. Was your father one of them? Draco's face flushed angrily. Don't talk about my father like that. You don't know anything about it. Then explain it to me, Harry challenged. You're supposed to be teaching me about the wizarding world, right? So explain why some wizards think they're better than others just because of who their parents were. For a moment, Draco looked like he might storm out. Then, surprisingly, his expression became thoughtful. "It's not just about parents," he said slowly. "It's about tradition. About preserving our ways. Muggleborns come into our world knowing nothing about our customs, our history. They want to change things, make them more like the Muggle world. Maybe some things need changing," Harry suggested. Draco looked scandalized. "That's exactly what I'm talking about. You've been here one day, and already you think you know better than families who've been practicing magic for 1,000 years. "I didn't say I know better," Harry clarified. "I just think maybe both sides could learn from each other. Isn't that why your mother brought me here? So I could learn about your world, and maybe you could learn something about mine." Draco opened his mouth to retort, then closed it again, considering. "I suppose," he admitted grudgingly. "Though what I could possibly learn from Muggles, I have no idea." Despite himself, Harry grinned. "Well, for starters, you could learn that hair gel went out of style years ago." For a second, Draco looked outraged. Then, unexpectedly, he snorted with laughter. "You're insufferable, Potter." "So I've been told," Harry replied, relieved that the tension had broken. "By experts in insufferability, I might add." This earned another laugh from Draco. "Fine. I won't insult your mother if you don't insult my father. Deal?" Harry considered this. It wasn't perfect, but it was a start. "Deal," he agreed. "For now, anyway." Draco stood and moved to one of the shelves, selecting a book. "Here," he said, handing it to Harry. "This is probably a good place to start. Hogwarts, a history. It'll tell you about the school we'll be attending in 2 years." Harry took the book, feeling its comfortable weight in his hands. "Thanks." Draco selected another volume for himself, and they settled into a surprisingly companionable silence, broken only by the occasional question from Harry or explanation from Draco. It wasn't friendship, exactly, there was too much unspoken between them, too many potential landmines in their differing backgrounds and beliefs. But it was something. A beginning. As the afternoon light slanted through the library's tall windows, casting golden rectangles across the ancient tomes, Harry found himself thinking that this strange new world, complicated and potentially dangerous though it might be, was already more of a home than Privet Drive had ever been. Lucius Malfoy stood at the window of his private study, a glass of fire whiskey in his hand, watching his son and Harry Potter walking in the gardens below. They appeared to be having a spirited discussion about something, probably Quidditch, judging by Draco's animated gestures. The sight should have filled him with cold fury. Harry Potter, in his home. The living symbol of the Dark Lord's downfall, walking freely on Malfoy grounds, wearing clothes purchased by his wife, speaking with his heir. Instead, Lucius felt something more complex, unease tinged with grudging curiosity. The study door opened, and Narcissa entered without knocking, a privilege reserved for her alone. "You wanted to speak with me?" Lucius asked without turning. "Professor Snape has returned," Narcissa informed him. "With news from Dumbledore. And I suppose I'm expected to participate in this little conference?" Lucius took a deliberate sip of his fire whiskey. "It would be helpful," Narcissa said mildly. "Since decisions regarding Harry's future affect us all." Lucius turned at last, raising an eyebrow. "Harry, is it? Such familiarity with the boy already." "He's 9 years old, Lucius. A child. Abused by those Muggles and abandoned by those who should have protected him. A child who caused the downfall of everything we believed in," Lucius reminded her. "Everything we fought for." Narcissa's blue eyes hardened. "Everything you fought for, perhaps. I was protecting our son while you were kneeling at the feet of a madman." The words hung in the air between them, sharp and dangerous. Narcissa rarely spoke so bluntly of the war years. "Careful, my dear," Lucius said softly. "Those are treasonous words." "Only if one's true loyalty lies elsewhere than with family," Narcissa replied, equally soft. They stared at each other, years of unspoken tensions rising to the surface. "What do you want from me, Narcissa?" Lucius asked finally. "My blessing for this charity project of yours. My approval as you undermine everything we've built since the war. I want you to look at the boy without seeing the Dark Lord's downfall," Narcissa said. "I want you to consider the possibility that a child's welfare might be more important than old loyalties to a master who would have sacrificed us all without a second thought." Lucius set down his glass with deliberate care. "You're forgetting yourself." "No," Narcissa countered. "For the first time in years, I'm remembering myself. What I value. What I'm willing to fight for." She moved closer, her voice dropping. "Look at him, Lucius. He has Lily Evans' eyes." Something flashed across Lucius's face, recognition, perhaps, or a long-buried memory. "You knew her at Hogwarts," Narcissa pressed. "We all did. Brilliant, powerful, kind, even to those who despised her for her birth." "What's your point?" Lucius asked, though his tone had lost some of its edge. "My point is that we were wrong," Narcissa said simply. "About many things. The war proved that. The Dark Lord's fall proved that. And now we have a chance to make different choices." Lucius turned back to the window. Below, Draco was showing Harry the topiary garden, pointing out the various magical creatures sculpted from yew and boxwood. "Severus is waiting," Narcissa reminded him after a moment of silence. Lucius drained his glass. "Very well," he said at last. "I'll hear what Dumbledore's lapdog has to say. But don't mistake my presence for approval, Narcissa. The boy is your responsibility, not mine." "Fair enough," Narcissa agreed, a hint of victory in her voice. "Though I suspect you might find him surprising. He's quite adept on a broomstick, natural talent, just like his father." "Wonderful," Lucius muttered sarcastically. "Another Potter to dominate the Quidditch pitch." Narcissa smiled slightly. "Come, husband. Let's not keep Severus waiting." Severus Snape paced the length of the Malfoys' private sitting room, his black robes billowing with each turn. His meeting with Dumbledore had gone much as he'd expected, initial disbelief, followed by alarm, followed by that calculating look that meant the headmaster was already weaving new plans around this unexpected development. The door opened, and Narcissa entered, followed by a clearly reluctant Lucius. "Severus," Lucius greeted him coolly. "I hear you bring news from Hogwarts." "Indeed." Snape ceased his pacing. Dumbledore was, surprised, to learn of Potter's current whereabouts. "I imagine he was," Narcissa said dryly. "Given the boy's condition when I found him, his protection was clearly lacking. The headmaster admits that monitoring charms may have been insufficient," Snape acknowledged. "He placed too much faith in Petunia's sense of family duty. A mistake anyone familiar with the woman could have predicted," Narcissa pointed out. Lucius moved to the sideboard and poured himself another fire whiskey. "What does Dumbledore propose? Surely he doesn't expect the boy to remain here." "Actually, that is precisely what he suggests, at least temporarily." Both Malfoys stared at him. "Dumbledore wants Potter to stay here? At Malfoy Manor?" Lucius repeated incredulously. "Has the old man finally lost his mind completely?" "His reasoning, while convoluted, is not entirely without merit," Snape said. "The blood wards at his aunt's home are compromised now that Potter has left. Creating new protections will take time. Moreover, no one would think to look for the boy who lived in the home of a family with your particular history." "How diplomatic," Lucius muttered. Snape ignored the interruption. "Additionally, Dumbledore believes that Narcissa's decision to protect Potter has created a new form of magical protection, not unlike the one Lily Potter created with her sacrifice, though less powerful." "What do you mean?" Narcissa asked sharply. "When you chose to shield the boy, knowing who he was, you established a magical bond, a form of protective intent that strengthens the more you act on it. It's old magic, predating wands and formal spells. Magic based on choice and intent. That's absurd, Lucius scoffed. Narcissa picked up a stray child. There was no magical ritual, no invocation of protective spells. Not all magic requires incantations, Lucius, as you well know, Snape replied. The most powerful forms often arise from pure intent, love, hate, the desire to protect or destroy. So Dumbledore believes I've inadvertently created some kind of magical protection for the boy? Narcissa asked, her expression thoughtful. He believes you've begun to, Snape clarified. Such bonds strengthen over time and through continued acts of protection. It's why he thinks Potter should remain here, at least until more permanent arrangements can be made. And what might those more permanent arrangements entail? Lucius asked, his tone sardonic. That remains to be determined. Dumbledore is exploring several options. What is clear is that Potter cannot return to his relatives. On that, at least, we agree, Narcissa said firmly. Lucius sighed, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. And what of the public explanation? People will notice if the boy who lived suddenly appears at Malfoy Manor. For now, Dumbledore suggests maintaining secrecy, Snape replied. Potter's Muggle relatives will be informed that he has been taken into the care of wizarding authorities. A modified memory charm should prevent them from raising awkward questions. And when it's time for the boy to attend Hogwarts? Lucius pressed. What then? By then, a more permanent solution will have been arranged, Snape said. Perhaps a fostering with a family less, politically complicated than yours. Narcissa's expression darkened. I did not rescue Harry from abuse only to hand him over to strangers at Dumbledore's convenience. That decision lies some months in the future, Snape said smoothly. For now, the priority is the boy's safety and education. Speaking of which, Dumbledore has authorized me to provide certain books and materials from Hogwarts to assist in Potter's introduction to the wizarding world. That won't be necessary, Narcissa said. The Malfoy library is more than adequate, and we've already arranged for Draco's tutors to include Harry in their lessons. Nevertheless, Snape insisted, there are certain subjects in which Dumbledore feels the boy should receive balanced instruction. The implication was clear, and Lucius bristled. You suggest our tutors would provide biased education? I suggest, Snape said carefully, that different perspectives might benefit the boy's understanding. Before Lucius could respond, a knock at the door interrupted them. Narcissa called, "Enter," and a house elf appeared, bowing low. Mistress, young Master Draco and Mr. Harry Potter is asking if they might have dinner soon. They is saying flying makes them very hungry. Flying? Snape repeated, raising an eyebrow. Harry shows considerable aptitude, Narcissa explained. Not surprising, given his father's talents. Snape's expression soured at the mention of James Potter. Indeed. Inform the boys that dinner will be served shortly, Narcissa instructed the elf. And tell them to wash up properly beforehand. Yes, mistress. The elf vanished with a pop. Perhaps we should continue this discussion after dinner, Narcissa suggested. Severus, you'll join us, of course. I had not intended, Snape began. I insist, Narcissa said firmly. After all, if Harry is to receive balanced instruction, he should become acquainted with all his potential teachers. Snape looked like he wanted to refuse, but years of friendship with Narcissa won out. Very well, he conceded. Though I warn you, I am not known for my sparkling dinner conversation. No one has ever accused you of being sparkling, Severus, Lucius remarked dryly. But your insights are always valuable. The three adults regarded each other, an uneasy alliance forming around the unexpected presence of Harry Potter in their midst. None of them had sought this situation, yet here they were, bound together by a child whose very existence had altered the course of wizarding history. As they moved to the dining room, Narcissa reflected that history, it seemed, had a habit of repeating itself. Once again, Harry Potter stood at the center of shifting alliances and conflicting loyalties. But this time, she was determined that the outcome would be different. This time, the boy would be protected, not used as a weapon or a symbol. This time, he would know his worth beyond the scar on his forehead. And if that protection required her to defy old allegiances, old beliefs, even her own husband, well, that was a price Narcissa Malfoy was increasingly willing to pay. Dinner at Malfoy Manor was an elaborate affair, even for what Narcissa described as a simple family meal. The dining room itself was intimidating, cavernous, with a long table that could have seated 20, crystal chandeliers floating above, and place settings of what appeared to be solid silver. Harry, freshly washed and wearing Draco's hand-me-downs, for the last time, Narcissa had assured him, took his assigned seat with trepidation. The array of cutlery was bewildering, multiple forks, spoons of various sizes, and several implements Harry couldn't even identify. "Just work from the outside in," Draco whispered, noticing his confusion. "And copy what Mother does." Harry nodded gratefully. To his surprise, Draco had been almost friendly since their conversation in the library. Not exactly warm, but not actively hostile either. It was as if having established some boundaries, "Don't insult my mother, don't insult my father," they'd found a tentative middle ground. Narcissa sat at one end of the table, with Harry to her right and Draco to her left. Professor Snape sat beside Harry, his sallow face impassive, while Lucius Malfoy took the seat at the opposite end, as far from Harry as possible. The tension in the room was palpable. Harry got the distinct impression that Lucius would have preferred him anywhere but at his dining table. Snape, too, seemed uncomfortable, though his discomfort appeared directed equally at Harry and at the forced sociality of the situation. With a snap of Narcissa's fingers, the first course appeared, some kind of clear soup with delicate herbs floating in it. Harry watched Draco carefully, mimicking his posture and the way he handled the outermost spoon. "So, Potter," Lucius said abruptly, breaking the silence. "I understand you were raised by Muggles with no knowledge of your heritage." Harry swallowed nervously. "Yes, sir. My aunt and uncle never told me about magic. They said it didn't exist." "Typical," Lucius muttered. "Muggles fear what they cannot understand." "They certainly feared Harry's accidental magic," Narcissa commented. "Punished him for it, in fact." Lucius's eyebrows rose slightly. "Is that so? What sort of accidental magic did you perform, boy?" Harry shifted uncomfortably under his scrutiny. "Different things. I made my hair grow back overnight after my aunt cut it all off. I ended up on the school roof once when my cousin was chasing me. And yesterday, when my uncle was..." He hesitated, glancing at Narcissa. "When your uncle was about to strike you, she finished for him." "Yes. I sort of pushed him away without touching him. He flew across the room." "Impressive," Lucius remarked, a hint of genuine interest creeping into his voice. "Wandless banishing at your age. It's not uncommon for powerful wizards to show strong accidental magic in response to threat," Snape interjected. "Particularly when denied proper magical education and outlet." "My first accidental magic was turning all the peacocks blue," Draco volunteered. "Father was furious. They clashed with the manor's aesthetic," Lucius said dryly. "And they remained blue for nearly a month before the spell wore off." Harry smiled, trying to imagine the albino peacocks he'd seen earlier sporting bright blue plumage. "What else has Draco taught you about the wizarding world?" Narcissa asked as the soup course vanished, replaced by some kind of roasted game bird. "Lots of things," Harry said, carefully selecting the correct fork. "About Hogwarts houses, Quidditch, and some wizarding history." "Did you know Merlin was real? And in Slytherin House?" "Indeed he was," Narcissa confirmed. "One of our most distinguished alumni. Potter seems particularly interested in Quidditch," Draco added. "He's not terrible on a broom either. For a beginner." "High praise from young Mr. Malfoy," Snape remarked, the corner of his mouth twitching. He is not known for recognizing talent in others. I recognize talent when it exists, Professor, Draco retorted, then added more politely, like your skill with potions. Smoothly done, Draco, Narcissa murmured, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Potions? Harry asked, looking at Snape. You teach that at Hogwarts? I do, Snape confirmed. Though I doubt you'll appreciate the subtle science and exact art of potion making. It requires precision, patience, and intelligence, qualities rarely found in certain families. Harry frowned, sensing the dig at his father. I'd like to learn, he said firmly. About potions and everything else. I have a lot to catch up on before Hogwarts. A commendable attitude, Narcissa said approvingly. Severus, perhaps you might suggest some preliminary reading. Something accessible for a beginner. Snape looked as though he'd rather suggest a root canal, but after a moment, he nodded. There are several introductory texts that might be suitable. I shall provide a list. Thank you, sir, Harry said politely. Snape studied him, his dark eyes unreadable. You have your mother's eyes, he said abruptly. Harry blinked, startled by the non sequitur. I do. Yes. Precisely the same shade of green. It is disconcerting. You knew my mother well? Harry asked eagerly. A shadow crossed Snape's face. We were acquainted. In our youth. Professor Snape and your mother were friends before Hogwarts, Narcissa elaborated when it became clear Snape would say no more. They grew up in the same area. Really? Harry leaned forward, hungry for any information about his parents. What was she like? As a child, I mean. Snape looked deeply uncomfortable. She was bright. Curious. Quick to master new spells. And uncommonly kind, even to those who did not deserve it. There was something raw in his voice that made Harry hesitate to press further. Instead, he asked, and my father? Did you know him too? Snape's expression hardened. Potter and I were not friends, he said tersely. We had divergent interests and temperaments. An awkward silence fell. Draco, surprisingly, was the one to break it. Father, don't you have a photo album from your Hogwarts days? Might there be pictures of Potter's parents in it? Lucius looked surprised at the suggestion. Perhaps, he allowed. Though James Potter was a year below me, and in Gryffindor. We did not socialize. Still, there might be something, Narcissa mused. Class photographs, Quidditch matches. I believe I have some as well, from when Lily was a prefect in our final year. Harry felt a surge of hope. You have pictures of my parents? Could I see them? Something in his expression, the naked longing, perhaps, seemed to affect even Lucius. The stern patriarch's face softened fractionally. I suppose we could look after dinner, he said, with the air of someone making a significant concession. Though I make no promises about what we'll find. Thank you, sir, Harry said, trying to contain his excitement. I've never seen pictures of them. My aunt didn't have any, or if she did, she never showed me. This simple statement seemed to land with unexpected weight. Even Snape, who had been maintaining an air of detached disdain, looked troubled. Never. Narcissa repeated. You've never seen images of your own parents? Harry shook his head. No, ma'am. The adults exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Well, that is easily remedied, Narcissa declared. Between our albums and what Professor Snape might access from Hogwarts, I'm sure we can compile quite a collection for you. I'll ask Professor McGonagall about Gryffindor team photographs, Snape said stiffly. Potter, James Potter, features prominently in those, I believe. Thank you, Harry said again, his voice thick with emotion. The rest of the dinner passed in lighter conversation. Draco regaled them with a detailed account of their morning flying escapades, embellishing his own skills while grudgingly acknowledging Harry's natural aptitude. Narcissa discussed the planned delivery of Harry's new wardrobe, and even Lucius unbent enough to explain some of the more unusual magical foods when Harry expressed curiosity. As dessert, a floating soufflé that literally hovered above the plate, was served. Harry reflected on the strangeness of his situation. Here he sat, in the palatial home of a family with connections to the wizard who had murdered his parents, being offered kindness, protection, and even glimpses of his family history. It was confusing, this blend of darkness and light, of old prejudices and unexpected compassion. But as he caught Narcissa's eye across the table and received a small, encouraging smile in return, Harry felt something he had rarely experienced at Privet Drive: hope. Whatever came next, whatever complex political machinations might be occurring around him, at least for this moment, he was safe. He was learning about his heritage. And for the first time in his life, he was being treated not as a burden or a freak, but as what he truly was, a young wizard with a future bright with possibility. Chapter 2, Sanctuary and Secrets. The summer rain pattered gently against the windows of Malfoy Manor, creating a soothing rhythm that belied the tension flowing beneath the household's elegant surface. Harry Potter sat cross-legged on the window seat of his bedroom, no longer the blue guest room but a space that, over the past week, had gradually transformed into something approaching his own. Gone were Draco's hand-me-downs, replaced by a wardrobe of custom-made clothing that still made Harry feel slightly uncomfortable whenever he thought about it. The walls, once a neutral cream, had been enchanted to display a gentle panorama of the Quidditch pitch outside, complete with tiny animated players that zoomed across the painted sky. Bookshelves had appeared, gradually filling with volumes from the Malfoy library that Narcissa deemed appropriate introductory texts. It was more luxury than Harry had ever imagined possible, let alone experienced. Yet despite the comfort, despite Narcissa's unwavering kindness and even Draco's grudging companionship, Harry couldn't quite shake the feeling that he was living in the eye of a storm, a brief moment of calm surrounded by gathering darkness. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called, uncurling from the window seat. Narcissa entered, elegant as always in robes of deep burgundy, her blonde hair swept into a complex arrangement that somehow managed to look both effortless and regal. "Good morning, Harry," she greeted him. "I trust you slept well." "Yes, ma'am," Harry replied, still not entirely comfortable with the formality that permeated life at the manor. "Thank you." Narcissa's lips curved in a slight smile. "I've told you, there's no need for such formality when we're alone." "Narcissa is perfectly acceptable." Harry ducked his head, embarrassed. "Sorry." Narcissa. The name still felt strange on his tongue, too familiar, too presumptuous somehow. "No matter," she said easily, moving to straighten a stack of books on his desk. "I came to inform you that your first proper tutoring session will begin after breakfast. Professor Snape has sent over several instructional texts, and Mr. Thornhaven will be arriving at 10 to assess your current knowledge." "Mr. Thornhaven?" "Draco's primary tutor," Narcissa explained. "A rather traditional wizard, but exceedingly knowledgeable. He has prepared a series of evaluations to determine where you stand relative to other magical children your age." Harry's stomach clenched with anxiety. What if I don't know anything? What if I'm too far behind? Narcissa regarded him with those piercing blue eyes that seemed to see straight through to his core. "You won't be," she said with quiet confidence. "Magical knowledge isn't merely absorbed from books, Harry. It's in your blood, your very essence. The foundation is already there, we're simply building upon it." Her words were reassuring, but Harry still worried. Draco knows so much already. He's been learning magic his whole life. Draco has had certain advantages, Narcissa acknowledged. But you have others. Including a determination I've rarely seen in one so young. She moved to the door, then paused. "By the way, I've asked Dobby to move your breakfast to the small dining room. Lucius has business associates visiting this morning, and I thought you might be more comfortable away from their scrutiny." Harry nodded, understanding the subtext. Lucius Malfoy might be tolerating his presence in the manor, but that tolerance did not extend to introducing the boy who lived to his less savory acquaintances. "Thank you," he said simply. Narcissa inclined her head. "Draco will join you shortly. Try not to let him bait you into another argument about Quidditch teams." With that, she was gone, leaving behind the faint scent of jasmine in something darker, more complex, an essence Harry had come to associate uniquely with magic. He moved to the wardrobe, selecting a set of the emerald green day robes that Mr. Twilfit had insisted, brought out his eyes magnificently. The fabric was impossibly soft, the fit perfect, and yet Harry still felt like an imposter when he caught his reflection in the mirror. "You look very smart today, young sir," the mirror commented, startling Harry. He'd forgotten that wizarding mirrors sometimes spoke, just one of the countless magical oddities he was still adjusting to. Thank you," he mumbled, attempting to flatten his unruly hair. "Don't bother," the mirror advised cheerfully. "It has a mind of its own, that hair. Better to embrace the windswept look, very dashing on young wizards." Harry gave up with a sigh. If even magical mirrors couldn't help with his hair, he supposed it was a lost cause. He headed for the small dining room, navigating the manor's corridors with growing confidence. The house no longer shifted quite so disconcertingly around him, either because he was learning its patterns or because, as Draco had suggested, it's decided you belong here. The small dining room, as it turned out, was only small by Malfoy standards, which meant it could comfortably seat 12 instead of 30. The table was already set for breakfast, with silver chafing dishes keeping an assortment of foods warm. Draco was already present, buttering a scone with meticulous precision. "Morning, Potter," he greeted without looking up. "Mother says Thornhaven is going to evaluate you today. Prepare to be thoroughly intimidated." "Thanks for the warning," Harry replied dryly, taking a seat opposite the blonde boy. "Is he really that bad?" Draco shrugged. "He made me recite the 12 uses of dragon's blood backwards while standing on one foot." "You're joking." "Partly," Draco admitted with a smirk. "It was only 7 uses, and I was sitting down." Harry rolled his eyes, helping himself to eggs and sausages. Over the past week, he'd discovered an appetite he never knew he had, probably, Narcissa had explained gently, because he'd been chronically undernourished at the Dursleys. "So what's Mr. Thornhaven like, really?" Harry asked between bites. "Old," Draco said promptly. "At least 100. Strict but fair. Knows absolutely everything about magical theory, but his practical demonstrations are a bit outdated. He taught my father, if that tells you anything." "Merlin's beard," Harry muttered, having picked up the expression from Draco. "He'll quiz you on everything from basic magical history to elementary potion ingredients," Draco continued. "Don't let him intimidate you. Just answer what you know and admit when you don't. He hates guessing more than ignorance." Harry was surprised by the genuine advice. "Thanks, Draco." "Don't mention it," Draco replied airily. "It's no fun having an ignorant rival. Better you catch up quickly so I can properly trounce you." "Rival, is it?" Harry grinned. "I seem to recall outflying you yesterday." "You did not." Draco protested. "I was clearly faster around the South Tower." "Only because you cut inside the regulation boundary," Harry pointed out. "If we'd been in a real match, you'd have been called for fouling." Draco waved this away with aristocratic dismissal. "Technicalities. Besides, everyone knows Seekers bend the rules. It's practically tradition." Their bickering continued through breakfast, comfortable in its familiarity. It wasn't friendship exactly, there was still too much unspoken between them, too many political and ideological divides, but it was a rapport of sorts. A mutual recognition that despite their vastly different backgrounds, they shared certain commonalities, age, magical ability, and a growing excitement about eventually attending Hogwarts. As they finished eating, a house elf Harry hadn't seen before appeared with a pop. "Young masters," the elf squeaked, bowing low. "Mistress says to inform you that Master Thornhaven has arrived and awaits you in the blue study." "Already?" Draco glanced at an ornate clock on the wall. "He's early." "He's never early." "Must be eager to meet the famous Harry Potter," Harry suggested with a grimace. Draco snorted. "Thornhaven wouldn't care if you were Merlin himself. He'll still expect you to know the proper wand movements for a levitation charm." They made their way through the manor's winding corridors, Draco leading with the confidence of someone who had grown up navigating its labyrinthine structure. As they walked, Harry noticed portraits whispering as they passed, some pointing at him outright. "Why do they do that?" he asked, nodding toward a particularly indiscreet painting of a medieval-looking wizard. "The portraits?" Draco glanced back. "They're terrible gossips. They've been discussing you non-stop since you arrived. The news that Harry Potter is staying at Malfoy Manor is the most exciting thing to happen here in years, according to them, anyway." "But they're just paintings," Harry said, still struggling with the concept of sentient artwork. "They're magical imprints of the people they depict," Draco explained. "Not the actual person, but sort of like an echo. They have memories, personalities, opinions. The older ones can be quite useful for historical information, actually. Great-great-grandfather Septimus over there," he pointed to a stern-looking wizard with an impressive mustache, "has been lecturing me on goblin rebellions since I was 5. They arrived at the blue study, a relatively modest room by Malfoy standards, with walls lined in books and a large desk dominating the center. Behind it sat the oldest man Harry had ever seen, ancient, with a long white beard that would have made Merlin himself jealous, deep-set eyes that gleamed with intelligence, and hands so gnarled with age they resembled the roots of an ancient oak. "Ah, young Master Malfoy," the old wizard said, his voice surprisingly strong. "Prompt as always. And this must be Mr. Potter." Harry stepped forward, suddenly nervous. "Yes, sir. It's nice to meet you." Mr. Thornhaven studied him with those penetrating eyes, lingering briefly on the lightning scar. But unlike most wizards Harry had encountered, he made no comment about it. "Sit, both of you," he instructed, gesturing to chairs positioned before the desk. "Mr. Potter, Mrs. Malfoy has informed me of your unique educational circumstances. I understand you had no knowledge of magic until very recently." "That's right, sir," Harry confirmed. The tutor pulled a roll of parchment from within his robes. "This presents certain challenges, but not insurmountable ones. Natural magic often manifests despite attempts to suppress it. Tell me, what accidental magic did you perform before coming here?" Harry described the incidents he could remember, the hair growth, the school roof, the incident with Uncle Vernon. As he spoke, a quill floated beside Mr. Thornhaven, recording notes of its own accord. "Interesting," the tutor murmured when Harry had finished. "Primarily defensive and evasive magic. Common enough in children facing adverse circumstances, but the strength and specificity suggest considerable raw talent." He turned to Draco. "Master Malfoy, I understand you've been informally instructing Mr. Potter in wizarding basics?" Draco sat straighter, clearly pleased to be acknowledged. "Yes, sir. We've covered Hogwarts houses, basic magical history, Quidditch, and some elementary magical theory." "Very good. Now, Mr. Potter, let us establish a baseline. I'd like you to answer a series of questions as best you can. Don't concern yourself with being correct, the purpose is to identify gaps in your knowledge, not to evaluate your intelligence." What followed was the most peculiar examination Harry had ever experienced. Mr. Thornhaven questioned him on everything from the founding of Hogwarts to the properties of Moonstone, from basic arithmetic principles to the proper care of magical creatures. Harry answered what he could, drawing on the reading he'd done over the past week and the snippets he'd absorbed from Draco. "What is the primary difference between transfiguration and charm work?" Mr. Thornhaven asked. Harry hesitated. "Transfiguration changes what something is, while charms change what something does," he ventured, recalling a passage from one of his books. "Correct," the tutor nodded approvingly. And the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration? I don't know, sir, Harry admitted. Food, love, life, money, and information, Draco supplied automatically. When Mr. Potter requires your assistance, Master Malfoy, I shall ask for it, Mr. Thornhaven said, though his tone held no real censure. However, your knowledge of the exceptions is commendable. Though I would argue the 5th is more accurately defined as true knowledge rather than information. The questioning continued for nearly an hour. By the end, Harry's head was spinning with magical terms and concepts, but Mr. Thornhaven seemed satisfied. You have an excellent foundation, Mr. Potter, despite your late start, he declared, reviewing his notes. Your intuitive grasp of magical principles is particularly promising. With focused study, I believe you can attain a level comparable to other children your age before Hogwarts. Relief flooded through Harry. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me yet, the tutor warned, eyes twinkling. The work ahead will be intensive. I propose a regimen of study covering basic magical theory, history of magic, elementary potions principles, and preliminary wand movements, to be practiced without a wand, of course, until you're of age to purchase one. I can help with the wand movements, Draco offered eagerly. Father lets me practice with his wand sometimes when Mother isn't looking. Does he indeed? Mr. Thornhaven's bushy eyebrows rose. How progressive of him. The subtle disapproval in his tone suggested this was not standard practice in wizarding families. Harry filed this information away, another piece in the complex puzzle of wizarding customs he was assembling. For today, the tutor continued, producing several books from a satchel that seemed too small to contain them. I'll leave you with these texts. Begin with Magical Theory for Young Witches and Wizards. It's somewhat simplified but provides an excellent overview. I'd like you to read the first 3 chapters before our next session. When will that be? Harry asked, accepting the books. Tomorrow morning, Mr. Thornhaven said briskly. 9 o'clock sharp. We'll meet daily except Sundays until I'm satisfied with your progress. Harry blinked, surprised by the intensive schedule. Draco, however, nodded as if this were perfectly normal. Thornhaven believes in total immersion, he explained as the tutor packed away his materials. When he started teaching me letters, we did nothing but reading and writing for 6 hours a day until I mastered it. 6 hours? Harry repeated, alarmed. Don't worry, Potter, Draco smirked. I'm sure he'll be gentler with you. Wouldn't want to overtax the boy who lives delicate constitution. That will be quite enough, Master Malfoy, Mr. Thornhaven interjected, though Harry caught a hint of amusement in the old wizard's eyes. Mr. Potter, I have one more question before we conclude for today. Yes, sir. What do you hope to gain from these lessons? Beyond the obvious preparation for Hogwarts. The question caught Harry off guard. He thought for a moment, formulating his response carefully. I want to understand, he said finally. Not just how to do magic, but why it works the way it does. Why it matters so much who has it and who doesn't. Why it divided my parents' world so deeply that people were willing to kill over it. A heavy silence followed his words. Mr. Thornhaven regarded him with new interest, as if seeing him properly for the first time. An admirable goal, the tutor said quietly. Though I warn you, Mr. Potter, you may not like all the answers you find. I'd rather know the truth, even if it's uncomfortable, Harry replied, thinking of all the years the Dursleys had kept his heritage from him. Mr. Thornhaven nodded slowly. Then we shall seek it together. He rose, gathering his things. Until tomorrow, gentlemen. After the tutor had left, Draco turned to Harry with a bemused expression. Well, that was unexpected, he remarked. Thornhaven actually seemed to like you. Is that unusual? He doesn't like anyone, Draco said emphatically. He tolerates me because he's known me since birth, and he respects Mother because everyone with sense respects Mother. But I've never seen him so engaged with a new student. Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the implied specialness. Maybe he just likes a challenge. Maybe, Draco agreed, though he sounded unconvinced. Come on, we've got the rest of the morning free before lunch. Want to try that new diving technique I was telling you about? And just like that, they were back on familiar ground, two boys more interested in broomsticks than in the complicated politics that swirled around them. As they headed outside, Harry clutched his new textbooks, already planning to read ahead. For the first time in his life, learning felt like freedom rather than obligation, a door opening to a world of possibilities that had been denied him for 9 long years. Narcissa Malfoy stood at the window of her private study, watching the two small figures zooming across the Quidditch pitch. From this distance, it was almost impossible to tell them apart, both dark-haired from the shadow of the clouds, both moving with the natural grace of children at home in the air. A week ago, the sight would have been unimaginable. Harry Potter, flying alongside her son, living under her roof, learning magic under her supervision. The enormity of what she had done, what she continued to do, hit her anew each morning. She had defied decades of family allegiance, risked her husband standing in certain circles, and tied her fate to a boy whose very existence represented the downfall of everything the Malfoys had once stood for. And yet, watching him now, she couldn't bring herself to regret it. A soft knock at the door interrupted her reflections. "Enter," she called, turning from the window. Severus Snape stepped into the room, his dark robes a stark contrast to the pale decor. "Narcissa," he greeted her with a slight inclination of his head. "I received your message." "Thank you for coming so promptly," she replied, gesturing to a pair of armchairs near the fireplace. "Please, sit." Severus took the offered seat, his posture as rigid as always. "Your note mentioned concerns about the boy." "Not concerns exactly," Narcissa clarified, taking the chair opposite him. "Observations. And questions." "Proceed," Severus said simply. Narcissa studied her old friend's face, noting the subtle signs of strain around his eyes. "You're not sleeping," she remarked. Severus's mouth thinned. "I didn't come here to discuss my sleeping habits." "No, but they may be relevant to our broader conversation," Narcissa countered. "This situation is affecting you more deeply than you admit, Severus. The boy's presence here, his resemblance to his father, his eyes—" "Get to the point," Severus interrupted sharply. Narcissa inclined her head, accepting the rebuke. "Very well. My primary observation is that Harry's magical ability appears exceptional, even accounting for his parentage. Thornhaven confirms it, his intuitive grasp of magical concepts, despite having no prior exposure to them, is remarkable. Potter was always talented," Severus acknowledged grudgingly. "And Lily was brilliant." "It's more than that," Narcissa insisted. "The boy performed a spontaneous apparition at age 9, Severus. From Surrey to Diagon Alley, with no training, no concept of what he was doing. That's not just talent, it's extraordinary." Severus's eyebrows rose fractionally. "You believe there's something unusual about his magic?" "I believe there might be consequences to surviving a killing curse that we don't yet understand," Narcissa said carefully. "Consequences that might manifest in his magical development. Have you shared these concerns with Dumbledore?" "Not yet. I wanted your assessment first." Severus was silent for a moment, considering. "I'll observe the boy's lessons," he said finally. "Assess his capabilities myself. Though I warn you, my objectivity where Potter is concerned is compromised." "Because of his father?" "Because of everything," Severus replied cryptically. Narcissa accepted this with a nod. "There's more. The protective magic you mentioned, the bond Dumbledore believes I'm forming with the boy. I've begun to sense it." This caught Severus's full attention. "How so?" "It's subtle," Narcissa explained, choosing her words carefully. Awareness of his well-being. His emotional state. Yesterday, he fell while attempting a particularly reckless maneuver on his broom. I knew it had happened before Draco came to inform me, though I wasn't watching at the time. A maternal instinct is hardly unusual, Narcissa, Severus pointed out. You've always been attuned to Draco in a similar fashion. This is different, she insisted. More immediate. More magical. And I suspect it's growing stronger. Severus leaned forward slightly, his dark eyes intent. What does Lucius make of this? Lucius and I have come to an understanding, Narcissa said, her tone cooling. He does not interfere with Harry's care, and I do not question his business activities. An uneasy truce, Severus observed. For now, it suffices, Narcissa replied. Though I'm under no illusions about its fragility. Which brings me to my final concern, the future. Ah, Severus sat back. You're wondering what happens when Dumbledore's temporary arrangement comes to an end. Precisely. I did not rescue Harry from those muggles only to hand him over to another situation where he might be used or manipulated or neglected. Yet you cannot keep him indefinitely, Severus pointed out. The political implications alone, hang the political implications, Narcissa interrupted, a rare display of emotion coloring her voice. I'm concerned with the child, not the symbol. Severus regarded her with something approaching respect. You've become attached. It wasn't a question, but Narcissa answered it anyway. Yes, she admitted. More than I anticipated. He's remarkable, Severus. Not just his magic, but his resilience, his curiosity, his capacity for joy despite everything he's endured. He's also James Potter's son, Severus reminded her, his tone hardening. Headstrong, arrogant, he's nothing like what you describe, Narcissa cut in. Whatever grudge you bear against the father, you do the son a disservice by projecting it onto him. Severus's face closed off, his expression becoming unreadable. You asked for my assessment. I cannot give it without acknowledging my biases. Narcissa sighed, recognizing the stubborn set of her friend's jaw. Fair enough. Will you at least try to see him clearly? For Lily's sake, if nothing else. The mention of Lily struck home. Something flashed in Severus's dark eyes, pain, perhaps, or regret. I can promise only to try, he said finally. But understand this, Narcissa, if keeping Potter here endangers Draco in any way, I expect you to reconsider. Of course, she agreed readily. My son's safety remains paramount. And if the Dark Lord should return? Severus pressed, lowering his voice despite the privacy wards that surrounded the room. What then? The question hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Narcissa met his gaze steadily. Then I will protect both boys, she said simply. By whatever means necessary. Severus studied her for a long moment, as if weighing the truth of her words. Finally, he nodded. I believe you would, he acknowledged. Though the logistics of such protection may prove challenging. I'm a Black by birth and a Malfoy by marriage, Severus, Narcissa reminded him with a small, dangerous smile. I've never shied away from challenges. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Before Narcissa could respond, it opened to reveal Lucius, impeccably dressed as always, his silver-headed cane tapping lightly against the floor as he entered. Severus, he greeted, showing no surprise at finding the potions master in his wife's study. I wasn't aware you were visiting today. A consultation regarding Potter's education, Severus replied smoothly, rising from his chair. Narcissa has concerns about his accelerated curriculum. Lucius raised an eyebrow. Indeed? And what is your professional assessment? That the boy will require specialized attention if he is to overcome his disadvantaged start, Severus said carefully. I've offered to provide supplementary materials. How generous of you, Lucius remarked, his tone neutral. Speaking of our young guest, I've just had a rather interesting conversation with Cornelius Fudge. Narcissa tensed. Oh. Yes, Lucius continued, moving to pour himself a glass of amber liquid from a crystal decanter. It seems the Ministry has finally noticed the boy who lived has gone missing from his Muggle relatives. Quite the commotion, apparently. What did you tell him? Narcissa asked, her voice betraying nothing of her concern. Lucius sipped his drink, clearly savoring both its flavor and the moment. Nothing, as yet. The minister was simply confiding in a trusted advisor. Seeking my opinion on where the boy might have gone, who might have taken him. And your response? I suggested that perhaps the boy had simply run away, Lucius said with a shrug. Children do, when they're unhappy. I recommended a thorough investigation of his living conditions with the Muggles. After all, there must have been a reason for his departure. Narcissa exchanged a quick glance with Severus. That was, surprisingly helpful of you, Lucius. Her husband smiled thinly. I'm capable of subtlety, my dear. Besides, the longer the Ministry spends investigating the Muggles, the less attention they pay to other possible locations. A temporary solution at best, Severus noted. Eventually, they'll widen their search. By which time we'll have established a more official narrative, Lucius replied. He turned to Narcissa, his expression hardening slightly. But that time is limited, Narcissa. Dumbledore's temporary arrangement cannot extend indefinitely. I'm aware, she said coolly. Lucius nodded, apparently satisfied. Good. Now, I believe our house guest and Draco are expecting you for their lunch. Don't let me keep you. It was a dismissal, polite but unmistakable. Narcissa rose gracefully, nodding to both men. We'll continue our discussion later, Severus. Thank you for your insights. As she left the room, she heard Lucius's voice behind her. Now, Severus, perhaps you can explain to me what my wife is really planning for the Potter boy. She quickened her pace, not waiting to hear Severus's response. The delicate balance she had been maintaining was beginning to shift. Lucius's interaction with Fudge was a reminder that the outside world wouldn't remain ignorant of Harry's whereabouts forever. Choices would have to be made, positions declared. But as she approached the dining room, hearing the boys' laughter floating through the open door, Narcissa pushed these concerns aside. For now, Harry was safe. For now, he was learning, growing, healing from years of neglect. For now, that was enough. The rest, she would handle as it came, as she always had. Harry slumped in his chair, exhausted but exhilarated. 3 hours of intensive magical theory with Mr. Thornhaven had left his brain feeling like it might actually be physically expanding inside his skull. The tutor had departed moments ago, leaving Harry and Draco with a towering stack of homework to complete before tomorrow's lesson. Is it always this intense? Harry asked, rubbing his temples. This is nothing, Draco scoffed, though he looked equally drained. Wait until we start practical exercises. Last year, he made me balance a feather on the tip of my nose while reciting the 12 uses of dragon's blood, the real 12 uses this time. At least we'd be doing something, Harry muttered. My hands cramping from all the notes. It's important foundation work, came a silky voice from the doorway. Professor Snape stood there, arms folded across his chest, his dark eyes surveying the scattered parchment and open books. Without proper theoretical understanding, practical magic is merely flashy accidents waiting to happen. Professor Snape. Harry straightened in his chair. We didn't hear you come in. Evidently, Snape replied dryly. He approached the table, scanning their notes with a critical eye. I see Thornhaven is covering Adalbert Waffling's Fundamental Laws of Magic. A solid starting point, though somewhat outdated in its applications. That's what I said, Draco piped up eagerly. The third law doesn't account for intent-based variations in charm work. Snape's eyebrows rose fractionally. An astute observation, Mr. Malfoy. Perhaps you'd care to elaborate? As Draco launched into a detailed explanation that went well beyond anything they'd covered in their lesson, Harry watched the interaction with interest. It was clear that Snape genuinely respected Draco's intelligence, treating him almost like a young adult rather than a child. It was equally clear that Draco thrived under this treatment, showing a depth of understanding that he rarely revealed during their regular lessons, where he was more likely to complain about the workload than engage with the material. A reasonable analysis, Snape concluded when Draco finished. Though I would argue that Waffling was not unaware of intent-based variations, but rather considered them extensions of the third law rather than exceptions to it. But that's just semantics, Harry interjected without thinking. If the outcome is different based on intent, doesn't that mean the law itself needs to be more flexible? Both Snape and Draco turned to look at him, Draco with surprise, Snape with an unreadable expression that might have been irritation or might have been something else entirely. "Explain your reasoning, Potter," Snape demanded. Harry swallowed, wishing he'd kept quiet. "Well, the third law states that magical effects behave consistently within defined parameters, right? But if two wizards can cast the same spell with different intentions and get different results, then the parameters aren't actually fixed. They're subjective." There was a moment of silence. Then, to Harry's astonishment, Snape nodded slowly. "A simplistic formulation, but not entirely without merit," he conceded. "Though I would suggest that the subjective element you identify is itself a parameter, one that Waffling perhaps underestimated in his original work." It wasn't exactly effusive praise, but coming from Snape, it felt like winning the lottery. Harry couldn't help the small smile that crept onto his face. "Does this mean you're going to be teaching us too, Professor?" Draco asked eagerly. "I will be supplementing certain aspects of your education," Snape replied carefully. "Specifically, I'll be overseeing Potter's introduction to potions, as well as providing both of you with more advanced instruction in magical theory as Thornhaven deems appropriate." Harry wasn't sure whether to be pleased or terrified. On one hand, Snape clearly knew his subject thoroughly. On the other, there was still that undercurrent of dislike whenever the professor looked at him, a shadow that never quite disappeared, no matter how reasonably they interacted. "When do we start?" Draco asked. "This evening," Snape said. "After dinner. We'll begin with basic ingredient preparation, a fundamental skill that many first years at Hogwarts woefully lack." "Wicked," Draco grinned. "Can we make something that explodes?" "Absolutely not," Snape said flatly. "Your mother would have my head. We'll start with simple healing salves, practical, safe, and an excellent introduction to the precise art of potions." Harry found himself actually looking forward to it, despite his trepidation about working closely with Snape. Healing salves sounded genuinely useful, and far more interesting than the endless note-taking they'd been doing all morning. "Now," Snape continued, "I suggest you both complete your assigned reading before dinner. Thornhaven is not known for his forgiveness of unprepared students." With that ominous warning, he swept from the room, robes billowing dramatically behind him. "Is he always so?" Harry gestured vaguely. "Intense?" Draco supplied. "Intimidating?" "Billowy?" Harry laughed. "All of the above." "Pretty much," Draco confirmed. "But he knows more about potions than anyone in Britain. Father says he invented half a dozen new potions before he was even out of Hogwarts." "Really?" Harry was impressed despite himself. "I wonder why he became a teacher instead of—" "I don't know, opening a potions shop or something." Draco shrugged. "Mother says he had his reasons. She also says not to ask him about it if you value your limbs." "Noted," Harry said with feeling. They turned back to their reading, settling into a companionable silence. Harry found himself struggling to focus, however, his mind returning to Snape's almost compliment. There had been a moment there, just a flash, when the professor had looked at him with something other than disdain or discomfort, something like genuine intellectual interest. It was a small thing, but somehow it mattered. Perhaps, Harry thought, there was hope for finding common ground with Snape after all, not as James Potter's son or Lily Evans' child, but simply as a student eager to learn. The weeks fell into a rhythm. Mornings were dedicated to intense study with Mr. Thornhaven, magical theory, history, basic arithmancy, and what the tutor called cultural literacy, which mostly involved memorizing bewilderingly complex pureblood family trees. Afternoons brought physical activity, flying with Draco, exploring the vast manor grounds, and occasionally accompanying Narcissa into the gardens where she taught Harry to identify plants used in basic potions. Evenings, 3 times a week, were Snape's domain. The potions master proved to be an exacting teacher, demanding absolute precision, accepting no excuses, and offering praise so rarely that when it came, it felt monumental. Yet Harry found himself thriving under this regime, his natural curiosity and determination driving him to excel despite the challenge, or perhaps because of it. Stir counterclockwise 7 times, then once clockwise, Snape instructed as they worked on a simple calming draft. The rhythm must be consistent, too fast and the Valerian root won't properly integrate, too slow and the infusion will cool prematurely. Harry concentrated on maintaining the perfect pace, counting silently in his head. Beside him, Draco was doing the same, his face screwed up in concentration. They were working in what had once been a breakfast room but had been converted into a makeshift potions laboratory, complete with cauldrons, cutting boards, and an impressive array of ingredients stored in glass jars along one wall. "Better, Potter," Snape remarked, inspecting Harry's cauldron. "The color is approaching the correct shade of lavender, though the consistency is still somewhat thin." Coming from Snape, this was high praise indeed. Harry couldn't help the small glow of pride that warmed his chest. "Now, add 3 drops of lavender oil, carefully. Count them precisely." Harry reached for the small glass dropper, his hand steady as he measured out the exact amount. The potion simmered, changing from lavender to a deeper purple, exactly as the instructions had described. "Well done," Snape murmured, almost to himself. Then, more loudly, "Both of you, lower the flame and allow the potions to simmer for 7 minutes. We'll assess the final results then." As they waited, Draco peppered Snape with questions about more advanced potions they might attempt in the future. Harry listened with half an ear, his attention caught by movement in the corridor outside the open door. Lucius Malfoy stood there, watching their lesson with an unreadable expression. When he realized Harry had noticed him, he didn't look away or pretend he hadn't been observing. Instead, he nodded slightly, an acknowledgement that wasn't quite friendly but wasn't hostile either. Harry nodded back, uncertain. In the month he'd been at Malfoy Manor, his interactions with Lucius had been minimal, polite but distant, as if the Malfoy patriarch were reserving judgment on his presence. It was a strange limbo to exist in, welcomed by Narcissa, reluctantly accepted by Draco, and merely tolerated by Lucius. Yet lately, Harry had noticed subtle shifts in Lucius's behavior. The man had begun asking about his progress during dinner, had twice corrected Harry's table manners with the same exasperated patience he showed Draco, and had even, on one memorable occasion, demonstrated the proper wand grip when he'd caught the boys practicing with twigs in the garden. Now, rather than continuing down the corridor, Lucius entered the room. "Severus," he greeted. "I see the lessons are progressing well." "Adequately," Snape replied, his tone neutral. "Both boys show aptitude, though different strengths. Draco excels at intuiting ingredient interactions, while Potter has a surprisingly steady hand for detailed work." Lucius moved to inspect their cauldrons, his expression critical. "Indeed. The consistency of Potter's brew appears superior, though Draco's color is more vibrant. What would account for the difference?" "Stirring technique," Snape explained. Draco tends toward greater force, which extracts more color from the ingredients but sometimes at the expense of texture. Potter is more methodical but sometimes overly cautious with the more volatile components. Harry was startled by the technical accuracy of Snape's assessment. He hadn't realized the professor had been observing their work so closely, let alone analyzing their individual approaches. "Interesting," Lucius murmured. "And these differences would impact the final efficacy how, precisely?" As Snape launched into a detailed explanation of potion potency versus duration, Harry caught Draco's eye. The blond boy seemed equally surprised by his father's interest, but also pleased. He mouthed, "What's happening?" at Harry, who could only shrug in response. "Your 7 minutes are nearly elapsed," Snape announced, interrupting his own lecture. "Prepare to remove your cauldrons from the heat." Harry and Draco quickly returned their attention to their potions. With careful movements, they extinguished the flames beneath their cauldrons and set them on cooling racks as Snape had taught them. "Now we must allow them to cool naturally for 1 hour before bottling," Snape instructed. "During which time, you will both write 12 inches on the properties of lavender in potion making and why precise harvesting time affects potency." Draco groaned. "But Father's here. Can't we take a break?" "The properties of ingredients don't change because you have a visitor, Mr. Malfoy," Snape said dryly. "However." He glanced at Lucius, perhaps a shorter assignment would be appropriate, given the circumstances. 6 inches, due tomorrow." "Thank you, Professor." Draco beamed. "Don't thank me yet," Snape warned. "I expect greater depth and precision in a more concise format. Quality over quantity." "Yes, sir," Draco agreed, though he still looked pleased at the reduced workload. "I actually had a purpose in interrupting your lesson," Lucius said smoothly. "I've received word from the Ministry that might be of interest to all of you." The atmosphere in the room changed instantly, tension rising like a tide. Harry felt his shoulders tighten, anticipating bad news. "What word?" Snape asked sharply. "Nothing alarming," Lucius assured them, though his expression remained grave. "But it seems the investigation into Potter's disappearance has reached a critical juncture. His Muggle relatives have been questioned extensively." "Questioned how?" Harry asked, unable to help himself. Lucius's pale eyes fixed on him. "Veritaserum," he said simply. "A truth potion," he added, seeing Harry's confusion. "At Dumbledore's insistence, apparently." The results were illuminating. They admitted to how they treated him. Narcissa's voice came from the doorway, where she now stood, her face taut with controlled anger. In full detail, Lucius confirmed. "The Ministry is appalled. The Muggles are currently facing charges under both Wizarding and Muggle law. Dumbledore arranged for their memories to be modified to include a plausible non-magical explanation for the authorities in their world." A complex swirl of emotions rose in Harry's chest, vindication, yes, but also a strange, hollow feeling. The Dursleys had been terrible, but they were the only family he had known. Their punishment brought him no joy. "What will happen to them?" he asked quietly. "That depends on the Muggle legal system," Lucius replied. "But they'll never have custody of you again, if that's your concern." "It's not," Harry said truthfully. I don't want Dudley to suffer because of what his parents did." Lucius looked genuinely surprised at this response. "Your cousin? The one who participated in your mistreatment?" Harry shrugged uncomfortably. "He's just a kid. He doesn't know any better, he was raised to think it was normal to treat me that way." A strange expression crossed Lucius's face, something almost like respect, though it was gone too quickly for Harry to be sure. "The boy will be placed with his aunt, I believe," Lucius said after a moment. "Dumbledore mentioned arrangements being made." Harry nodded, relieved. Aunt Marge was hardly a paragon of virtue, but she doted on Dudley. He would be fine with her. "There's more," Lucius continued. "The official story now being developed is that Potter, following his removal from the Muggle household, has been placed with a wizarding family for his protection and education. The specific family will not be named publicly for security reasons." "That's remarkably close to the truth," Narcissa observed. Indeed, Lucius's smile was thin. "Sometimes the best deception lies in plain sight. Dumbledore suggested the narrative, though I suspect he has ulterior motives in officially sanctioning the current arrangement." "Such as?" Snape asked, his voice neutral. "Maintaining the appearance of control while buying time to develop a more permanent solution," Lucius suggested. Or perhaps ensuring that Potter's magical education begins with a more diverse perspective than the old man might prefer. The implication was clear: Dumbledore was allowing Harry to remain at Malfoy Manor, but not without reservations about the ideological influences he might absorb there. "Does this mean I'm staying?" Harry asked, the question directed primarily at Narcissa. She moved further into the room, her expression softening as she looked at him. "For the foreseeable future, yes. The temporary arrangement has become somewhat less temporary." Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders that he hadn't even realized was there. Despite the comforts of Malfoy Manor, despite Narcissa's kindness and even Draco's grudging companionship, part of him had been braced for removal, for being sent away to yet another unfamiliar place. "Thank you," he said simply, the words directed at all three adults in the room, though his eyes lingered on Narcissa. She smiled slightly. "You're welcome, Harry. Now, I believe you and Draco have essays to plan before dinner." It was a gentle dismissal, signaling that the adults needed to speak privately. Harry and Draco gathered their notes and quills, bottled samples of their still-cooling potions for later evaluation, and left the makeshift laboratory. As they headed toward the library, Draco nudged Harry's shoulder. "See? Told you my father would come around." "Has he?" Harry asked skeptically. He seemed more resigned than enthusiastic. Draco rolled his eyes. "That's just how father is. If he really objected to you staying, believe me, you'd know." Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but he appreciated Draco's attempt at reassurance. Their relationship had evolved over the past month, not quite friendship in the conventional sense, but a sort of grudging alliance based on shared experiences and mutual interests. They still argued frequently, still competed fiercely on the Quidditch pitch, still occasionally hit sensitive nerves with careless comments about blood status or family legacies. But there was genuine respect developing between them, a recognition that despite their vastly different backgrounds, they were both navigating a complex world not entirely of their making. "What do you think they're really discussing in there?" Harry wondered as they settled at their usual table in the library. "Probably all the boring adult details," Draco shrugged. "Ministry politics, Dumbledore's schemes, who's saying what about you being missing. You don't think they're talking about, you know, him?" Draco didn't need to ask who him referred to. He glanced around, though the library was empty save for them. "Maybe," he admitted in a lower voice. "Father still believes he might return someday." "Does he want that?" Harry asked carefully. It was a question he'd been dancing around for weeks, never quite brave enough to ask directly. Draco was silent for a long moment, his face unusually serious. "I don't know," he said finally. "He used to talk about it like it would be a good thing. But lately..." He trailed off, frowning. "Lately?" Harry prompted. "He's different since you came," Draco said reluctantly. "Not completely, but, he asks different questions. Reads different books. Last week I found him in the library with Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, a book he's always dismissed as propaganda before." Harry absorbed this information, unsure what to make of it. Was Lucius Malfoy having a genuine change of heart? Or merely adapting to new circumstances with the calculating precision he was known for? "Anyway," Draco continued briskly, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation, "we should start these essays. Snape might have reduced the length, but he'll expect twice the content." Harry allowed the subject change, turning his attention to the properties of lavender in potion making. But his mind kept returning to the adults' conversation, to Lucius's unexpected news, to the subtle shifts in the Manor's atmosphere over the past month. Something was changing, not just in his circumstances, but in the very fabric of the relationships around him. What had begun as a temporary sanctuary was evolving into something more permanent, more significant. For better or worse, Harry Potter was becoming part of the Malfoy household. And the implications of that fact were only beginning to unfold. Severus Snape paced the length of the Malfoys' sitting room, his dark robes billowing behind him. Narcissa sat composed on a high-backed chair, watching him with patient attention, while Lucius stood by the fireplace, one hand resting on the ornate mantelpiece. "This changes the calculation considerably," Severus said, continuing a discussion that had been ongoing for the past hour. "If Dumbledore has officially sanctioned Potter's placement with a wizarding family, he must have a specific endgame in mind." "Obviously," Lucius drawled. "The question is what?" "Control," Narcissa suggested. "He's maintaining the appearance of authority while acknowledging the reality of the situation." "Classic Dumbledore." "Perhaps," Severus conceded. "But there's more to it. He mentioned something about unforeseen magical bonds when I last spoke with him. I believe he was referring to the protective connection you formed with the boy, Narcissa." Narcissa's eyebrows rose slightly. "He's aware of that?" "He suspects," Severus clarified. "The old man has always been attuned to unusual magical phenomena, especially those involving Potter." "And he approves?" Lucius asked skeptically. "He sees its utility," Severus replied. "A new layer of protection for his precious boy who lived, one he didn't have to arrange himself." "How convenient for him," Narcissa murmured. "Indeed," Severus agreed dryly. "Though I believe his approval is genuine, if pragmatic. What concerns me more is his long-term planning. Dumbledore never acts without considering multiple future moves." "You think he's using this situation for some greater scheme?" Lucius asked. "I think," Severus said carefully, "that he sees potential advantages in Potter being exposed to your perspective." "Our Death Eater perspective, you mean," Lucius said bluntly. "Your pureblood perspective," Severus corrected. "Your understanding of wizarding traditions, politics, the darker aspects of magical history. Knowledge that Potter would never gain from more conventionally light-sided guardians. Knowledge he might need," Narcissa added softly, "if the Dark Lord should ever return." The statement hung in the air, heavy with implication. None of them spoke for a long moment, each lost in their own thoughts about that possibility and its consequences. "The boy is learning rapidly," Severus said eventually, breaking the silence. "His grasp of magical theory is impressive for his age and background. His practical abilities, while untested without a wand, show promise. And he asks questions, intelligent, probing questions that suggest a mind capable of nuance." "High praise from you, Severus," Narcissa observed with a small smile. "Especially for James Potter's son." Severus's expression soured. "He has his mother's intellect," he said stiffly. "And her curiosity." "He also has her compassion," Narcissa added. "Did you hear his concern for his cousin? The same boy who tormented him for years?" "Weakness," Lucius muttered, though without real conviction. "Strength," Narcissa countered firmly. "The ability to see beyond immediate grievance to broader consequences. A rare quality in one so young. And potentially useful," Severus added pragmatically. "If channeled correctly." Lucius turned to face them fully, his expression thoughtful. "So we are agreed. Potter remains here, under our guidance." "My guidance," Narcissa corrected gently but firmly. "Your tolerance." Severus's instruction. "As you wish," Lucius conceded with a slight incline of his head. "Though I reserve the right to offer input on his political education. The boy will be a significant figure in our world, he should understand how it truly functions, not just the sanitized version Dumbledore would prefer." "Agreed," Narcissa said. "Though such education must be age-appropriate and balanced." "Of course," Lucius replied smoothly, though the glint in his eye suggested his definition of balanced might differ somewhat from his wife's. "There remains the matter of Potter's continued magical education," Severus interjected. "Thornhaven provides an excellent foundation, but the boy will need specialized instruction in areas beyond the standard curriculum." "Such as?" Lucius inquired. "A clemency, for one," Severus said. "If my suspicions about Dumbledore's long-term plans are correct, Potter will need to protect his mind. And there are other skills, magical detection, basic curse recognition, that would serve him well, given his unique position. You propose to teach him these things? Lucius asked, surprise evident in his voice. I propose that we all contribute to different aspects of his education, Severus clarified. His mind shows promise. It would be regrettable if that potential were squandered due to inadequate preparation. Narcissa smiled, a knowing expression crossing her face. You're beginning to care for the boy, she observed. Severus stiffened. I am ensuring that Lily's son survives whatever lies ahead, he said coldly. My personal feelings are irrelevant. As you say, Narcissa agreed, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. Regardless of motivation, I welcome your continued involvement in Harry's education. Then it's settled, Lucius declared. Potter remains at Malfoy Manor under Narcissa's primary guardianship. We all contribute to his education as appropriate. And we maintain a united front regarding his placement when dealing with outside parties. Including Dumbledore, Severus added pointedly. Especially Dumbledore, Lucius agreed with a thin smile. As the conversation turned to practical matters, adjustments to the manor wards, official paperwork for Harry's guardianship, scheduling for his expanded education, Narcissa allowed herself a moment of quiet satisfaction. What had begun as an impulsive act of protection had evolved into something far more significant, a reimagining of alliances, a subtle shift in loyalties, a new path forward that none of them could have anticipated 2 months ago. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was changing them all, not through any conscious effort on his part, but simply by being who he was, a child deserving of protection, a wizard hungry for knowledge, a soul marked by both tragedy and remarkable resilience. And perhaps, Narcissa thought as she listened to her husband and Severus discussing advanced defensive magic with genuine enthusiasm, that was the most powerful magic of all. The library at Malfoy Manor had become Harry's favorite refuge. When the pressure of constant lessons grew overwhelming, when Draco's company became too abrasive, when he simply needed space to process all he was learning, he retreated to the vast, book-lined room with its comfortable window seats and enchanted ceiling that showed the night sky in perfect detail. It was here that Narcissa found him one evening in late August, curled in his preferred window nook with Hogwarts, a history, open on his lap. The summer was waning, the evenings growing shorter, and the grounds outside the window were bathed in the golden light of approaching sunset. You're reading that book again, she asked by way of greeting, her voice gently amused. I believe this makes the 3rd time. Harry looked up with a smile. It's my favorite, he admitted. I like imagining what it will be like when I finally go there. Understandable, Narcissa said, settling gracefully on the opposite end of the window seat. Though I warn you, the reality rarely matches the precise image in one's mind, it's usually both better and worse in unexpected ways. Were you happy there? At Hogwarts? Narcissa considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. Yes, she said finally. Despite the complications of those years, and there were many, Hogwarts itself was a sanctuary of sorts. A place to grow, to learn who I truly was apart from family expectations. Even in Slytherin? Harry asked. With all the house rivalries and everything? A small smile curved Narcissa's lips. Especially in Slytherin. Contrary to popular belief, it's a house of deep loyalty and tradition. Ambitious, yes, and sometimes ruthless, but also protective of its own. She studied his face. You're concerned about the sorting. It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded anyway. What if I end up in a different house than Draco? Would I still be able to, would things change? He couldn't quite bring himself to ask directly, would I still be welcome here if I'm not in Slytherin? Harry, Narcissa said gently, your place here is not contingent on which Hogwarts house claims you. Whether you wear green and silver, red and gold, blue and bronze, or yellow and black, you will always have a home at Malfoy Manor, for as long as you wish it. The knot of anxiety that had been building in Harry's chest loosened slightly. Even if I'm in Gryffindor? Like my parents? Even then, Narcissa confirmed. Though I warn you, Draco will be insufferable about it. Harry laughed. He already is. He's convinced I'll be a perfect little lion, because I keep risking my neck on that diving maneuver. The one I expressly forbade? Narcissa asked, arching an elegant eyebrow. Harry flushed. We might have modified it slightly. To make it safer. Narcissa's expression was skeptical, but she let it pass. Speaking of modifications, I wanted to discuss something with you. A change to our arrangement. Harry's heart sank. Here it came, the caveat, the limitation, the reminder that his presence was still ultimately conditional. Seeing his expression, Narcissa quickly added, nothing to be concerned about, Harry. Quite the opposite. She withdrew a roll of parchment from within her robes and handed it to him. The document was covered in elegant script, much of it in legal terminology that Harry didn't fully understand. But certain phrases stood out in stark clarity: formal guardianship of one Harry James Potter. Educational and physical welfare. Duration until majority or alternative arrangements mutually agreed upon. Harry looked up, stunned. Are you becoming your legal guardian? Yes, Narcissa confirmed. If you're agreeable, of course. The arrangement we've had thus far has been informal, a temporary solution to an immediate need. This would make it official within wizarding law. But why? Harry asked, genuinely puzzled. I mean, why now? Several reasons, Narcissa replied. First, your continuing education requires a legal guardian to make certain decisions: enrollment in supplementary courses, approval for specialized training, and eventually, formal registration for Hogwarts. Second, as your residence here becomes more widely known, questions will inevitably arise about your legal status. This document addresses those questions preemptively. And Lucius is okay with this? Harry couldn't help asking. With making it official? Lucius and I have discussed it thoroughly, Narcissa said carefully. He understands the necessity and has given his consent. The guardianship would be primarily mine, rather than joint, which allows for certain flexibilities in how your education proceeds. Harry read between the lines. Lucius was willing to tolerate his presence but preferred to maintain a degree of separation from direct responsibility for the boy who lived. It was a compromise that seemed to satisfy everyone's needs. What about Dumbledore? He asked. Professor Snape said he was the one who placed me with the Dursleys in the first place. The headmaster has been consulted, Narcissa assured him. He has certain reservations, naturally, but ultimately recognizes that your well-being must take precedence over political considerations. Harry had learned enough about the complexities of wizarding politics over the past 2 months to know that this was likely an oversimplification. Dumbledore's acquiescence must have come with conditions, negotiations, perhaps even magical guarantees. But the fact remained: the most powerful wizard in Britain was willing to allow him to stay with the Malfoys, to make the arrangement formal and binding. Do I need to sign something? He asked, running his fingers over the parchment. Yes, but not immediately, Narcissa said. I want you to read it carefully first, or have someone you trust explain the sections you don't understand. This is not a decision to be made lightly, Harry. I want to stay, Harry said firmly. I already know that. Narcissa smiled, her blue eyes warming with genuine affection. Nevertheless, take your time. The document will be valid whenever you choose to sign it. She rose to leave, but Harry stopped her with a question that had been nagging at him for weeks. Narcissa. Why did you do it? That night in Diagon Alley, why did you help me? You knew who I was, what I represented. Everything in your life would have been easier if you'd just walked away. Narcissa paused, considering her answer carefully. When I saw you there, a child, bleeding, afraid, something inside me simply knew what must be done. Not a conscious decision so much as a recognition of necessity. She met his gaze directly. I could no more have left you there than I could have left Draco in such a state. But I wasn't your responsibility, Harry persisted. I wasn't your child. Perhaps not by birth, Narcissa acknowledged. But in that moment, you became my responsibility by choice. And sometimes, Harry, the family we choose is as powerful as the family we're born to. With those words lingering in the air between them, she left him to his thoughts, the guardianship document still clutched in his hands. Harry turned back to the window, watching as the last rays of sunlight gilded the manor grounds. 2 months ago, he had been locked in a cupboard, hungry and afraid, with no concept of magic beyond the strange occurrences that got him punished. Now he sat in one of Britain's most ancient wizarding homes, surrounded by books of magic, receiving education from expert tutors, and being offered a legal home by a woman who had once stood on the opposite side of a war from his parents. Life, Harry was discovering, was far more complex than the simple categories of good and evil that fairy tales had taught him. People contained multitudes, Narcissa with her cold public persona and her fierce maternal protectiveness, Draco with his entitled arrogance and his genuine intellectual curiosity, even Lucius with his political machinations and his surprising moments of dry humor or unexpected fairness. And perhaps he himself was equally complex, not just the boy who lived, not just an orphan or a wizard or a child who had survived abuse. But all of these things and more, still becoming whoever he was meant to be. He looked down at the guardianship document again, tracing the elegant script with his finger. It wasn't perfect. There would still be challenges ahead, navigating the broader wizarding world, balancing his growing loyalty to the Malfoys with the legacy of his birth parents, preparing for whatever future might await the boy who lived. But for now, for this moment, he had found something he'd never truly had before, a home. A place where he was valued not for what he symbolized, but for who he was. A family that, while unconventional and still somewhat tentative, nevertheless offered him protection, education, and even affection. It was more than enough. Draco Malfoy was conflicted. He stood in the doorway of what had once been a rarely used guest room and was now unmistakably Harry Potter's personal domain. The walls still showed the enchanted Quidditch scene his mother had created, but other changes had accumulated over the past months. A collection of wizard photographs in frames on the desk, mostly of Harry and Draco flying, but also a few older ones of Harry's parents that Professor Snape had reluctantly provided, books stacked haphazardly despite the presence of perfectly good shelves, a Puddlemere United poster that Draco had gifted him after a particularly heated debate about the best professional Quidditch teams. It looked lived in. Permanent. A stark visual reminder of how much had changed since that rainy night when Harry Potter had stumbled into their lives. Are you just going to stand there staring, or did you want something? Harry's voice broke into his thoughts. Draco composed his features into casual indifference. Mother sent me to fetch you. Apparently, we're having some kind of special dinner tonight. Harry looked up from the parchment he'd been reading. The guardianship document, Draco noted with a twinge of something he couldn't quite identify. Did she say what the occasion was? No, but it's probably because of that, Draco nodded toward the parchment. She mentioned you decided to sign it. Yeah, Harry confirmed, his expression brightening. This morning. Snape went over all the legal terms with me first to make sure I understood everything. Of course he did, Draco muttered. Severus had been spending an inordinate amount of time at the manor lately, ostensibly to oversee their education but also engaging in long, private conversations with Draco's parents, conversations that stopped abruptly whenever Draco entered the room. Harry studied him with those unervingly perceptive green eyes. Are you, okay with it? With me staying officially? The question caught Draco off guard. Why wouldn't I be? He deflected. It's not like you haven't already been here forever. 2 months isn't forever, Harry pointed out mildly. And you haven't really said what you think about it. Draco shifted uncomfortably. What did he think about Harry Potter becoming a semi-permanent fixture in his home, sharing his tutors, his parents' attention, his space? It was complicated. It's fine, he said finally. Better than you going to live with blood traitors like the Weasleys or something. Harry frowned slightly at the term blood traitors, but let it pass, one of their unspoken agreements, to pick their battles on the subject of blood politics. So you're not, I don't know, jealous or anything of you? Draco scoffed. Hardly. I'm still the Malfoy heir. You're just a charity case. The words came out harsher than he'd intended, and he regretted them immediately when he saw the flash of hurt in Harry's eyes. But before he could backtrack, Harry's expression cleared, replaced by understanding. Right, Harry said, and there was no anger in his voice, just quiet acceptance. I know I'm not family, Draco. I'm not trying to replace you or take anything that's yours. Draco felt a flush of shame creep up his neck. I didn't mean it like that, he muttered. It's just, weird. Having you here. Weird good or weird bad? Harry asked. Draco considered the question seriously. Weird different, he decided. But not bad. It's actually been, not terrible, having someone my own age around. Even if you do have ridiculous Quidditch opinions and can't tell the difference between powdered moonstone and crushed pearl. Harry grinned, recognizing the olive branch for what it was. And even if you do use too much hair gel and think you know everything about everything? I do know everything about everything, Draco retorted, but there was no heat in it. Come on, we're going to be late, and Mother hates tardiness at formal dinners. Formal. Harry looked down at his everyday robes in alarm. No one said anything about formal. Relax, Potter, Draco rolled his eyes. Your regular robes are fine. Just run a comb through that bird's nest you call hair. As Harry attempted to tame his unruly locks with the silver-backed comb Narcissa had given him, pure silver is beneficial for magical children's development, she'd explained, Draco found himself reflecting on the strange turn his life had taken. If someone had told him 3 months ago that he'd be standing in Harry Potter's bedroom at Malfoy Manor, waiting to attend a family dinner celebrating Potter's official placement under his mother's guardianship, he'd have thought them certifiably insane. And yet here they were, and the strangest part was how normal it had begun to feel. Potter wasn't the arrogant, glory-seeking hero Draco had been raised to expect. He was just Harry. Terrible at wizard chess, surprisingly good at potions, fiercely competitive on a broomstick, and genuinely curious about everything magical. He asked questions that sometimes made Draco reconsider his own assumptions, approached problems from angles Draco would never have considered, and was irritatingly noble about the most ridiculous things, like insisting they take turns using the better broom during flying practice, even though Draco's was technically superior. Ready, Harry declared, having achieved a state that was marginally less disheveled than his usual appearance. It'll have to do, Draco sighed dramatically. Come on, then. They made their way through the manor's corridors, Harry now navigating with almost as much confidence as Draco himself. As they approached the formal dining room, rarely used except for important occasions, Draco impulsively put a hand on Harry's arm, stopping him. Listen, about what I said before, he began awkwardly. The charity case thing. I didn't really mean it. Harry looked surprised, then pleased. I know, he said simply. It's okay, Draco. It's just weird, Draco continued, feeling compelled to explain. My whole life, it's been just the 3 of us, Mother, Father, and me. And now there's you. And everything's different. Different bad? Harry echoed their earlier exchange. Draco shook his head slowly. No, he admitted. Just different. But I'm getting used to it. Harry smiled, a genuine, open expression that Draco was seeing more frequently as the other boy grew more comfortable at the manor. Me too, he said. It's the first time I've ever had anything like a real family. The statement, so simple and yet so profound, caught Draco off guard. He'd known intellectually that Potter's life with the Muggles had been awful, he'd heard the stories, seen the evidence in Harry's initial wariness around adults, his surprise at having his own room, his pathetic gratitude for basic decency. But somehow, Hearing him use the word family in reference to the Malfoys drove home just how significant this arrangement was to him. For a moment, Draco felt the weight of a responsibility he hadn't asked for, the knowledge that he was, in some strange way, the closest thing to a brother that Harry Potter had ever known. "Well," he said finally, trying to lighten the suddenly heavy atmosphere, "if you're going to be part of the family, you really need to develop better taste in Quidditch teams." Puddlemere United? Seriously? Harry laughed, and the moment of tension dissolved. Never. They've won the league 3 times in the last decade. Ancient history, Draco dismissed with a wave of his hand. The Falcons are clearly superior now. Bickering good-naturedly about Quidditch statistics, they entered the dining room together. Narcissa and Lucius were already present, along with, to Draco's surprise, Professor Snape. The table was set with the best silver, crystal goblets gleaming in the candlelight, and a centerpiece of white roses and night-blooming jasmine that perfumed the air. "Ah, there you are," Narcissa greeted them with a warm smile. "Right on time." "Barely," Lucius remarked dryly, though there was no real censure in his tone. "We were debating Quidditch," Draco explained, taking his usual seat. "Potter continues to display appalling taste in teams." "A grave character flaw indeed," Snape commented, the corner of his mouth twitching in what might have been amusement. "One hopes it doesn't extend to his academic choices." "Professor Snape," Harry greeted him with a polite nod. "I didn't know you would be joining us tonight. As witness to the guardianship documents, my presence was requested," Snape replied, his dark eyes unreadable as always. "Requested and appreciated," Narcissa added smoothly. "Severus has been instrumental in facilitating many of the arrangements for your continued education, Harry." Lucius raised his glass, a signal for the others to do the same. "It seems appropriate to mark the occasion," he said, his voice formal but not cold. "Today, we formalize an arrangement that began in rather unorthodox circumstances. Harry Potter is now officially under the guardianship of House Malfoy, specifically the protection of my wife, Narcissa." Draco watched Harry's face, noting the mixture of emotions that crossed it, happiness, certainly, but also a hint of apprehension, as if he still couldn't quite believe this was real or permanent. "This arrangement," Lucius continued, "carries certain responsibilities for all parties. For Narcissa and myself, the duty of providing for Potter's education, welfare, and proper introduction to wizarding society. For Potter, the obligation to uphold the standards expected of one associated with our family." Here Lucius fixed Harry with a pointed look, though there was something almost like approval in his grey eyes. Thus far, he has shown himself equal to that challenge. Coming from Lucius Malfoy, this was high praise indeed. Draco saw Harry straighten slightly in his chair, clearly recognizing the significance of the words. "And for Draco," Narcissa added, her gaze moving to her son, "the opportunity to demonstrate the leadership and brotherhood that will one day make him a credit to the Malfoy name in his own right." Draco felt a flush of pride at his mother's words, mixed with that same strange sense of responsibility he'd felt outside the dining room. Brotherhood. It was a concept he'd never considered before Harry's arrival, had never needed to consider, as an only child accustomed to being the sole focus of his parents' attention. "To new beginnings," Narcissa concluded, raising her glass higher. "To new beginnings," the others echoed, Draco included, though he noticed Professor Snape merely inclined his head rather than repeating the words. As they began the elaborate meal, conversation flowed more naturally than Draco would have expected given the formal nature of the occasion. His father and Professor Snape discussed recent developments at the Ministry, something about international magical cooperation that sounded terminally boring to Draco's ears. His mother engaged Harry in conversation about his progress in their botanical lessons, her face lighting with genuine pleasure when he correctly identified all the magical properties of the night-blooming jasmine in the centerpiece. Watching them, Draco was struck by how comfortable they had become with each other. His mother had always been affectionate with him, but reserved with almost everyone else. Yet with Harry, there was a warmth, a gentle attentiveness that Draco had previously considered his exclusive domain. Strangely, he found he didn't mind as much as he might have expected. Perhaps because Harry so clearly needed it, needed someone to look at him that way, to listen to his thoughts as if they mattered, to correct his table manners with patient amusement rather than harsh criticism. Or perhaps because Draco had discovered, somewhat to his surprise, that his mother's affection wasn't a finite resource to be jealously guarded, but rather something that seemed to expand to include Harry without diminishing what Draco himself received. Draco, his father's voice broke into his thoughts. Professor Snape was just telling us about the special curriculum he's developing for your third year of potions instruction. Perhaps you'd care to share your thoughts on where you'd like to focus your studies? And just like that, Draco was drawn into the conversation, expounding on his interest in the more complex medicinal potions while Harry listened attentively, asking intelligent questions about ingredient interactions that showed he'd been paying attention during their lessons. The evening progressed pleasantly, culminating in a dessert of magical significance, a confection that changed flavors with each bite, representing the ever-evolving nature of magical bonds. As they finished the final course, Narcissa produced a small, wrapped package and presented it to Harry. A small token, she explained, to mark the occasion. Harry accepted it with visible surprise. "Thank you," he said, carefully unwrapping the silver paper to reveal a velvet box. Inside lay a signet ring, smaller than the one Draco's father wore but similar in design, though instead of the Malfoy crest, it bore the Potter family coat of arms. It's traditional for wizarding children to receive their family signet upon formal acceptance into a household, Narcissa explained. Whether by birth or by other means. I had this commissioned based on historical records of your family's heraldry. Harry stared at the ring, clearly moved. "I didn't even know my family had a coat of arms," he said softly. "The Potters are an old line," Lucius remarked, surprising everyone with his matter-of-fact tone. "Dating back to the 12th century, if the genealogical records are accurate. The family has produced notable potioneers, hence the name, as well as several members of the Wizengamot." Harry looked up, clearly startled by this information coming from Lucius of all people. "I didn't know that either." "Perhaps," Lucius suggested, his tone carefully neutral, "it would be appropriate to include more focused study of your family history in your educational program. Understanding one's heritage is important. For a young wizard of your standing." "I would like that very much, sir," Harry said earnestly. Draco watched this exchange with fascination. His father, offering to help Potter learn about his family history. The same father who had, until recently, referred to the Potters primarily as blood traders or Dumbledore's pawns. Something significant had shifted in the family dynamic, and Draco wasn't entirely sure when or how it had happened. But as he observed his father's measured approval, his mother's obvious affection, and Harry's barely contained happiness, he found himself not minding the change as much as he might have expected. After all, he reasoned as they concluded the dinner and prepared to retire for the evening, having Harry Potter as a sort of honorary brother did come with certain advantages. Someone to fly with whenever he wanted. A worthy opponent in magical studies who pushed him to excel. A confidant who wasn't a house elf or a portrait. And perhaps most significantly, a shield for some of his father's more exacting attention, allowing Draco a degree of freedom he hadn't previously enjoyed. "Penny for your thoughts?" Harry asked as they climbed the grand staircase toward their rooms. "My thoughts are worth far more than a penny, Potter," Draco replied automatically. Then, more seriously, "I was just thinking that this whole situation is strange, but not entirely terrible." Harry grinned. High praise from a Malfoy. "The highest," Draco agreed with exaggerated pomposity. Then, dropping the act, "The ring suits you, by the way. Mother has excellent taste." Harry glanced down at the signet now adorning his right hand. "I've never had anything that connected me to my family before," he said quietly. "No heirlooms, no photographs until Professor Snape found some, nothing." "Well, now you do," Draco said simply. "And you'll have more, eventually. Family vaults at Gringotts often contain heirlooms beyond just gold." "Really?" Harry's eyes lit with interest. "Of course. When we're older, we'll have to arrange a proper visit," formal robes, official documentation, the works. The goblins are sticklers for protocol. We. Harry repeated, looking surprised. Draco rolled his eyes. Yes, we. You think I'd miss the chance to see what's in the Potter vaults? There could be ancient magical artifacts, rare books, enchanted weapons, all kinds of valuable things. Or just a pile of gold, Harry pointed out pragmatically. Well, that would be boring, Draco declared. But still, it's tradition for family to accompany a young heir on his first formal vault visit. And since I'm the closest thing you've got to a brother now. He trailed off, suddenly uncomfortable with the explicitness of the statement. But Harry just smiled, that open, genuine smile that Draco was gradually getting used to. Right, he said simply. Brothers. The word hung between them, not quite a question but not quite a statement either. A possibility, perhaps, or an aspiration. Something still in the process of becoming. Don't get sentimental, Potter, Draco said finally, reverting to his usual defense of sarcasm. I just want first pick of any decent flying equipment in your vault. Harry laughed. Of course. It's all about the broomsticks with you. What else would it be about? Draco retorted with a grin. As they reached the landing where they would go their separate ways to their respective rooms, Draco paused. Potter, Harry, he corrected himself, the name still feeling strange on his tongue. Welcome to the family. Officially. And before Harry could respond, Draco turned and headed down the corridor to his own room, not trusting himself to maintain his composure in the face of whatever heartfelt response Potter might offer. They weren't there yet, weren't quite at the point where such naked sincerity wouldn't be mortifying for both of them. But they were getting closer. And as Draco prepared for bed that night, he found himself thinking that perhaps having a brother, even one as improbable as Harry Potter, might not be the worst thing in the world after all. Chapter 3, New Allegiances. Autumn descended on Wiltshire with gentle insistence, painting the vast grounds of Malfoy Manor in brilliant shades of amber, crimson, and gold. Morning frost sparkled on the manicured lawns, and mist clung to the ancient trees that bordered the estate, giving the entire landscape an otherworldly quality that suited its magical inhabitants. Harry Potter stood at the window of his room, not just a room he occupied, but truly his now, watching a pair of albino peacocks strut across the gardens below. After 3 months at Malfoy Manor, he no longer marveled at such exotic creatures, they had become simply another facet of the extraordinary world he now inhabited. He ran a finger over the Potter signet ring on his right hand, still not entirely accustomed to its weight. The ring represented so much, his heritage, his place in wizarding society, and most significantly, his new status under Narcissa's formal guardianship. The signing of those papers had marked a profound shift in his life, from unwanted burden to protected ward, from forgotten orphan to heir of an ancient line. A sharp rap at his door interrupted his reflections. Enter, he called, turning from the window. Draco appeared, already dressed in his flying gear despite the early hour. Good, you're up, he said by way of greeting. Father wants to see us in his study. Harry frowned. Both of us? Now. That's what I said, isn't it? Draco replied, though without his former habitual sneer. Over the past months, his attitude toward Harry had evolved from grudging tolerance to something approaching friendship, or brotherhood, as they'd tentatively begun to call it. He didn't say why, but he looked serious. Your father always looks serious, Harry pointed out, reaching for his robes, forest green today, one of the many sets custom-made for him by Mr. Twilfit. Did I do something wrong? Not that I know of, Draco shrugged. But we'd better not keep him waiting. Harry dressed quickly, attempted to flatten his perpetually unruly hair, and followed Draco through the manor's corridors toward Lucius Malfoy's private study, a sanctum he'd rarely been invited to enter. Their footsteps echoed on the marble floors, the portraits watching their passage with barely disguised curiosity. Any idea what this is about? Harry asked quietly as they approached the imposing oak door. None, Draco admitted. But father's been locked in his study with a stack of old books for days. Mother says he's researching, but won't say what. Before Harry could inquire further, they reached the study. Draco knocked 3 times, a familiar pattern that Harry had learned was the customary way for family members to announce themselves. "Enter," came Lucius's commanding voice from within. The boys stepped into the study, a room that perfectly embodied its owner, elegant yet intimidating, filled with rare books and magical artifacts, dominated by a massive desk of polished ebony. Behind it sat Lucius Malfoy, his platinum hair tied back with a black ribbon, his aristocratic features composed in their usual mask of cool authority. "Ah, good," he said, setting aside the ancient-looking tome he'd been examining. "Sit, both of you." They took the chair's position before the desk, Harry feeling the familiar tension that always accompanied direct interactions with Lucius. Though the Malfoy patriarch had gradually warmed toward him over the past months, or at least had ceased viewing him with active suspicion, there remained a formality between them that Harry doubted would ever fully dissolve. "I have been conducting research," Lucius began without preamble, "into certain aspects of magical heritage and inheritance. Specifically, the Potter lineage." Harry straightened in his chair, immediately attentive. Any information about his family was precious to him, a hunger that neither Narcissa nor Professor Snape had been able to fully satisfy, despite their efforts to provide him with what knowledge they possessed. "The Potter line is older than many realize," Lucius continued, his tone scholarly rather than condescending. "And more significant than I previously acknowledged. The family's origins can be traced to Linfred of Stinchcombe, a 12th-century wizard renowned for his innovative potions." "That's why we're called Potters?" Harry asked eagerly. "Indeed," Lucius confirmed. "Though the family name evolved over centuries, its connection to the art of potion-making remained. Your ancestors were particularly skilled in creating healing remedies, the foundation of what would later become several standard medical potions still used at St. Mungo's today." "Wow," Harry breathed, trying to imagine these distant relatives mixing potions centuries ago. "I didn't know that." "Few do, these days," Lucius replied. "Which brings me to the purpose of this discussion." He withdrew a scroll from his desk drawer and unrolled it carefully, revealing a complex family tree. "This is the Potter lineage, traced through the paternal line over 9 centuries. Harry leaned forward, eyes wide as he took in the intricate web of names and dates. "My family," he whispered, reaching out instinctively before catching himself. "May I?" "You may," Lucius said, sliding the document toward him. "It belongs to you, in fact. A copy exists in the Ministry archives, but this particular rendering was commissioned specifically for your education." Harry felt a lump form in his throat as he studied the names of ancestors he'd never known existed. There, at the bottom of the tree, were his parents, James and Lily Potter, with a single line extending to his own name. "Thank you," he managed, looking up at Lucius with genuine gratitude. "This is incredible." Lucius inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the thanks. "What you may find particularly interesting," he continued, "are certain names that appear higher in the lineage. If you look at the 16th-century branch, you'll note a connection to the Peverell family, a significant wizarding line now extinct in the male line." "Peverell?" Draco leaned closer, suddenly interested. "As in the tale of the 3 brothers?" "Precisely," Lucius confirmed. "Though whether the connection to those particular artifacts is historical fact or mere legend remains debatable." "I don't understand," Harry admitted, feeling once again the gap in his magical education. "What's the tale of the 3 brothers?" "A children's story," Draco explained. "About 3 wizard brothers who cheated death and were given powerful magical objects as rewards, or traps, depending on how you interpret it. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. It's just a fairy tale," Lucius added, though something in his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced of this himself. "But the Peverell family was quite real, and your connection to them is documented. Are there other important connections?" Harry asked, scanning the complex chart. "Several," Lucius confirmed. Including, most surprisingly, a distant relation to the Black family through your grandmother, Doria Black. His eyes flicked to Draco. Which means, in the convoluted way of wizarding genealogy, that you and Draco are something like third cousins once removed. Both boys looked at each other in surprise. We're related? Harry asked incredulously. Distantly, Lucius clarified. Though in pureblood circles, such connections are common. The old families are all intertwined to some degree. That's weird, Harry said, trying to absorb this information. It's perfectly normal, Draco countered, sitting straighter. All the best families are related. It just means you have better blood than I thought, Potter. Lucius cleared his throat, silencing his son. The point, Mr. Potter, is that your heritage is considerably more complex than the simplistic narrative often presented about your family. Your father may have aligned himself with certain political factions, but the Potter lineage itself is ancient, respected, and deeply embedded in wizarding history. Harry nodded, understanding the subtext. Lucius was acknowledging, in his own way, that Harry's blood status was more acceptable than he'd previously recognized, a concession that clearly mattered in the Malfoys' worldview. There's more, Lucius continued, extracting a second document from his drawer. This pertains to the Potter family vaults at Gringotts. As Narcissa's ward, you now have limited access to these assets, with full control transferring to you at 17. Harry accepted the parchment, which detailed a financial summary that made his eyes widen. The numbers were astronomical by his standards, galleons, sickles, and nuts in quantities he could barely comprehend, along with mentions of properties, investments, and various magical artifacts held in trust. I'm rich, he said faintly. Draco snorted. Obviously. The Potters were always wealthy. Not Malfoy wealthy, of course, he added with habitual pride, but certainly comfortable. Indeed, Lucius agreed dryly. Though, comfortable, might be something of an understatement. The Potter fortune, while not the largest in Britain, is substantial. It has also been well managed during your minority by the goblins, who are rapacious but efficient financial stewards. Harry's mind was reeling. First, the discovery that he was descended from renowned potioneers and connected to legendary magical families. Now, the revelation that he was independently wealthy. It was almost too much to process. Why are you telling me this now? He asked finally, looking up at Lucius. Why not before? A flicker of something, perhaps respect for the directness of the question, crossed Lucius's face. Several reasons, he replied carefully. First, the research required to compile this information accurately took time. Second, I wanted to be certain of your position within our household before discussing matters of inheritance. He paused, his gray eyes boring into Harry's. And third, certain events on the horizon make it prudent for you to understand your place in wizarding society more completely. What events? Draco asked, frowning. The Ministry has scheduled a formal announcement regarding Mr. Potter's guardianship for next week, Lucius explained. Until now, the arrangement has been kept relatively private, known to the necessary officials but not widely publicized. That is about to change. Harry felt a flutter of anxiety. So everyone will know I'm living here? With the Malfoys? Indeed, Lucius confirmed. And while Narcissa's formal guardianship provides legal protection, there will inevitably be questions, speculation, and potentially opposition from certain quarters. Dumbledore, Draco surmised. Among others, Lucius acknowledged. The headmaster has publicly supported the arrangement thus far, but his political allies may be less accommodating. There are those who would prefer the boy who lived to be raised with a different perspective on magical society. You mean they'd rather I grew up hating Slytherins and everything they stand for, Harry translated bluntly. A thin smile curved Lucius's lips. Precisely. Which is why understanding your heritage, all aspects of it, is vital. When the questions come, as they inevitably will, you must be prepared to answer from a position of knowledge rather than ignorance. Harry nodded slowly, appreciating the practicality of this advice. "Thank you for this," he said, gesturing to the genealogical chart. "It means a lot to me." "You are welcome," Lucius replied formally. "Now, I believe your tutor is expecting you both shortly. Mr. Thornhaven does not appreciate tardiness, even for matters of genealogical significance." It was a dismissal, polite but clear. The boys rose, Harry carefully rolling the precious family tree. "You may keep that in your room," Lucius told him. "Though I suggest appropriate preservation charms. Narcissa can assist with those." Harry nodded again, clutching the document as if it might vanish if he loosened his grip. "Yes, sir. Thank you again." As they reached the door, Lucius added, "One more thing, Mr. Potter." Harry turned back. "Sir." "Your mother," Lucius said, his tone carefully neutral. While her background was not what traditionalists would consider ideal, her magical abilities were undeniably exceptional. That talent is also part of your heritage. I suggest you remember that when others attempt to categorize you according to their own political agendas. The statement, coming from Lucius Malfoy of all people, was so unexpected that Harry could only stare for a moment. Yes, sir. I will." With that, they left the study, walking in silence down the corridor as Harry attempted to process everything he'd just learned. "Well," Draco said finally, breaking the silence, "that was interesting. Father never talks about Muggleborns having talent. He must really be warming up to you." "Or just being practical," Harry countered. "Like he said, people are going to have opinions about me living here. He wants me prepared." "Maybe," Draco conceded. "But still, acknowledging your mother's abilities? That's new." He glanced sideways at Harry. "So, cousin. How does it feel to be officially part of the sacred pureblood family tree, even if it's on a withered branch?" The question could have been offensive, but Draco's tone held no malice, just his usual blend of aristocratic pride and newfound teasing familiarity. "Weird," Harry admitted with a small grin. "But nice, I suppose. To know I belong somewhere." "You belong here," Draco said simply, then immediately looked embarrassed at his own sincerity. "I mean, where else would you go? Some hovel with the Weasleys? Or worse, back to those filthy Muggles?" Harry let the casual slur against the Weasleys pass, another of their unspoken compromises. "I'm glad I'm here," he agreed. "Even if your father does terrify me sometimes." "Father terrifies everyone," Draco said dismissively. "It's his job. Come on, we're going to be late for Thornhaven, and I'm not getting another lecture about punctuality reflecting moral character." As they quickened their pace toward the East Wing where their lessons were held, Harry found his thoughts returning to the family tree, to the long line of Potters stretching back through centuries of wizarding history. For the first time, he felt connected to something larger than himself, not just as the boy who lived, but as the heir to an ancient magical lineage. It was a heritage worth understanding, worth honoring. And perhaps worth reconciling with the new connections he was forming in the present, complicated though they might be. Albus Dumbledore stood at the window of his office at Hogwarts, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains though his thoughts were far away. Behind him, Minerva McGonagall sat rigidly in a chair before his desk, her expression betraying her displeasure with the conversation thus far. "I still don't understand, Albus," she said, her Scottish brogue more pronounced in her agitation. "How could you possibly agree to this arrangement? Potter living with the Malfoys, of all people." "It is an unusual situation, I grant you," Dumbledore replied mildly, turning from the window. "But one with unexpected benefits." "Benefits?" Minerva repeated incredulously. What possible benefit could come from placing Harry Potter in the household of a suspected Death Eater? Dumbledore moved to his desk, seating himself with deliberate calm. "Narcissa Malfoy has formed a protective bond with the boy," he explained. "A magical connection not unlike the one his mother created through her sacrifice, though different in both nature and power. It provides an additional layer of protection that I could not have anticipated or engineered. And you trust this bond? Trust her? Minerva pressed skeptically. She is a Black by birth and a Malfoy by marriage, Albus. Both families steeped in dark arts and pureblood supremacy. And yet, when confronted with an injured child, one who represented everything her family supposedly despised, her instinct was to protect him, Dumbledore pointed out. That choice speaks to a capacity for change, for growth, that I find intriguing. Intriguing, Minerva repeated flatly. The boy's welfare is not an academic experiment, Albus. Far from it, Dumbledore agreed, his blue eyes serious behind his half-moon spectacles. But consider the facts, Minerva. Harry was abused by the Dursleys, a grave error in judgment for which I take full responsibility. When he escaped through accidental magic, it was Narcissa Malfoy who found him, healed him, and gave him sanctuary. She has since provided him with education, stability, and genuine affection. By all reports, including Severus's, the boy is thriving. Severus, Minerva muttered. Another complication. His history with James Potter hardly makes him an objective observer. On the contrary, Dumbledore countered gently. His complicated feelings make him exceptionally attentive to the boy's treatment. Severus would be the first to raise the alarm if Harry were being mistreated or manipulated. Minerva's lips thinned, but she did not disagree. After a moment, she sighed. The ministry announcement next week will cause an uproar, you realize. The public expects the boy who lived to be raised by a light-sided family, not the Malfoys. Public expectations cannot override what is best for the child, Dumbledore replied. And what is best for Harry, at present, appears to be the stability and protection Narcissa Malfoy provides. And when he comes to Hogwarts? Minerva asked. What then? If he's been raised with Malfoy values, Malfoy prejudices, that is precisely where the unexpected benefit lies, Dumbledore interrupted, his eyes twinkling suddenly. Harry is not absorbing Lucius Malfoy's worldview wholesale, he is challenging it, simply by being who he is. And in the process, he may be changing the Malfoys more than they are changing him. Minerva looked skeptical. That seems overly optimistic, even for you, Albus. Perhaps, Dumbledore acknowledged. But consider, Lucius Malfoy has recently been making inquiries about Potter family history that go beyond mere political calculation. Draco Malfoy, by all accounts, is developing a genuine fraternal bond with Harry despite years of being taught to despise everything the Potters stood for. And Narcissa. He smiled slightly. Narcissa has discovered a capacity for maternal love that transcends bloodlines and old allegiances. You're saying the Malfoys are being redeemed by Harry Potter's presence? Minerva asked incredulously. Redemption is a strong word, Dumbledore cautioned. Let us say instead that perspectives are shifting, assumptions are being questioned, and possibilities are emerging that I had not foreseen. He leaned forward, his expression grave once more. And that, Minerva, may prove crucial in the years to come. Understanding dawned in Minerva's eyes. You believe he will return? It wasn't a question, but Dumbledore nodded anyway. Eventually, yes. And when he does, having the Malfoy family, or at least elements of it, aligned with Harry rather than against him could alter the course of the coming conflict significantly. Minerva was silent for a long moment, processing the implications. It's a dangerous gamble, Albus, she said finally. Using a child as the fulcrum for such a significant political realignment. I am not using Harry, Dumbledore corrected gently. I am merely allowing the natural consequences of Narcissa's choice to unfold. The boy remains under my distant oversight, protected by multiple layers of both magical and legal safeguards. Should anything change, should his well-being be genuinely threatened, I would intervene immediately. Minerva did not look entirely convinced, but she nodded reluctantly. I hope you know what you're doing, Albus. That boy has suffered enough. On that, we are in complete agreement, Dumbledore said solemnly. Which is why I believe, despite the unconventional nature of the arrangement, that Harry is precisely where he needs to be at this moment in time. He rose, signaling an end to the discussion. Now, I believe we have a staff meeting scheduled. No doubt Severus will be in a particularly cheerful mood, given his increased teaching responsibilities. Minerva snorted at the idea of Severus Snape being cheerful under any circumstances, but followed the headmaster from the office. As they descended the spiral staircase, however, her thoughts remained on Harry Potter and the strange twist of fate that had placed him in the most unlikely of households. Dumbledore might be confident in his grand design, but Minerva couldn't help worrying about the child at the center of it all, a boy who had already lost so much and who deserved, more than anything, a chance at a normal childhood. Though perhaps, she reflected as they walked toward the staff room, normal had never really been an option for the boy who lived. Narcissa Malfoy sat in her private greenhouse, carefully harvesting sprigs of moonflower by the light of the rising full moon. The delicate white blossoms opened only at night, and only when harvested at the precise moment of full lunar illumination would they retain their potent magical properties. The greenhouse was her sanctuary, a place of growth and quiet contemplation, far from the political machinations that dominated so much of life at Malfoy Manor. Here, among rare magical plants collected from around the world, she found peace in the simple, elemental magic of nurturing living things. A soft sound at the entrance caught her attention. Harry stood there, watching her work with undisguised curiosity. "May I come in?" he asked politely. "Of course," she replied, gesturing him forward. "In fact, you have excellent timing. Moonflower harvesting is best done with 2 pairs of hands." Harry approached eagerly, always keen to learn new aspects of magic. Over the past months, he had shown particular aptitude for potions and herbology, talents that pleased Narcissa more than she let on, given her own interests in these areas. "What do I do?" he asked, rolling up his sleeves. "Hold this basket," she instructed, handing him a silver container lined with silk. "As I cut each blossom, you must catch it before it touches anything else. Moonflowers are highly reactive to contact with other substances before they're properly preserved." Harry nodded seriously, positioning the basket as directed. Narcissa resumed her careful work, using silver shears to snip each perfect bloom, which Harry caught deftly in the basket. They worked in companionable silence for several minutes, the only sounds the soft snick of the shears and the distant hooting of owls in the manor's ollary. "Mr. Lucius showed me my family tree today," Harry said finally, his voice quiet in the peaceful greenhouse. "And told me about my vault at Gringotts." Narcissa's hands stilled briefly before resuming their precise movements. "Did he indeed? That was thoughtful of him. He said I needed to understand my heritage before the ministry announcement," Harry explained. "So I can answer questions properly." "That's true," Narcissa acknowledged, "though I suspect Lucius had additional motives." "Like what?" Harry asked, adjusting the basket to catch another falling blossom. Narcissa considered how to explain her husband's complex motivations to a 9-year-old. "Lucius is re-evaluating certain assumptions," she said carefully. "Your presence in our home has prompted him to look more deeply into histories he thought he understood completely." "Because of my mother?" Harry guessed, perceptive as always. "Partly," Narcissa confirmed. "Your mother's magical talent was exceptional, a fact that contradicts certain ideological positions about magical heritage." "You mean the pureblood stuff," Harry said bluntly. "The idea that muggleborns aren't as good at magic." Narcissa's lips curved in a small smile. "Indeed. Your mother's abilities, and your own, present inconvenient evidence against that particular theory." "But you still believe it," Harry said, not accusingly but with genuine curiosity. "At least a bit." Narcissa cut another moonflower before answering, taking time to formulate her response. "What I believe," she said finally, "is that magical tradition and history have value, profound value that should be preserved and respected. I also believe that magical ability manifests in complex ways not easily reduced to simplistic categories of blood status." She set down her shears, turning to face Harry directly. When I was your age, I was taught absolute truths about blood purity. As I've grown older, and especially since you've come into our lives, I've come to see that the reality is more nuanced. Harry absorbed this, his green eyes thoughtful. Is that why you helped me? Because you saw I was magical, not just some muggle-raised kid? No, Narcissa said firmly. I helped you because you were a child in need, a child who was bleeding, frightened, and alone. The magic came later. It was the truth, though not the complete truth. Narcissa had recognized Harry Potter immediately that night in Diagon Alley, had known exactly who he was and what he represented. Her decision to protect him had been instinctive, yes, but also revolutionary, a definitive break from old loyalties that she had been privately questioning for years. The ministry announcement, Harry said after a moment. Is it going to cause problems for you and Mr. Lucius? Narcissa resumed her harvesting, touched by his concern. It will cause complications, she acknowledged. There will be those who question our motives, who disapprove of the arrangement on principle. But the legal documentation is ironclad, and Lucius has secured the minister's support through his usual channels. Bribes, you mean, Harry said with surprising shrewdness. Narcissa nearly smiled. Political donations, she corrected mildly. A time-honored tradition in wizarding governance. Harry nodded, accepting this explanation without judgment, another sign of his growing understanding of the complex world he now inhabited. Will I have to be there? At the announcement? No, Narcissa assured him. The ministry spokesperson will simply read a prepared statement confirming that Harry Potter is under the legal guardianship of a wizarding family, with specific details restricted for security purposes. Your name will be mentioned, as will mine as your guardian, but the Malfoy connection will be downplayed in the initial announcement. But people will figure it out, Harry said. Eventually, yes, Narcissa confirmed. Which is why we're preparing you now. The public has certain expectations of the boy who lived, expectations you are under no obligation to fulfill, but which you should understand. Harry frowned. Because of what happened with Voldemort. Narcissa couldn't quite suppress her flinch at the name, a conditioned response after years of fear. Yes, she said. Many see you as a symbol of the Dark Lord's defeat, a beacon of the light. They will find it disorienting to discover you being raised in a household with historical connections to the opposing side. But those connections don't define who I am, Harry said firmly. Or who you are now. Narcissa felt a surge of pride at his insight. Precisely. People are more complex than the labels assigned to them, a truth that extends to family alignments as well as blood status. They finished harvesting the last of the moonflowers in thoughtful silence. As Harry held the basket steady, Narcissa performed a preservation charm that sealed the blossoms in a state of perfect suspension, their magical properties intact until needed. There, she said with satisfaction. Perfect. You have steady hands, Harry, a valuable trait for both potions and herbology. Harry beamed at the praise. I like working with plants, he admitted. It's peaceful. Not like Transfiguration, where everything feels like a battle of wills. Narcissa laughed softly. An apt description. Different branches of magic resonate differently with each practitioner. Your affinity for plants and potions may indicate healing talent, something the Potter line was historically known for. Mr. Lucius mentioned that, Harry nodded eagerly. About my ancestors creating healing potions. Indeed. It would be fitting if that particular gift has manifested in you, Narcissa observed. Though of course, you're still too young for your magical affinities to be fully developed. She sealed the basket of moonflowers and set it aside for later processing. It's getting late, she noted, seeing Harry try to stifle a yawn. And you have lessons early tomorrow. Professor Snape mentioned something about starting basic wand movements with practice wands. Harry's eyes lit up. Really? Actual wand practice? Merely preliminary exercises, Narcissa cautioned. But yes, a step closer to practical magic. Severus believes you and Draco are ready for more advanced instruction. As they exited the greenhouse, Harry walking beside her through the moonlit gardens, Narcissa found herself reflecting on how naturally he had integrated into their household routines. These evening herbology sessions, initially begun as casual instruction, had evolved into a cherished ritual for both of them, a time for quiet conversation away from Draco's competitive energy and Lucius's watchful presence. Narcissa. Harry's voice broke into her thoughts. Can I ask you something? Of course. Do you ever regret it? Helping me that night? Taking me in? The question caught her by surprise, not just its content but the vulnerability in his tone. Despite 3 months of care, affection, and formal guardianship, part of Harry still couldn't quite believe in the permanence of his place with them. Narcissa stopped walking, turning to face him fully in the moonlight. Not for a single moment, she said, her voice firm and clear in the night air. That decision, to help you, to protect you, to bring you into our home, is one I would make again without hesitation. Harry studied her face, seeming to search for any sign of insincerity. Finding none, he nodded slowly. Even with all the complications? The politics, the questions, the changes to your family? Especially with those, Narcissa replied. Harry, before you came, we were static. Locked in patterns established during the war, defined by past allegiances rather than present truths. Your presence has been like fresh air in rooms too long closed. She placed a hand gently on his shoulder, a rare physical gesture from the normally reserved witch. Whatever challenges lie ahead, whatever questions arise from the ministry announcement, know this, you belong here. Not as an obligation or a political calculation, but as a child under my protection. As part of this family. The simple word seemed to reach something deep within Harry. He nodded again, this time more decisively, his green eyes bright in the moonlight. Thank you, he said quietly. You're welcome, Narcissa replied, equally soft. Now, to bed with you. Severus does not tolerate students who yawn their way through his instruction. With a small smile, Harry headed toward the manor, his steps lighter than they had been. Narcissa watched him go, this improbable child who had changed everything, not through any grand design or special power, but simply by existing as a walking contradiction to everything she had once believed immutable. The irony was not lost on her. The boy who lived, marked by prophecy and fated for extraordinary things, had accomplished his most profound magic not through vanquishing dark lords but through the simple, human miracle of forcing those around him to see beyond their prejudices. As Narcissa gathered her gardening tools and prepared to return indoors, she found herself wondering what other transformations might lie ahead, for Harry, for her family, and for the wizarding world that would soon have to reconcile its heroic narrative about the boy who lived with the reality of a child being raised by a family once aligned with his greatest enemy. The possibilities were as endless as they were unpredictable. And for once, Narcissa Malfoy found herself looking toward an uncertain future with something approaching anticipation rather than dread. The Ministry of Magic's atrium buzzed with activity as reporters from the Daily Prophet, Wizarding Wireless Network, and various international magical publications gathered for the scheduled announcement. Rumors had been circulating for weeks about Harry Potter's whereabouts, fueled by the highly publicized investigation into his Muggle relatives and whispers of his removal to a wizarding household. Now, it seemed, official confirmation was imminent. In a small antechamber adjacent to the atrium, Lucius Malfoy adjusted his immaculate robes, his expression betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. Across from him, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, paced nervously, mopping his brow with an embroidered handkerchief. Are you certain this is wise, Lucius? Fudge asked for the third time in as many minutes. The public reaction could be volatile. Controlled information is always preferable to uncontrolled speculation, Minister, Lucius replied smoothly. The situation cannot remain secret indefinitely. Better to shape the narrative ourselves than allow others to do so. Yes, I understand that, Fudge nodded distractedly. But the Malfoy connection, there will be questions, concerns raised about, well, about your family's history. My history is a matter of public record, Lucius said coolly. As is my exoneration by the Wizengamot. The legal guardianship has been approved by all relevant authorities, including Dumbledore himself. What precisely are you concerned about, Cornelius? Fudge winced at the direct question. Political backlash, primarily. There are those in the ministry who still harbor doubts about certain families' true allegiances during the war. They may see this arrangement as inappropriate. You mean Dumbledore's faction, Lucius translated crisply. Arthur Weasley and his ilk. Among others, Fudge admitted. Though Dumbledore himself has been surprisingly supportive. The headmaster recognizes the practical benefits of the current arrangement, Lucius said. The boy is safe, well-educated, and thriving under Narcissa's care. Any objective evaluation would conclude the same. Of course, Fudge agreed hastily. And your generous contributions to St. Mungo's and the Magical Education Fund certainly demonstrate your family's commitment to the greater wizarding good. Lucius inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the minister's recognition of his strategic philanthropy. The donations, substantially increased since Harry's arrival, had been a calculated move to bolster the Malfoys' public image ahead of today's announcement. The statement has been prepared exactly as discussed, Lucius reminded the minister. Emphasizing the legal process, the thorough vetting of the guardian, and the priority placed on the boy's welfare. The Malfoy name is mentioned only in passing, with focus kept on Narcissa as the primary guardian rather than our family as a whole. Yes, Fudge nodded, still looking uncertain. And the boy himself? He's comfortable with this becoming public. Mr. Potter understands the necessity, Lucius replied. He has been prepared for the inevitable questions and attention. A ministry aide knocked softly before entering the antechamber. Minister, the press is assembled. We're ready to begin whenever you are. Fudge straightened his lime-green bowler hat, visibly gathering his political composure. Very well. Let's proceed. As the minister moved toward the door, Lucius added casually, one more thing, Cornelius. Should any particularly aggressive questions arise about the appropriateness of the guardianship, you might remind the assembly that the alternative was to leave the boy who lived with muggles who abused him, muggles who were supposedly being monitored by those who now question our fitness as guardians. Fudge's eyes widened slightly at the elegant brutality of this political counterthrust. Ah. Yes. A fair point, indeed. With a final adjustment of his robes, the Minister for Magic stepped out to face the assembled press, Lucius following at a calculated distance, present but not prominently so, maintaining the fiction that this was a ministry announcement rather than a carefully orchestrated Malfoy public relations exercise. The atrium fell silent as Fudge took his position at the podium, flanked by Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Albus Dumbledore himself, the latter's presence a strategic coup that Lucius had secured through a complex series of negotiations and concessions. Ladies and gentlemen, Fudge began importantly, thank you for your attendance at this significant announcement. As you are aware, there has been considerable speculation regarding the whereabouts and welfare of Harry Potter following his removal from his Muggle relative's home. The assembled journalists leaned forward eagerly, quick quotes quills poised. Today, I can confirm that Mr. Potter has been placed under the magical guardianship of a wizarding family, following all proper legal procedures and with the full approval of the Wizengamot family division. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Fudge raised a hand for silence before continuing. This decision was made after thorough investigation determined that Mr. Potter's previous living situation with Muggle relatives was profoundly unsuitable. The individuals in question are currently facing legal charges in the Muggle justice system. Minister, called a voice from the crowd, Rita Skeeter, Lucius noted with mild distaste. Can you elaborate on the nature of this unsuitability? What exactly was happening in the Muggle household? Fudge glanced briefly at Dumbledore, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. The evidence indicates systematic neglect and abuse, both physical and emotional, the minister replied, his tone appropriately grave. Details will not be disclosed out of respect for Mr. Potter's privacy, but the situation was deemed severe enough to warrant immediate removal and placement with a wizarding guardian. Another ripple of reaction, outrage, shock, and the unmistakable scent of scandal that the press so eagerly pursued. "Who is the guardian, Minister?" called another reporter. "Which family has been entrusted with the boy who lived?" Here it was, the moment around which Lucius had constructed so many careful contingencies. He maintained his impassive expression, watching Fudge closely. After careful consideration of multiple factors, including magical compatibility, educational resources, and security capabilities, Fudge announced, "Guardianship has been awarded to Madame Narcissa Malfoy, with the full support of her family." The atrium erupted. Journalists shouted questions simultaneously, creating a cacophony that Fudge seemed momentarily overwhelmed by. Lucius caught Dumbledore's eye across the space. The old wizard appeared entirely unsurprised by the reaction, his blue eyes watching the chaos with something approaching amusement. "Quiet." Amelia Bones's magically amplified voice cut through the uproar. The room fell silent once more. "The minister will take questions in an orderly fashion. One at a time, please. Minister." Rita Skeeter's voice rang out again before anyone else could speak. "The Malfoy family had known connections to you-know-who during the war. How can Harry Potter possibly be safe in their custody?" Fudge bristled, but before he could respond, Dumbledore stepped forward. "If I may, Minister," he said mildly. Fudge nodded, visibly relieved to defer to the more respected wizard on this delicate point. "The guardianship arrangement," Dumbledore began, his voice calm yet carrying effortlessly through the large space, "has my full support. Narcissa Malfoy demonstrated exceptional care when she discovered young Harry in distress, and has since provided him with precisely the stable, nurturing environment he requires." The headmaster's eyes twinkled as he continued, "As for historical allegiances, we must be careful not to judge present actions by past associations. The wizarding world has moved forward since the war. Reconciliation and unity serve us better than perpetuating old divisions." It was a masterful performance, Lucius acknowledged privately. Dumbledore had endorsed the arrangement without explicitly exonerating the Malfoys of their past, while simultaneously making any opposition appear petty and backward-looking. "Headmaster," called another reporter, "does this mean Harry Potter is being raised with pure-blood supremacist values? The very ideology that led to his parents' murder?" Lucius tensed imperceptibly, but Dumbledore merely smiled. "I have personally visited young Harry in his new home," he replied, another carefully negotiated disclosure. "He is receiving a comprehensive magical education that includes perspectives from all segments of wizarding society. The boy is happy, healthy, and developing both magically and personally in remarkable ways." "But the Malfoys," the reporter persisted. "The Malfoys," Dumbledore interrupted gently but firmly, "have opened their home to a child in need. Whatever political differences might exist between myself and certain members of the family, the welfare of Harry Potter transcends such considerations. I would suggest the wizarding public follow this example of putting a child's needs above ideological divisions." Lucius had to admire the old man's political acumen, even as he recognized the subtle messaging embedded in Dumbledore's statement, the implication that the Malfoys were being monitored, that the arrangement had conditions, that Dumbledore himself remained the ultimate authority regarding the boy who lived. The questioning continued for another 20 minutes, with Fudge growing more confident as he delivered the carefully prepared responses Lucius had crafted. Yes, Harry Potter would attend Hogwarts when he reached the appropriate age. No, specific details about his current location would not be disclosed for security reasons. Yes, the arrangement had been thoroughly vetted by magical child welfare experts. Throughout it all, Lucius maintained his position at the periphery, his expression revealing nothing of his internal calculations. The announcement was proceeding largely as planned, initial shock giving way to reluctant acceptance as Dumbledore's endorsement and Fudge's assurances slowly diffused the more volatile reactions. There would be fallout, of course. Howlers would likely arrive at the manor by tomorrow morning. Certain social invitations might be rescinded, while others, from families eager to associate with the boy who lived regardless of his guardians, would suddenly materialize. Political realignments would begin, subtle at first but potentially significant over time. But the essential goal had been achieved, the arrangement was now official, public, and endorsed by the highest authorities in Wizarding Britain. Whatever private reservations some might harbor, the guardianship itself was beyond legal challenge. As the press conference concluded and the journalists dispersed to file their stories, Dumbledore approached Lucius, his expression inscrutable behind the half-moon spectacles. "A successful disclosure, I believe," the headmaster remarked conversationally. "Though the real test will be tomorrow's headlines." "Indeed," Lucius agreed coolly. "Your support was appreciated." "I meant what I said," Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes suddenly serious. "Harry's welfare is paramount. So long as he thrives under your family's roof, our interests are aligned." The unspoken warning was clear: if that ever ceased to be the case, the alliance would dissolve immediately. "He continues to flourish," Lucius assured him. "Narcissa has become quite devoted to his development." "And you, Lucius?" Dumbledore asked, his gaze penetrating. "Have you found young Harry's presence in your home enlightening?" The question probed at complexities Lucius was not prepared to discuss, certainly not with Albus Dumbledore of all people. "The boy is not what I expected," he said finally. "His magical potential is significant." "Yes," Dumbledore agreed, a smile playing at his lips. "Harry has a remarkable capacity to surprise those around him, often by simply being himself rather than the symbol many would prefer him to be." Before Lucius could respond to this rather pointed observation, Fudge bustled over, clearly relieved that the announcement had concluded without disaster. "Well, that went as well as could be expected, I think," the minister declared. "The prophet will have a field day, of course, but with both Ministry and Hogwarts presenting a united front, the more hysterical reactions should be minimized." "One hopes," Dumbledore said mildly. "Though I suggest preparing for a substantial volume of public correspondence in the coming days. The wizarding community feels a certain proprietary interest in Harry Potter's welfare." Yes, Fudge nodded. "We've established a special department to handle the anticipated letters. Everything properly screened for hexes, of course." "A wise precaution," Lucius murmured. "Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I should return to the manor. Narcissa will be anxious for a report on how the announcement was received." With formal farewells, Lucius departed the ministry, his mind already turning to the next phase of their carefully constructed strategy. The public now knew that Harry Potter lived under Malfoy protection, a fact that would require delicate management in the coming months. But as he stepped into the Floo network, calling out, "Malfoy Manor," in clear, precise tones, Lucius found himself thinking not of political machinations but of the boy himself, the child who was, at this very moment, probably practicing elementary wand movements with Draco under Severus's exacting tutelage. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The child who had somehow become entwined with the Malfoy family's destiny through a chance encounter on a rainy night in Diagon Alley. The implications of that connection were still unfolding, revealing themselves in ways Lucius had not anticipated when he reluctantly agreed to Narcissa's impulsive decision 3 months ago. Where it would ultimately lead, what it would mean for the Malfoys, for the wizarding world, for the prophesied conflict that Lucius still believed lay in their future, remained to be seen. But one thing had become increasingly clear to Lucius Malfoy: underestimating Harry Potter would be a grave mistake. Not because of any special power or destiny, but because the boy possessed something far more dangerous, the ability to make people care for him, to inspire protection rather than fear, to challenge deeply held beliefs without even trying. It was a form of magic more subtle than any taught at Hogwarts. And potentially more powerful than even the Dark Lord had wielded at the height of his reign. No, and no. Severus Snape's exasperated voice echoed through the manor's converted ballroom, now serving as a practical magic classroom. "The movement is precise, Potter." A sharp upward flick followed by a clockwise spiral, "not that feeble waggling you're attempting." Harry bit his lip in concentration, adjusting his grip on the practice wand, a specially crafted training instrument that could channel a child's magic in controlled, limited ways without the dangers of an actual wand. Beside him, Draco executed the movement perfectly, a smug smile playing at his lips. Like this, Potter, he demonstrated again. It's not complicated. For someone who's been practicing since they could walk, maybe, Harry muttered, trying once more to replicate the precise motion Snape demanded. 3 days had passed since the Ministry announcement, and the fallout had been exactly as Lucius predicted, howlers arriving by the dozen, all intercepted and neutralized by house elves before they could explode, mountains of correspondence from well-wishers, critics, and those simply curious about the boy who lived, and a Daily Prophet headline screaming, "Boy who lived placed with Death Eater family. Dumbledore approves shocking guardianship." Through it all, life at Malfoy Manor had continued with its established routines, lessons, meals, and now, the new addition of basic practical magic using the training wand Snape had specially commissioned. Better, Snape acknowledged grudgingly as Harry finally managed a passable approximation of the movement. Though still lacking the precision required for consistent results. Again, both of you. The boys repeated the motion simultaneously, Draco's wand emitting a faint silver spark at the completion of the pattern, a sign of successful channeling. Harry's remained inert. "You're still thinking too much, Potter," Snape observed, circling behind them with his hands clasped behind his back. "The movement should flow naturally from intention. You're separating the physical action from the magical purpose." "I don't understand," Harry admitted, frustration evident in his voice. Snape sighed, coming to stand directly before him. "Watch carefully," he instructed, drawing his own wand. "When I perform the levitation charm, I am not merely moving my wand in a pattern. I am directing my magic through the wand with clear intent." He demonstrated, causing a nearby cushion to rise smoothly from the floor. "The movement and the intent are inseparable." Harry nodded, trying to absorb the concept. "So it's not just about getting the movement right, but about feeling what it's supposed to do." "Precisely," Snape confirmed, something like approval flickering briefly in his dark eyes. "The wand is a conduit, not the source. The magic comes from within you." Harry took a deep breath, focusing not just on replicating the physical pattern but on connecting it to the purpose, lifting, rising, floating. He executed the movement again, this time feeling a warm tingle through his fingers as the practice wand responded with a small but distinct silver spark. "Ha!" he exclaimed in triumph. "I did it." "Barely," Snape noted dryly, though he nodded in acknowledgement. "But yes, that was the correct integration of movement and intent. With an actual wand, that would have produced a functional, if weak, levitation charm." "Show off," Draco muttered, though there was no real malice in it. "Took me days to get that right the first time." "Yes, well, Mr. Potter has the advantage of dedicated instruction," Snape pointed out. "Rather than trying to sneak practice with his father's wand when no one is looking." Draco flushed slightly. "Father said it was fine." "Did he indeed?" Snape's eyebrow arched skeptically. How convenient that Narcissa was unaware of this arrangement. Before Draco could respond, the doors to the ballroom opened. Narcissa entered, followed by a wizard Harry had never seen before, tall and broad-shouldered, with salt and pepper hair tied back in a short queue and robes of a practical cut that suggested regular physical activity rather than formal wear. "Severus," Narcissa greeted. "I apologize for interrupting your lesson, but there's someone I'd like the boys to meet." Snape inclined his head, though Harry caught a flash of irritation in his expression. "We were nearly finished for the day," he said. "They have achieved adequate progress with the basic wand movements." "Excellent," Narcissa smiled. "Harry, Draco, this is Master Caldwell. He's a specialist in defensive magic and magical protection techniques." The newcomer stepped forward, studying both boys with keen gray eyes that seemed to miss nothing. "Young Mr. Malfoy," he nodded to Draco, then turned to Harry. "And Mr. Potter. An honor to meet you both." Master Caldwell will be providing supplementary instruction in certain practical skills, Narcissa explained. Given the increased public attention, following the ministry announcement, Lucius and I feel it prudent to ensure you both have a foundation in basic defensive techniques. Harry understood immediately. The public now knew he lived with the Malfoys, which potentially made him, and by extension, the entire household, a target for those who might bear grudges against either the boy who lived or the Malfoy family. What kind of defensive techniques, he asked, curiosity piqued. Nothing too advanced at your age, Master Caldwell replied, his voice deep and measured. Awareness training, primarily. How to recognize magical threats, basic evasive tactics, and preliminary shielding techniques that can be performed even with limited magical training. Wicked, Draco breathed, clearly excited by this new development. I assume you've cleared this addition to their curriculum with Dumbledore? Snape inquired, his tone carefully neutral. The headmaster has been informed, Narcissa confirmed. He agrees that basic defensive training is prudent, given the circumstances. Snape nodded, apparently satisfied. The boy's magical cores are still developing, he cautioned, addressing Master Caldwell directly. Any practical exercises should be limited in both intensity and duration to prevent exhaustion. Of course, Caldwell agreed readily. At this stage, the focus is on theory and awareness rather than active spellcasting. Though I'd be interested in your assessment of their current capabilities, Professor Snape, if you'd be willing to share your observations. Something like professional respect flickered across Snape's features. We can discuss that privately, he agreed. Both show promise, though in different areas. As the adults began a more technical discussion of magical development and appropriate training methods, Harry and Draco exchanged excited glances. Defensive magic sounded far more interesting than the basic charms and transfiguration theory they'd been studying. Do you think he'll teach us actual fighting spells? Draco whispered. I doubt it, Harry whispered back. Your mother said it's mostly awareness training. Still better than writing another essay on the theory of transubstantial transfiguration, Draco pointed out. And maybe if we're good, he'll show us some real defensive magic even if we can't do it yet. Their whispered conversation was interrupted as Master Caldwell turned his attention back to them. If it's acceptable to Professor Snape, I'd like to conduct a brief assessment of your current awareness levels, he said. Nothing strenuous, just a simple exercise to establish a baseline. Snape inclined his head in permission. Their lesson was concluding in any case. Excellent, Caldwell smiled. Boys, please put away your practice wands and join me in the center of the room. They did as instructed, curious about what the assessment might entail. Caldwell drew his own wand, a sturdy-looking implement of dark wood with subtle carvings along its length. This exercise is very simple, he explained. I will create a series of harmless magical effects around you. Your task is to identify as many as you can, where they originate, what form they take, and the direction they're moving. No need to defend against them, just observe and report. Understand? Yes, sir, they replied in unison. Good. Now, stand back to back in the center here, and keep your eyes open. Ready? Begin. With a series of subtle flicks and twists of his wand, Caldwell set the exercise in motion. At first, Harry saw nothing, but then, a flicker of blue light to his left, moving in a spiral pattern toward the ceiling. Blue spiral, left side, moving upward, he called out. Good, Caldwell nodded. What else? Draco's voice came from behind him, green pulse, right quadrant, moving horizontally. As the exercise continued, Harry found himself becoming increasingly aware of subtle magical manifestations throughout the room, not just visible light effects but also slight disturbances in the air, faint sounds at the edge of hearing, even subtle changes in temperature and pressure. It was as if his senses, normally focused primarily on visual input, were expanding to perceive magic in all its forms. Yellow burst, directly ahead, expanding outward. Silver thread, lower right, weaving in a zigzag. Red flash, upper left, descending quickly. They called out their observations in rapid succession, each trying to identify more than the other in their natural competitive spirit. Behind them, Harry was vaguely aware of Snape and Narcissa watching with interest, occasionally exchanging quiet comments. After several minutes, Caldwell ended the exercise with a final wave of his wand, dispelling all the magical effects simultaneously. "Very impressive," he said, genuine approval in his voice. "Most adults would have identified perhaps half of what you two managed to perceive. You both have exceptional magical sensitivity, a valuable trait for defensive work." "Indeed," Snape agreed, stepping forward. "Though Potter's perception skews toward energy patterns while Draco's is more attuned to spatial relationships. Interesting complementary strengths." "I noticed that as well," Caldwell nodded. They would make an effective team with the right training, covering each other's perceptual gaps. Harry felt a flush of pride at the assessment. He'd identified more of the energy-based manifestations, the colors, intensities, and patterns, while Draco had better tracked positions, movements, and dimensional changes. Together, they'd caught nearly everything Caldwell had produced. "Well done, both of you," Narcissa said warmly. "Master Caldwell will begin regular sessions next week, integrated with your existing curriculum. Severus, if you could coordinate with him on scheduling." "Of course," Snape agreed. "Perhaps Tuesday and Thursday afternoons, following potions instruction." As the adults finalized arrangements, Harry found himself thinking about this new development. Defensive magic. Awareness training. Protection techniques. All skills that pointed to an uncomfortable truth: despite the safety of Malfoy Manor, despite the legal protections of Narcissa's guardianship, there were still threats in the wider world, threats specifically directed at him, at the boy who lived. For the first time, Harry began to truly understand the complexities of his position in wizarding society. He wasn't just a boy learning magic, he was a symbol, a focal point for both admiration and enmity. The scar on his forehead marked him as someone who had allegedly defeated the Dark Lord, a feat that had made him both famous and, potentially, a target. "You look serious," Draco remarked as they were dismissed from the lesson, heading back to their rooms to change for dinner. "Just thinking," Harry replied. "About why we need defensive training in the first place." Draco glanced at him, his expression unusually grave for a 9-year-old. "Because of who you are," he said matter-of-factly. "And because of who my family is. Together, that makes us, complicated." It was a surprisingly insightful assessment for Draco, who typically avoided acknowledging the political complexities of their situation. Harry nodded slowly. "Your father thinks people might try to harm me, or your family for taking me in." "Some people," Draco confirmed. "Not everyone who followed the Dark Lord went to Azkaban, you know. Some are still out there, pretending to have reformed. Father says some of them might see you as a threat, or see our family as traitors for protecting you." Harry absorbed this, connecting it to fragments of conversation he'd overheard between the adults over the past months. "And on the other side," he added, "there are people who think your family has corrupted me somehow. Turned me dark by taking me in." "Exactly," Draco nodded, looking pleased that Harry understood. "It's all politics. Father says we're creating a new faction, not dark, not light, but something else. Something focused on magical strength and tradition without all the Muggle-hating stuff. And people don't like that," Harry surmised. "They want clear sides, good versus evil, light versus dark." "Right again," Draco confirmed. "But the world doesn't really work that way, does it? I mean, look at us, a Malfoy and a Potter, practically brothers. That wasn't supposed to happen according to anyone's plans." Harry smiled slightly at Draco's casual use of brothers, a term that had become increasingly natural between them over the past months. "No, it wasn't," he agreed. "But I'm glad it did." "Me too," Draco admitted, then immediately looked embarrassed by the sincerity. "I mean, it's convenient having someone to practice with. And to blame when experimental potions explode." That was one time. Harry protested, laughing. And you were the one who added too much salamander blood. Their bickering continued all the way back to their rooms, the heavy topic of political threats temporarily forgotten in the mundane normalcy of childhood rivalry. But as Harry changed for dinner, his thoughts returned to Master Caldwell and the defensive training ahead. Whatever dangers might exist, whatever complicated political landscape he was navigating, Harry was no longer facing it alone or unprepared. He had Narcissa's protection, Lucius's strategic acumen, Snape's rigorous instruction, and now Master Caldwell's defensive expertise. He even had Draco, a friend, a rival, a brother in all but blood. For a boy who had spent his early years friendless and defenseless in a cupboard under the stairs, it was a transformation as magical as any spell he was learning. Winter descended on Malfoy Manor with aristocratic restraint, dusting the grounds with pristine snow that never seemed to become slushy or dirty. As December arrived, the manor's interior transformed with elegant holiday decorations, silver and crystal ornaments, enchanted evergreen garlands that emitted the gentle scent of pine, and floating candles that never dripped wax or set anything aflame. For Harry, it was the first Christmas he could remember anticipating with genuine excitement rather than dread. At the Dursleys, the holiday had been an exercise in exclusion, watching Dudley open mountains of presents while he received, at best, a used handkerchief or a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks. Here, he was included in all the preparations, from helping Narcissa select decorations to joining Draco in the wizarding tradition of enchanting ornaments with simple good luck charms. No, like this, Draco instructed, demonstrating the correct wand movement with his practice wand. 3 taps, then a counterclockwise spiral while focusing on protection and warmth. Harry mimicked the movement, gratified when his ornament, a delicate silver star, glowed briefly with inner light. Did it work? Perfectly, Narcissa confirmed from where she was arranging a centerpiece of winter roses. That charm will help keep the manor warm and safe throughout the winter months. It's a small magic, but meaningful. Such small magics had become Harry's favorite part of life in the wizarding world, not the flashy spells or dramatic enchantments, but the everyday practices that wove magic into the fabric of daily existence. Warming charms on winter clothes, preservation spells on food, little household enchantments that made life more comfortable and connected the present to centuries of magical tradition. When does Mr. Lucius return? Harry asked, reaching for another ornament, this one shaped like a miniature broomstick. Tomorrow evening, Narcissa replied. His business in France took longer than expected, but he'll certainly be home well before Christmas. Lucius had been traveling frequently since the ministry announcement, managing the political fallout and, Harry suspected, reinforcing alliances with international contacts. Though never explicitly stated, it was understood that the Malfoys' position in certain circles had become more complicated since taking in the boy who lived. Some former associates had distanced themselves, while others had become unexpectedly supportive of what they perceived as a strategic coup, gaining influence over Harry Potter, regardless of the family's actual motives. Will Professor Snape be joining us for Christmas dinner? Harry asked, trying to sound casual. Despite months of lessons together, his relationship with the potions master remained complex, moments of genuine connection interspersed with periods of inexplicable coldness or irritation. He has been invited, Narcissa confirmed. Though Severus typically prefers solitude during the holidays. We shall see. I hope he comes, Harry said honestly. I wanted to give him something. Both Narcissa and Draco looked at him in surprise. You got Snape a Christmas present? Draco asked incredulously. What on earth for? Harry shrugged, suddenly self-conscious. He's taught me a lot. And he knew my mother. I just wanted to thank him. A soft expression crossed Narcissa's face. That's very thoughtful, Harry. What did you choose for him? A journal I found in that bookshop in Diagon Alley when we went last month, Harry explained. It's bound in dragon hide and has special pages for recording potion innovations. The shopkeeper said it has preservation charms to protect the writing from potion fumes and spills. Severus will appreciate that, Narcissa nodded approvingly. He's always developing new variations on standard potions but rarely documents them properly. He'll still act like he doesn't care, Draco predicted. All scowly and formal. But he'll use it. Harry hoped so. Despite Snape's prickly exterior, he'd come to genuinely respect the wizard's knowledge, precision, and occasional, unexpected moments of fairness. The potions master had even, in recent weeks, begun sharing anecdotes about Lily Evans, small, carefully edited stories about her skill with charms or her aptitude for potions that Harry treasured like the precious gifts they were. Their decorating was interrupted by the arrival of a house elf, bearing a silver tray with an envelope. "Mistress," the elf squeaked, bowing low, "an owl has delivered this letter for Master Harry Potter. It is being checked for hexes and curses as Master Lucius instructed, and it is being safe." "Thank you, Nippy," Narcissa said, taking the envelope. She examined it briefly before handing it to Harry. "From Hogwarts," she noted, recognizing the seal. Harry accepted the letter with curiosity. His correspondence was typically screened by Lucius or Narcissa before reaching him, a precaution against the occasional hate mail or hexed letters that still arrived despite the generally positive public reception to the guardianship announcement. A letter directly from Hogwarts was unusual. Breaking the wax seal, he unfolded the parchment, recognizing Dumbledore's flowing script from the few previous communications he'd received from the headmaster. "Dear Harry, as the winter holidays approach, I find myself reflecting on the remarkable journey you have undertaken this year. Your transition from the Muggle world to Malfoy Manor represents an extraordinary twist of fate that few could have predicted, myself included. I am writing to express my hope that you are finding joy in your first proper wizarding Christmas. The holidays are a time for family, both those we are born to and those we choose, and I am gratified to hear from reliable sources that you have found acceptance and care in your new home. While circumstances prevent me from visiting in person before the new year, I would like to extend an invitation for you to visit Hogwarts during the spring term. There are aspects of your heritage, particularly regarding your parents' time at the school, that I believe would be meaningful for you to discover firsthand. Please discuss this possibility with Narcissa at your convenience. If agreeable to all parties, arrangements can be made for a weekend visit when you might tour the castle, meet some of the professors who taught your parents, and perhaps begin to envision your own future at Hogwarts, which grows ever closer. In the meantime, I have enclosed a small token, something that belonged to your father during his school days and which I have kept safe until the appropriate time to pass it on to you. Use it well, but with discretion. Wishing you a joyful Yuletide and prosperous New Year, Albus Dumbledore. Harry looked up from the letter, a strange mixture of emotions swirling within him. Professor Dumbledore has invited me to visit Hogwarts in the spring, he told Narcissa, handing her the letter. And he says he's enclosed something that belonged to my father, but there's nothing else in the envelope. Narcissa read the letter quickly, her expression carefully neutral. A thoughtful invitation, she remarked, returning the parchment to Harry. As for your father's possession, perhaps. She drew her wand and passed it over the seemingly empty envelope. Ah, as I suspected. A concealment charm. The envelope suddenly felt heavier in Harry's hands. Reaching inside, his fingers touched something silky and fluid, like water woven into fabric. He withdrew the strange material, watching in amazement as it shimmered in the light. Is that? Draco gasped, moving closer. It can't be. An invisibility cloak, Narcissa confirmed, her eyebrows rising in genuine surprise. And an exceptionally fine one at that. Most become opaque with age, but this. She reached out to touch the material, which flowed over her fingers like liquid moonlight. This is remarkable. It was my father's? Harry asked in wonder, draping the cloak over his arm and watching as his limb disappeared completely from view. Apparently so, Narcissa said, her tone thoughtful. Though Dumbledore neglects to mention how it came into his possession rather than being stored in your family vault with other heirlooms. Harry barely registered the implied criticism, too entranced by the magical object. I can become completely invisible with this. Wicked! Draco exclaimed, reaching out to touch the cloak himself. Think of all the places we could go without being seen. Indeed, Narcissa said dryly. Though I trust such exploration would remain within the bounds of manner rules and appropriate behavior. Her tone made it clear that while the gift was allowed, misusing it would not be tolerated. Harry nodded quickly. Of course. I can't believe I have something that actually belonged to my father. Something he used himself. Narcissa's expression softened. It's a significant heirloom, Harry. Invisibility cloaks of this quality are exceedingly rare and valuable. That Dumbledore has chosen to return it to you now suggests he believes you are mature enough to handle such a powerful magical object responsibly. Or he's trying to curry favor, came a new voice from the doorway. Severus Snape stood there, his dark eyes fixed on the cloak with an expression that mingled recognition with distaste. Severus, Narcissa greeted him. We weren't expecting you until tomorrow. The final batch of winter brewing was completed ahead of schedule, Snape explained, stepping into the room. His gaze never left the cloak in Harry's hands. I see Potter has received a gift from the headmaster. My father's invisibility cloak, Harry confirmed, noting the strange intensity in Snape's expression. Did you know he had this, Professor? A muscle twitched in Snape's jaw. I was aware of its existence, he acknowledged stiffly. Your father and his friends made extensive use of it during their time at Hogwarts, not always for commendable purposes. There was a story there, Harry sensed, one of the many complicated threads connecting Snape to James Potter that the potions master rarely elaborated on. The headmaster has also invited Harry to visit Hogwarts in the spring, Narcissa informed Snape, smoothly changing the subject. To connect with aspects of his heritage there. Has he indeed? Snape's expression became unreadable. And what does Lucius think of this proposal? Lucius is still in France, Narcissa replied. Though I see no immediate objection, provided appropriate security arrangements are made. Harry should have the opportunity to learn about his parents' time at Hogwarts from those who knew them. A flicker of something, possibly pain, crossed Snape's features before his mask of indifference returned. If you wish to know about your mother's academic achievements at Hogwarts, he said to Harry, his tone deliberately neutral, I can provide more accurate information than certain other staff members whose recollections might be selectively nostalgic. Harry recognized the offer for what it was, Snape's way of ensuring that Lily Evans' memory wasn't overshadowed by tales of James Potter's Quidditch prowess or mischief-making. I'd like that very much, Professor, he said sincerely. Thank you. Snape inclined his head slightly, the barest acknowledgement of Harry's gratitude. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should review my notes before tomorrow's lesson. We'll be covering the theoretical basis for transmutation potions, and I expect both of you to be adequately prepared. This last was directed at both boys, though his gaze lingered on Harry. As Snape departed, Narcissa turned to Harry with a thoughtful expression. The cloak is a significant gift, Harry. I suggest keeping it secure when not in use, perhaps in the warded cabinet in your room. Harry nodded, still marveling at the silky material. I will. And, about visiting Hogwarts, do you think Mr. Lucius will approve? I believe we can arrange it, Narcissa assured him. Though as Severus implied, we'll need to consider Dumbledore's motivations carefully. The headmaster rarely acts without multiple purposes. You think he wants something from me? Harry asked, perceptive as always. Narcissa considered her response carefully. I think Albus Dumbledore has had a specific vision of your future since the night your parents died, she said finally. Our guardianship represents an unexpected deviation from that vision. This invitation may be his way of maintaining influence and ensuring you develop connections to Hogwarts, and to him, despite your current living arrangements. But that doesn't make it a bad thing, does it? Harry pressed. I do want to see Hogwarts, to learn about where my parents studied, where I'll go eventually. No, it doesn't make it bad, Narcissa agreed. Just complex. Like most things in the wizarding world, Harry, this situation has layers of meaning and motive. Learning to navigate those complexities is part of your education here. Draco, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during this exchange, suddenly spoke up. I want to go too, he declared. If Potter gets to visit Hogwarts early, so should I. Narcissa smiled slightly. A reasonable request. I'll discuss it with your father and Professor Snape. Now, shall we finish decorating? There are still the enchanted icicles for the grand staircase. As they returned to their holiday preparations, Harry carefully folded the invisibility cloak, marveling at how it seemed to disappear even within his hands. A gift from his father, passed down through Dumbledore. An invitation to visit the school where his parents had studied magic. New possibilities opening up beyond the safety of Malfoy Manor. For all Narcissa's warnings about complexity and hidden motives, Harry couldn't help feeling a surge of excitement. His world was expanding, from the cupboard under the stairs to Malfoy Manor, and soon, to Hogwarts itself. Each step brought him closer to understanding who he was and who he might become, not just the boy who lived, but Harry Potter, wizard in his own right. Christmas at Malfoy Manor proved to be an exercise in elegant extravagance. The Great Hall was transformed with towering evergreens adorned with enchanted ornaments, magical snow that fell from the ceiling but vanished before touching anyone's head, and fairy lights, actual tiny fairies, that hovered in delicate patterns throughout the space. The gift-giving, to Harry's relief, was far less ostentatious than he had feared. Despite the Malfoys' vast wealth, the presents exchanged were thoughtful rather than merely expensive, books selected for specific interests, magical items chosen for practical use rather than mere display, and in Harry's case, several deeply meaningful gifts that brought tears to his eyes. From Narcissa, a hand-bound album containing photographs of his parents that she had quietly collected over months of discreet correspondence with their former classmates. From Draco, a custom chess set with pieces modeled after Quidditch players, enchanted to act out famous plays when not engaged in chess matches. Even Lucius had presented him with a significant gift, a set of books on Potter family history, including a rare manuscript detailing their contributions to medical magic over the centuries. Harry, determined to show his gratitude for all the Malfoys had done for him, had agonized over his gifts for weeks. For Narcissa, he'd chosen an enchanted music box that played melodies based on the listener's mood, a gift she received with genuine pleasure. For Draco, a signed poster from the Seeker of Puddlemere United, obtained through a complex series of owl exchanges. And for Lucius, after much deliberation, a rare first edition of Noble by Nature, Magical Genealogy and its Practical Applications, that he discovered in a dusty corner of the Manor Library and had secretly restored with Dobby's help. The genuine surprise and appreciation on Lucius's face when he unwrapped the volume had been worth all the effort, confirming Harry's growing understanding that the Malfoy patriarch valued knowledge and historical connection above mere material wealth. Professor Snape, to everyone's surprise, had indeed joined them for Christmas dinner, arriving with his customary dramatic flair in sweeping black robes that made him resemble an overgrown bat against the festive decorations. He had accepted Harry's journal with a raised eyebrow and a curt, most practical, Potter, which Draco later assured him was practically effusive gratitude by Snape's standards. The potions master had even, to Harry's astonishment, presented him with a gift of his own, a slender volume entitled Advanced Defensive Magical Theory, with a terse note instructing him to study this thoroughly before your Hogwarts visit. The fact that Snape had not only acknowledged the planned visit but taken steps to prepare Harry for it spoke volumes about the professor's evolving attitude. Now, with the holiday festivities concluded and the manor settling into the quiet rhythm of winter, Harry found himself alone in the library, poring over Snape's book by the light of a crackling fire. The text was challenging, clearly written for readers older than 9, but fascinating in its detailed analysis of protective magic. Still studying? Lucius's voice came from the doorway. Most boys would be playing with their Christmas presents rather than reading advanced magical theory. Harry looked up, instinctively straightening in his chair. Despite the growing ease between them over the past months, he still felt a certain formality was required with the Malfoy patriarch. "It's interesting, sir," he said. "And Professor Snape said I should master it before visiting Hogwarts." Severus always was a demanding teacher, Lucius remarked, entering the library fully. He was dressed more casually than usual, if wizards' robes of finest acromantula silk could ever be considered casual, and carried a glass of amber liquid that Harry had learned was fire whiskey. "May I join you?" "Of course," Harry replied, surprised by the request. While Lucius had become increasingly involved in his education over the past months, they rarely spent time alone together without the buffer of Narcissa or Draco. Lucius settled into the armchair opposite Harry's, studying him with those penetrating grey eyes that always seemed to be calculating something. "You've adjusted well to life here," he observed after a moment. "Better than I anticipated, if I'm being honest." Harry wasn't sure how to respond to this unexpected opening. "Thank you, sir," he said finally. "Everyone has been very kind." "Kind," Lucius repeated, as if testing the word. Not a term typically associated with the Malfoy family in broader wizarding society. "People don't know you very well, then," Harry said simply. A hint of a smile touched Lucius's lips. "Perhaps not," he acknowledged. "Or perhaps you've seen aspects of this family that we don't typically reveal to outsiders." Harry considered this. "I'm not really an outsider anymore, though, am I? With the guardianship and everything." "No," Lucius agreed, sipping his fire whiskey. "You're not. Which brings me to the purpose of this conversation." He set his glass down on a small table between them. "Narcissa tells me Dumbledore has invited you to visit Hogwarts." "Yes, sir," Harry confirmed. "To learn about my parents' time there." "And Draco wants to come too," he added quickly. "So I've heard," Lucius said dryly. "My son is not one to be left out of anything he perceives as an advantage." "Are you going to allow it?" Harry asked directly, having learned that Lucius actually preferred straightforward questions to cautious circling. "I am considering it," Lucius replied, equally direct. "With certain conditions and preparations." "Like studying Professor Snape's book?" Harry guessed. "That's part of it," Lucius nodded. "Severus rightly recognizes that your first public appearance since the guardianship announcement should be approached with caution. Hogwarts is generally secure, but your presence there will attract attention, from students, staff, and potentially others with an interest in the boy who lived." Harry frowned. "You think I might be in danger?" "At Hogwarts?" "Not immediate physical danger," Lucius clarified. "Dumbledore's protections at the school are considerable. But there are other forms of risk, political, informational, even emotional. The headmaster has his own agenda regarding your future, Harry. One that may not align perfectly with your best interests as we perceive them." This was the most explicit Lucius had ever been about his reservations concerning Dumbledore. Harry set aside Snape's book, giving the conversation his full attention. "What do you mean? What does he want from me?" Lucius studied him for a moment, as if assessing how much Harry could understand or should be told. "Albus Dumbledore," he said finally, "has built his life and legacy around opposing certain philosophies of magic, philosophies that, yes, included those espoused by the Dark Lord, but also broader questions about tradition, secrecy, and the relationship between magical and non-magical worlds." He leaned forward slightly, his expression serious. "For reasons both symbolic and practical, he sees you as crucial to continuing that legacy. The boy who lived, raised according to his values, educated according to his principles, eventually taking up his mantle in whatever conflicts may lie ahead. And he's upset that I'm living with you instead," Harry surmised. "Because you represent different values." "Precisely," Lucius confirmed, looking mildly impressed by Harry's perception. "Our family has historically aligned with magical tradition, preservation of wizarding culture, and certain perspectives on magical hierarchy that Dumbledore considers outdated or even dangerous. Like pureblood supremacy," Harry said bluntly. Lucius didn't flinch at the directness. "That term oversimplifies a complex philosophical position," he said carefully. "But yes, the Malfoy family has traditionally valued magical heritage and bloodlines, though our position on these matters has become more nuanced in recent years. Because of me, Harry thought but didn't say. Because a half-blood child of a Muggle-born which is now part of their household, challenging assumptions they'd held for generations. So you think Professor Dumbledore wants to influence me away from your family's values? He asked instead. I think, Lucius said precisely, that Dumbledore fears what he doesn't control. Your presence here represents a variable he did not anticipate in whatever grand design he has constructed for the wizarding world's future. This invitation to Hogwarts is likely his attempt to establish a competing influence, to remind you of your parents' allegiances and the legacy he believes you should uphold. It was a lot for a 9-year-old to process, even one who had received months of intensive education in wizarding politics and history. Harry frowned thoughtfully. But learning about my parents isn't a bad thing, is it? Even if Professor Dumbledore has other motives? Not at all, Lucius agreed. Knowledge is never harmful in itself, only in how it might be presented or manipulated. Which is why certain preparations are necessary before this visit. What kind of preparations? Harry asked. First, as Severus has already initiated, education in recognizing and resisting subtle magical and psychological influence. Lucius gestured to the book Harry had been reading. Second, a clear understanding of what questions you might be asked and how to respond without revealing sensitive information about your life here. And third, he paused, certain protective measures to ensure your physical and magical safety while away from the manor's wards. Harry absorbed this, recognizing the careful thought behind each point. You're really worried about this visit, he observed. Cautious, Lucius corrected. Not worried. There is a distinction. But you'll still let me go? Harry pressed. And Draco too? Lucius picked up his glass again, swirling the amber liquid thoughtfully. Yes, he decided. With adequate preparation and appropriate escorts, I believe the visit can proceed safely. Narcissa will accompany you, as will Severus in his capacity as a Hogwarts professor. I have business interests that prevent my personal attendance, but my absence may actually be beneficial in the broader political context. Relief washed through Harry. Thank you, sir, he said sincerely. It means a lot to me, learning about where my parents studied, where I'll go someday. You are welcome, Lucius replied formally. Though I expect you to continue Master Caldwell's defensive training with particular diligence between now and then. And to practice the awareness exercises daily. I will, Harry promised eagerly. I've been getting better at detecting magic signatures. Master Caldwell says I have natural talent for it. Indeed, Lucius murmured. Another inheritance from your mother, perhaps. Lily Evans was known for her exceptional sensitivity to magical auras, an unusual gift even among the most powerful witches and wizards. Harry blinked in surprise. It was the first time Lucius had voluntarily mentioned his mother by name, let alone acknowledged her magical talents directly. You knew her? My mother? Our paths crossed, Lucius said carefully. I was several years ahead at Hogwarts, but even as a junior student, your mother's abilities attracted notice. Particularly in charms and potions. Professor Snape has told me a little about her skills in potions, Harry said. But not much else. Severus's memories of your mother are complex, Lucius observed. They were close as children, before certain events created distance between them. Harry hadn't known this, that Snape and his mother had been more than casual acquaintances at school. It explained some of the potions master's contradictory behavior toward him, the moments of almost softness interspersed with periods of rigid formality. The point, Lucius continued, bringing the conversation back to its original purpose, is that while this Hogwarts visit presents certain risks, it also offers valuable opportunities. The chance to connect with your heritage, yes, but also to begin establishing your own identity within the school, separate from both your parents' legacy and our family's influence. My own identity, Harry repeated thoughtfully. Not just the boy who lived or the Malfoy's ward, but, just Harry. Precisely, Lucius confirmed. Though, just Harry is becoming quite an impressive young wizard in his own right, if your tutor's reports are accurate. The compliment, delivered in Lucius's typically understated manner, meant more to Harry than any of the effusive praise he occasionally received from others simply for being the boy who lived. This was recognition of his actual efforts, his genuine progress in magical studies. "Thank you, sir," he said, feeling a flush of pride. "I've been trying my best." "Your best appears to be quite substantial," Lucius acknowledged. "Now, I believe it's growing late, and Narcissa will have my head if I keep you from your proper rest. Continue your studies of Severus's book when you're fresh tomorrow. Defensive theory requires a clear mind." As Lucius rose to leave, Harry was struck by how much had changed between them in the months since his arrival at Malfoy Manor. From initial suspicion and reluctant tolerance to this, not warmth exactly, but a form of respectful mentorship that acknowledged Harry's place in their household without pretending the complicated history between their families didn't exist. "Mr. Lucius," he called as the Malfoy patriarch reached the library door. "Yes, Harry. Thank you for the books on my family history. They're the best Christmas present I've ever received." A flicker of something, perhaps genuine pleasure, crossed Lucius's aristocratic features. "You're welcome," he said simply. "Knowledge of where we come from helps guide where we're going. Remember that at Hogwarts, when others try to tell you who you should be based solely on your past." With that cryptic but somehow encouraging advice, Lucius departed, leaving Harry to ponder the upcoming visit and all it might reveal about his parents, his past, and the complex future unfolding before him. Spring came to Hogwarts in a rush of green that transformed the castle grounds from winter's stark beauty to vibrant life. Ancient trees unfurled new leaves, the black lake sparkled in the strengthening sunlight, and students shed heavy cloaks for lighter robes as they moved between classes or lounged in courtyard alcoves. It was into this scene of renewal that Harry Potter arrived on a clear April morning, accompanied by Narcissa Malfoy, Draco, and Professor Snape, the latter having arranged his teaching schedule to allow him to escort them from the gates to the castle itself. "Wow," Harry breathed, taking in his first proper view of Hogwarts as they approached along the winding path from Hogsmeade. The castle rose majestically against the blue sky, towers and turrets seeming to defy ordinary architectural limitations, windows glinting in the sunlight like hundreds of welcoming eyes. "Impressive, isn't it?" Draco remarked beside him, though his tone was deliberately casual, as if determined not to appear too awestruck. "Father says it's been standing for over 1,000 years. The founding of Hogwarts dates precisely to 993 AD, Snape corrected automatically. Though certain sections have been rebuilt or modified over the centuries due to magical accidents, structural developments, or the occasional rampaging magical creature." Harry nodded, absorbing this information while his eyes remained fixed on the castle. Something about Hogwarts called to him on a level deeper than mere architectural appreciation, a sense of rightness, of belonging, as if the castle itself recognized him as one of its future inhabitants. "Your parents first saw Hogwarts from the lake," Narcissa told him as they walked. "First-year students traditionally arrive by boat, a custom dating back to the founder's time. We'll arrive properly when we're students," Draco declared confidently. "By boat and then carriages, like everyone else." "Indeed," Snape agreed dryly. "Though today's visit follows a less theatrical arrival protocol. The headmaster awaits you in his office, along with certain other staff members who have been informed of your visit." Harry noticed the professor's slight emphasis on "certain," and wondered which teachers had been included in the select group. "Will we see the whole castle?" he asked eagerly. "The primary educational areas," Narcissa confirmed. "Classrooms, the Great Hall, the library, and of course the house common rooms, though access to dormitories is restricted when school is in session." As they approached the massive oak doors of the entrance hall, Harry felt a flutter of nervous excitement. This was where his parents had studied, where they had met, where they had learned the magic that had shaped their lives, and by extension, his. And in less than 2 years, he would join the ranks of Hogwarts students himself, following in their footsteps while creating his own path. The doors swung open as they reached the steps, revealing a stern-looking witch in emerald green robes, her black hair pulled back in a tight bun, square spectacles perched on her nose. Despite her forbidding appearance, her eyes seemed to soften slightly as they landed on Harry. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter," she greeted him. "I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress and Head of Gryffindor House." She nodded to his companions. "Narcissa. Severus. And young Mr. Malfoy, I presume." "Professor," Narcissa returned the greeting with equal formality. "Thank you for accommodating our visit." "Of course," McGonagall replied, though Harry thought he detected a certain tension between the two women. "The headmaster is most eager to meet you, Mr. Potter. If you'll follow me." They entered the castle, Harry trying not to gape at the enormous entrance hall with its marble staircase, flickering torches, and moving portraits that whispered excitedly as he passed. Students in black robes trimmed with house colors hurried past, many stopping to stare openly at the famous visitor. Harry was grateful for Narcissa's steadying presence beside him, her hand occasionally touching his shoulder in subtle reassurance. "Is that really him? Harry Potter? Look at the scar. What's he doing with the Malfoys? Merlin's beard, he looks just like his father." The whispers followed them as McGonagall led their small party through corridors and up moving staircases, another marvel that had Harry clutching the banister in startled delight the first time one shifted position while they were on it. The staircases change, Draco informed him with the superiority of someone who'd been told this information repeatedly. "Father says it's an enchantment dating back to Rowena Ravenclaw herself." "Correct, Mr. Malfoy," McGonagall acknowledged. Though historical evidence suggests the charm has been modified several times over the centuries, most notably during the headmastership of Everard in the 1700s. They arrived finally at a stone gargoyle guarding an otherwise unremarkable section of corridor. "Chocolate frog," McGonagall stated clearly, causing the gargoyle to leap aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward like an escalator. "The headmaster's office," Snape explained unnecessarily, gesturing for them to step onto the moving stairs. Harry's heart beat faster as they ascended. He was about to meet Albus Dumbledore, the wizard widely regarded as the greatest of the modern era, the man who had defeated Grindelwald, who had led the opposition against Voldemort, and who had apparently been instrumental in decisions about Harry's life from the night his parents died. The spiral staircase delivered them to a polished oak door with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. Before McGonagall could use it, the door swung open of its own accord, revealing a large, circular room filled with curious silver instruments, shelves of books, and dozens of portraits of elderly witches and wizards who appeared to be sleeping in their frames. Behind an enormous claw-footed desk sat Albus Dumbledore himself, exactly as he appeared on the chocolate frog card Harry had seen, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and twinkling blue eyes that immediately fixed on Harry with an intensity that seemed at odds with his grandfatherly appearance. "Ah, Harry," the headmaster greeted him, rising from his chair. "Welcome to Hogwarts at last. I've been looking forward to this meeting for quite some time." Standing beside Dumbledore were three other adults, a tiny, elderly wizard with a shock of white hair, a plump, cheerful-looking witch with flyaway grey hair and dirt under her fingernails, and a younger wizard with sandy hair and a kind, if somewhat careworn face. "Harry, Mr. Malfoy," McGonagall began the introductions. "This is Professor Flitwick, who teaches charms and is head of Ravenclaw House, Professor Sprout, who teaches herbology and is head of Hufflepuff House, and Professor Lupin, who has recently joined our staff as Assistant Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher." Harry nodded politely to each, though he noticed an odd tension when Professor Lupin was introduced, a subtle straightening of Snape's posture, a flicker of something in Narcissa's expression. "It's an honor to meet you all," he said, remembering the etiquette lessons Narcissa had drilled into him. "Thank you for allowing us to visit." "The honor is ours, Mr. Potter," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "I taught both your parents, you know. Your mother was particularly gifted in charms, one of my best students ever. And your father had quite the green thumb when he applied himself," Professor Sprout added warmly. "Though he was more interested in plants with explosive properties than their proper cultivation." A ripple of fond laughter passed through the adults at this, though Harry noticed that Snape remained stone-faced and Narcissa's smile was polite rather than genuine. Please, sit, Dumbledore invited, conjuring additional chairs with a wave of his wand, an impressive display of nonverbal magic that had Draco's eyes widening despite his determination to appear unimpressed. I think, before we begin our tour of the castle. A house elf appeared with a crack, bearing a tray laden with teacups, scones, and assorted sandwiches. As the adults exchanged polite conversation about the journey to Hogwarts and the unusually fine spring weather, Harry found his attention drawn to Professor Lupin, who was watching him with an expression of barely contained emotion. Catching Harry's eye, the professor smiled, a warm, genuine smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes and temporarily erased the premature lines of strain from his face. "You look remarkably like your father, Harry," he said quietly, "but you have your mother's eyes." "Exactly her eyes." "Did you know them well, sir?" Harry asked eagerly. Something flashed across Lupin's face, pain, perhaps, or regret. "Yes," he said simply. "Your father was one of my dearest friends during our time at Hogwarts. We were in the same dormitory from first year onward." This was new information, someone who had been genuinely close to his father, not just a teacher or distant acquaintance. "Could you tell me about him?" Harry asked. "About both of them? What they were like as students?" Before Lupin could respond, Snape interrupted smoothly. "I believe the purpose of today's visit is a guided tour of the castle, not an extended reminiscence about former students." His tone was neutral, but Harry caught the subtle warning, a reminder of their discussions about being cautious regarding what information he absorbed without context. "There will be time for stories later, Harry," Dumbledore assured him, his blue eyes twinkling. "Professor Lupin has kindly agreed to join us for lunch, where I'm sure he'll be happy to share some memories of your parents." The conversation shifted to the planned itinerary for the day, a tour of the main classrooms and facilities, lunch in the headmaster's private dining room, and then visits to the 4 house common rooms under the guidance of their respective heads. As they finished their tea, Harry noticed Narcissa watching the interactions carefully, her blue eyes missing nothing. She had been uncharacteristically quiet since their arrival, allowing him to take the lead in conversations while maintaining a protective presence beside him. "Before we begin the tour," Dumbledore said as the tea things vanished with another house elf crack, "I thought Harry might appreciate seeing something special." He rose and moved to a tall cabinet against one wall. "This is the Mirror of Eriste, a powerful magical artifact that shows the viewer their heart's deepest desire." Harry felt Narcissa tense beside him, though her expression remained serene. "Headmaster," she said smoothly, "such powerful magical objects are typically not shared with children. The mirror's effects can be quite overwhelming." "I assure you, Narcissa, I have taken precautions," Dumbledore replied, his tone equally pleasant but with an undertone of steel. "The mirror has been modified for this specific purpose. It will show Harry only one thing, his parents as they were during their time at Hogwarts." It was a calculated move, Harry realized, a direct appeal to his natural desire to see his parents, packaged in a way that would be difficult for Narcissa to object to without seeming cruel or obstructive. "I'd like to see it," he said quietly to Narcissa. "If that's all right." She studied his face for a moment, then nodded once. "Very well. But briefly." Dumbledore opened the cabinet doors, revealing a magnificent mirror with an ornate gold frame, inscribed along the top with strange words, "Eris stra eru oit uba kafru oit onwosi." "Step forward, Harry," the headmaster invited. "Look into the mirror." Heart pounding, Harry approached the mirror. For a moment, he saw only his own reflection, a small, slender boy with untidy black hair and green eyes behind round glasses. Then the image shimmered, and suddenly, he was not alone. A young man stood behind him, tall, with the same unruly black hair, wearing Gryffindor robes and a prefect's badge. Beside him was a beautiful girl with long red hair, brilliant green eyes identical to Harry's own, also in Gryffindor colors. They were smiling, waving at him, their faces alight with youth and happiness and future possibilities not yet extinguished by war and betrayal. "Mum," Harry whispered. "Dad." He reached out instinctively, his fingers touching the cold glass. The figures in the mirror reached back, their hands meeting his on the other side of the barrier, their expressions full of love and pride. Something warm trickled down his cheek, and Harry realized he was crying. He felt no embarrassment, only a profound mixture of joy and sorrow, joy at seeing his parents as they truly were, not just in faded photographs or others' memories, but alive and moving, sorrow at the unbridgeable distance between them, the lives cut short, the years of connection lost forever. He felt a gentle hand on his shoulder, Narcissa, offering silent support. For a moment, Harry was caught between worlds, the parents who had given him life and died to protect him reflected in the mirror, and the guardian who had found him bleeding in an alley and chosen to protect him despite everything. They were exceptionally gifted students, Dumbledore said softly from behind him. Bright, courageous, full of potential. James was a natural leader, Lily a brilliant scholar. They would be immensely proud of the young man you're becoming, Harry. The words were kind, but Harry detected something else beneath them, an implicit judgment, perhaps, of the household where that becoming was occurring. He straightened his shoulders slightly, stepping back from the mirror with a final look at the parents he would never know. "Thank you for showing me," he said to Dumbledore. "It means a lot to see them as they were." "You're welcome, my boy," the headmaster replied. "The mirror will remain here during your visit, should you wish to return for another look before you leave." Another calculated offer, Harry recognized, an enticement to return to Dumbledore's office, to spend time in the headmaster's presence without the buffer of Narcissa or Snape. "That's very kind," Narcissa interjected smoothly. "Though we have quite a full schedule today. Perhaps at the conclusion of our visit, if time permits." Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement, though his blue eyes had lost some of their twinkle. "Of course. Shall we begin the tour? Professor McGonagall will lead us to the Transfiguration classroom first, I believe." As they left the headmaster's office, Harry walking between Narcissa and Draco with the professors leading the way, he found his thoughts lingering on the image in the mirror. His parents at Hogwarts, young and full of promise, wearing Gryffindor colors and prefect badges. It was a powerful symbol of a heritage he was only beginning to understand, a legacy of courage and sacrifice that had shaped his life in ways he was still discovering. Yet as he glanced at Narcissa, who had protected him and guided him for the past 9 months, and at Draco, who had become the brother he'd never had, Harry realized that legacy was only part of who he was becoming. The tour continued through Hogwarts' many wonders, the Transfiguration classroom where Professor McGonagall demonstrated turning a desk into a pig and back again, the charms corridor where tiny Professor Flitwick made objects dance and fly with delicate wand movements, the greenhouses where Professor Sprout showed them rare magical plants that sang, danced, or tried to eat unwary fingers. Throughout it all, Harry absorbed everything eagerly, asking questions, making connections, imagining himself attending classes in these very rooms in just over a year's time. Beside him, Draco maintained his facade of aristocratic restraint, though Harry caught him watching the magical demonstrations with poorly concealed enthusiasm. "And now, I believe, the potions classroom," Dumbledore announced as they descended into the cooler air of the dungeons. Severus's domain, as it were. The potions master, who had been largely silent during the tour, stepped forward to lead them into a large, dimly lit classroom with stone walls lined with shelves of ingredients and specimens floating in glass jars. Workbenches with cauldrons stood in neat rows, and a subtle aroma of herbs and minerals permeated the air. "This," Snape said, his voice taking on the precise, measured tone he used during their lessons at the manor, "is where you will learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. There is little foolish wand-waving here, but for those who possess the predisposition, I can teach you to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death." It was clearly a speech he had delivered many times, perhaps to each new class of first years, but Harry still found himself captivated by the elegant phrasing and the genuine passion beneath Snape's typically reserved exterior. "Your mother excelled in this classroom," Snape continued, his dark eyes meeting Harry's briefly. "She possessed an intuitive understanding of ingredient interactions that few students achieve. Her innovations in stabilizing volatile mixtures are still referenced in advanced potions texts. This was high praise from Snape, who rarely spoke so directly about Lily's achievements. Harry felt a surge of pride, followed by determination to honor that legacy when his time at Hogwarts began. The Slytherin common room is adjacent to the potions classroom, Snape added, gesturing to a stretch of blank stone wall. We will visit it shortly, though I suggest lunch first. The dungeons, while ideal for potion ingredients, are perhaps not the most comfortable location for a meal. They made their way to a private dining room near the Great Hall, where a table was set for their party. Professor Lupin joined them as promised, taking a seat directly across from Harry, a position that allowed him to study the boy throughout the meal. As platters of food appeared magically on the table, roast chicken, vegetables, potatoes, and an assortment of side dishes, Lupin began sharing stories of James Potter's time at Hogwarts. Unlike Snape's typically restrained accounts, Lupin painted a vibrant picture of a mischievous, talented boy who had matured into a principled young man. Your father and I, along with our friends Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, were quite inseparable during our school years, Lupin explained, his voice warm with memory. We called ourselves the Marauders, a bit pretentious in retrospect, but we were teenagers with an inflated sense of our own cleverness. Harry noticed Snape's expression darkening at the mention of Sirius Black, though the potions master said nothing to interrupt Lupin's reminiscences. The four of you were responsible for more rule-breaking than the rest of your house combined, McGonagall remarked dryly, though her expression was not unkind. I spent half my career as head of house writing detention slips for your various escapades. Lupin laughed softly. Guilty as charged, Professor. Though I like to think we grew up eventually. James certainly did, especially after he finally won Lily's heart in 7th year. How did they get together? Harry asked eagerly. No one's ever told me that part. Lupin's expression softened. It was a long process. Your father was, rather taken with your mother from about 3rd year onward, but his approach left much to be desired. Lily found him arrogant, which, to be fair, he sometimes was. Sometimes? Snape muttered under his breath, though only Harry and Narcissa, seated on either side of him, appeared to hear. What changed? Harry pressed, ignoring Snape's comment. James did, Lupin said simply. He grew up. Stopped hexing other students to show off, took his responsibilities as head boy seriously, and learned to listen more than he talked. By our final year, he became someone Lily could see beyond the prankster, someone with principles and courage when it mattered most. They were well matched intellectually, Flitwick added in his squeaky voice. Both exceptionally talented, though in different areas. James excelled in transfiguration and defense, while Lily was brilliant in charms and potions. And they were kind, Professor Sprout contributed. Different sorts of kindness. James was bold about it, standing up against bullying quite publicly, while Lily was more likely to quietly help struggling students with their work or visit homesick first years in the hospital wing. Harry absorbed these details hungrily, building a more complete picture of his parents with each anecdote. Throughout lunch, the professors shared their memories, McGonagall recalling James's transfiguration prowess, Flitwick describing Lily's innovative charm work, Sprout telling a story about James helping her rescue a rare magical plant during a winter storm. Only Snape remained largely silent, offering occasional corrections to what he evidently considered overly romanticized accounts but volunteering no stories of his own. Harry noticed that Lupin sometimes glanced at the potions master with an expression of mingled wariness and what might have been regret. As lunch concluded and they prepared to visit the house common rooms, Dumbledore addressed Harry directly. I hope these stories help you understand the remarkable people your parents were, Harry. Their legacy at Hogwarts extends beyond academic achievements or Quidditch trophies, they left an impression on everyone who knew them. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry replied sincerely. It means a lot to hear about them from people who knew them personally. There is one more person who knew them quite well, Dumbledore added, his blue eyes flickering briefly to Snape. Though perhaps those memories are of a more personal nature. Harry understood the implication, that Snape's connection to his mother went beyond teacher and student, that there was history there that the potions master had chosen not to share. It was a deliberate nudge from Dumbledore, encouraging Harry to question Snape's selective accounts and, by extension, the narrative he was receiving at Malfoy Manor. "I'm grateful for all perspectives on my parents," Harry said carefully, using the diplomatic phrasing Narcissa had taught him. Each person who knew them saw different facets of who they were. Narcissa placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of his adroit handling of the subtle challenge. "Perhaps we should proceed with the common room visits," she suggested. "We wouldn't want to keep the heads of houses from their duties longer than necessary." The tour continued, moving first to the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, circular space decorated in red and gold, with squashy armchairs and a crackling fire. McGonagall pointed out where James and his friends typically sat, and Harry tried to imagine his parents studying or laughing in this very room. The Ravenclaw common room, with its airy design and stunning view of the mountains, impressed Harry with its elegant beauty and the clever riddle required for entrance. Hufflepuff's basement common room felt warm and welcoming, with its round windows showing glimpses of dandelions and rippling grass, and comfortable sofas that seemed designed for inclusion and community. Finally, they descended again to the dungeons, where Snape led them to the blank stretch of wall concealing the Slytherin entrance. "Ambition," he stated clearly, and the wall slid aside to reveal a long, low-ceilinged room with greenish lamps and furniture in black and deep green leather. "Wicked," Draco breathed, his aristocratic reserve finally cracking as he took in the elegant, somewhat austere beauty of the Slytherin domain. "Father said the windows look into the lake, but I didn't really understand what he meant until now." Indeed, the windows of the common room revealed the greenish depths of the Black Lake, occasionally allowing glimpses of fish or stranger aquatic creatures swimming past. The effect was both eerie and mesmerizing. "This is where all Malfoys have begun their Hogwarts journeys for generations," Snape informed them. "The Slytherin dormitories have housed many of Britain's most influential magical families." "It's beautiful," Harry said honestly, admiring the intricate stone carvings and the play of watery light across the walls. "Different from the others, but impressive." "Each house common room reflects the values and elements associated with its founder," Dumbledore explained. "Slytherin's connection to water and stone creates a space of permanence and depth, qualities Salazar Slytherin himself valued." As they completed their tour of the common rooms, returning to the entrance hall where their visit would conclude, Harry found himself overwhelmed with impressions and information. Hogwarts was everything he had imagined and more, not just a school but a living, magical entity with its own personality and secrets. The stories of his parents had given him new insights into their characters, helping him understand not just who they had been but how they had become those people during their time at the school. "Before you depart," Dumbledore said as they prepared to leave, "might I have a brief word with Harry? Alone?" Harry felt Narcissa tense beside him, though her expression remained composed. This was precisely the situation they had prepared for, Dumbledore seeking private conversation, away from the protective influence of his guardians. "I'm afraid we must respect our schedule, Headmaster," Narcissa replied smoothly. "We're expected back at the manor for dinner, and there are certain security considerations regarding our travel arrangements." "Just 5 minutes," Dumbledore persisted gently. "I have something for Harry, a personal item of his father's that I've been keeping safe." "Surely that can be accommodated." It was another calculated move, Harry recognized, using his natural desire for connections to his parents as leverage. But he had been coached for exactly this scenario. Perhaps Professor Snape could remain as well. Harry suggested, the compromise they had prepared in advance. "Since he's helping supervise my magical education, anything regarding my father's magical items would be relevant to his instruction." A flicker of something, disappointment, perhaps, crossed Dumbledore's features before his grandfatherly smile returned. "Of course," he agreed. "Severus's presence makes perfect sense." Narcissa nodded, seemingly satisfied with this arrangement. "Draco and I will wait by the entrance doors, then. No more than 5 minutes, please." As Narcissa and Draco moved toward the entrance hall, Dumbledore led Harry and Snape to a small antechamber off the main corridor. Once inside, he withdrew a small box from within his robes. This, he said, opening the box to reveal a golden ball with delicate wings, is your father's first golden snitch, the one he caught in his debut match as Gryffindor Seeker. I thought you might like to have it, given your own apparent talent on a broomstick. Harry accepted the box with genuine appreciation, watching as the snitch's wings fluttered gently against his fingers. Thank you, sir. This is wonderful. You're welcome, my boy, Dumbledore replied warmly. Now, I wanted to ask, are you truly happy at Malfoy Manor? Is there anything you need that you're not receiving there? The question, though gently phrased, carried significant implications. Harry felt Snape shift slightly beside him, alert but not intervening. I'm very happy, sir, Harry answered honestly. Mrs. Malfoy has been kind and supportive. My education is excellent. And I've found a family there, in a way. I see, Dumbledore nodded slowly. And you feel safe? Free to express yourself, to ask questions, to form your own opinions. Yes, sir, Harry confirmed. No one tells me what to think. They just make sure I have information to think with. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly at this mature phrasing. Well put. And what about your parents' legacy? Do you feel connected to them, to what they stood for? This was the most pointed question yet, a direct probe at whether Harry was being raised to respect his parents' allegiances or to adopt the Malfoys' traditionally opposing viewpoints. I'm learning about them from many perspectives, Harry replied carefully. Professor Snape has shared memories of my mother's academic achievements. Mrs. Malfoy found photographs and stories from their classmates. And today, I've heard wonderful things from you and the other professors. He met Dumbledore's eyes directly. I think my parents were complex people who made their own choices based on their values and experiences. I hope to honor them by doing the same, making my own choices, based on all I learned from different sources. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, his blue eyes seeming to look not just at Harry but into him. Finally, the headmaster smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. You are indeed your parents' son, he said softly. And perhaps wiser already than many adults I know. He glanced briefly at Snape, something passing between them that Harry couldn't interpret. The Malfoys appear to be doing an admirable job with your education, in more ways than one. They're trying their best, Harry said simply. As am I. Indeed. Dumbledore nodded. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Your guardian is waiting, and I've learned it's unwise to test Narcissa Black's patience, even after all these years. With a final smile and a gentle pat on Harry's shoulder, Dumbledore led them back to the entrance hall, where Narcissa and Draco were waiting as promised. After formal farewells to the assembled professors, they departed through the great oak doors, beginning the walk back toward Hogsmeade where their portkey awaited. Well? Draco asked as soon as they were beyond the castle walls. What did Dumbledore want? To give me my father's snitch, Harry replied, showing him the small golden ball. And to make sure I'm happy at the manor. And what did you tell him? Narcissa inquired, her tone casual though her eyes were watchful. The truth, Harry said simply. That I am happy. That I'm learning a lot. That I'm grateful for the home you've given me. Something softened in Narcissa's expression, a momentary glimpse of the genuine affection beneath her typically composed exterior. I'm glad to hear it, she said softly. The feeling is mutual, Harry. As they walked down the path toward Hogsmeade, Harry found himself looking back at Hogwarts, its towers and turrets silhouetted against the afternoon sky. In just over a year, he would return as a student, ready to begin his formal magical education in the same halls where his parents had studied, laughed, fallen in love, and grown into the people who had ultimately given their lives to protect him. But he wouldn't be arriving as the ignorant, isolated boy he might have been without Narcissa's intervention that rainy night in Diagon Alley. He would come prepared, educated, confident in both his heritage and his developing abilities. He would come with knowledge of multiple perspectives, with critical thinking skills honed by Lucius's political insights, with magical foundation built under Snape's exacting standards, with the protective awareness trained by Master Caldwell. And most significantly, he would come with connections, to Draco, to the Malfoys, to a world of complex relationships and nuanced alliances that transcended the simple categorizations of light and dark that so many seem to prefer. Thinking deep thoughts, Potter. Draco nudged his shoulder as they walked. Just about coming back next year, Harry replied. As actual students. Slytherin will be lucky to have you, Draco declared confidently. Who says I'll be in Slytherin? Harry challenged with a grin. My parents were both Gryffindors, remember? Please, Draco scoffed. After a year with us? You're practically a Slytherin already, cunning, ambitious, always thinking 3 steps ahead. Perhaps, Snape interjected unexpectedly from behind them, Mr. Potter will defy all expectations and end up in Hufflepuff. The sorting often reveals aspects of character that even those closest to us fail to perceive. Draco looked genuinely horrified at this suggestion, while Harry laughed at the rare display of Snape's dry humor. Even Narcissa smiled, shaking her head slightly at the boy's competitive house loyalty before it had even become relevant. Whatever house claims you, she said to Harry, your place at Malfoy Manor remains secure. Remember that when the sorting hat sits upon your head. It was the reassurance Harry hadn't realized he needed, that the bonds formed over the past year wouldn't be broken by something as simple as house placement. That the family he had found, unexpected, complicated, but genuine, would remain his anchor regardless of where his Hogwarts journey took him. As they reached Hogsmeade and prepared to return to Malfoy Manor, Harry tucked his father's snitch carefully into his pocket, feeling its wings flutter against his fingers like a heartbeat from the past. The visit had given him precious connections to his parents, yes, but also clarity about his present and future. The boy who lived was no longer just a legend, no longer just an orphan, no longer just a symbol in a political chess match between powerful wizards. He was becoming himself, Harry Potter, wizard in training, heir to multiple legacies, forger of unexpected alliances. And that transformation, Harry reflected as they activated the portkey that would take them home, might eventually prove more significant than any prophecy or dark magic could ever be. The platform at King's Cross Station was crowded with families, trunks, owl cages, and the palpable excitement of students preparing to board the Hogwarts Express for the start of term. Steam billowed from the Scarlet engine, enveloping the scene in a dreamlike haze as tearful parents embraced children, friends reunited after summer holidays, and first-years gazed wide-eyed at the magical locomotive that would carry them to their new school. Among the crowd stood an unlikely group, Narcissa Malfoy, elegant in tailored robes of deepest blue, Lucius Malfoy, commanding attention with his aristocratic bearing and silver-topped cane, and between them, 2 boys on the cusp of adolescence, one with sleek platinum hair and pointed features, the other with untidy black locks and bright green eyes visible behind round glasses. Remember to write after the sorting, Narcissa was instructing, adjusting Draco's already perfect collar. Both of you. I want to hear everything about your first week. Yes, Mother, Draco sighed, though he submitted to her fussing with only token resistance. And maintain your supplementary studies, Lucius added. The standard curriculum is merely a foundation. Your additional readings will provide the advantage needed for true excellence. We will, sir, Harry promised, as serious about education now as he'd been since his first lessons at Malfoy Manor nearly 2 years earlier. The whispers followed them, as they always did in public, curious, sometimes hostile, occasionally admiring. The boy who lived and his unlikely guardian still provoked strong reactions in the wizarding community, even after the arrangement had become normalized through time and Lucius's careful political maneuvering. There's the Weasleys, Draco muttered, nodding toward a large group of redheads further down the platform. Father says their oldest 2 have already graduated, but they still have 5 at Hogwarts. Can you imagine? They probably have to share textbooks. Draco, Narcissa said warningly, though without real heat. Some habits, even after 2 years of Harry's moderating influence, proved difficult to break. Sorry, Mother, Draco amended, not sounding particularly contrite. Harry watched the Weasley family with interest, the tall, lanky boys who must be the older siblings, the younger boy who appeared to be their age, and a small girl clinging to her mother's hand, apparently too young for Hogwarts this year. They looked happy, chaotic, and absolutely united, a different kind of family from the Malfoys' elegant reserve, but clearly a loving one. You'll be encountering students from all backgrounds at Hogwarts, Lucius reminded them, following Harry's gaze. Some will be receptive to friendship based on mutual interests and compatible talents. Others will have preconceived notions about both of you based on your unique situation. Choose your associations wisely. It was typical Lucius advice, practical, politically aware, and allowing for individual discretion within certain boundaries. Over the past 2 years, his guidance had evolved from rigid expectations to more nuanced counsel, acknowledging Harry's different perspectives. Something went wrong with this response, please try again. Trace ID, 6 BC 94 D 78, add 48 and K3 cha the end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.